All right, what's up, everyone? Thanks for stopping
What's
by
up,
to the
y'all?
podcast today.
Hell yeah, it's gonna be a
Uh,
good one.
I think we're a few minutes late, but it's okay.
I
We're
mean,
we're
it's a, yeah, yeah, yeah.
we're
You know, get.
we're Hispanic, so they should people should know how that is.
Oh my
Uh,
god, you racist.
I'm sorry. I actually then again, we're not Hispanic women, so never mind.
Yeah, exactly. You
Men
gotta
are- men
put
are
women at
men
the
are
end of
usually
it.
on time. Yeah. But what's up, Spirit of Paradox and Apollo Patriot? I'm gonna put
The
the link in the
homies.
chat so Apollo can join. Spirit, if you want to join too, just let me know. You can write in the
Yeah,
chat, and I'll send the link out in the chat once we're ready to let people on. And
yeah.
obviously,
We're gonna
we're
talk
still
for a
gonna.
bit, and then we'll let
I'm so,
people on. So just be
yeah,
patient because
kind of like how we did last time, but we probably won't talk as long because I
yeah.
think last time we were talking for about an hour before we started letting
I
people
mean,
on. So
I don't. Yeah,
I mean,
but I
I
mean,
don't
whatever.
necessarily mind it that much, but people kind of like come in for like the topics that are being discussed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, we did discuss the topics, so that's what
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
what we were talking about.
No, I
So
know. Yeah,
anyway, but
you're right.
regardless, people we'll let people on, and then after we just do some introductory stuff and whatnot.
Yeah, yeah. What's up, Neozoic? Man on the mountain. Christian Frades, what's up? How you guys doing? How's your weekends
Guess
been?
there's
Well,
no keeping
weekend.
down the Grim Reaper, huh?
What's up,
Yo,
Solo?
Solo, Neozoic, all the homies are here. Everyone's
As
here.
long as your last name
Let's
isn't
freaking go.
Sokoa, we're good.
Oh yeah. Like, don't open that can of worms because he
Yeah,
fucking. Oh my god.
that's a whole
Oh
nother
god.
podcast itself.
The I don't even want to do that podcast because like I feel like that's just gonna generate all kinds of hate, bro. And I'm not even talking
Yeah.
about the people responding in comments. I'm talking about from me. That's how much I hate these fucking wrestlers. Like
Spirit, what
he's like
figures
he's like
are
he's
you getting?
he's like he's like, what if I had no physique, 3 moves, couldn't talk on the mic, but I'm in the main event because I'm related to the fucking Rock. What the hell is that, bro? Like incredible. All right, let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on before it gets too spicy in here too early and in an unrelated way, especially.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry to hear about your back pain, man. I hope that gets better. I mean, you know, I don't know if you take anything for it or like
Well,
what are
I
those things
hope I
like
hope
cooling pads or something?
I hope you feel better, man. Whatever it is, whatever caused that injury, or whatever that pain was caused by. I
Yes,
hope it
it's
gets
no
better.
joke. Back pains, no
Well, I
joke.
mean, like
So
I've been training for a long time, doing martial arts a long time, wrestling, jujitsu, weightlifting, and like trust me, I've had like some pretty bad pains, injuries, and whatnot. So I know how that could
yeah.
be. I hope you get better, and just try to be careful with painkillers if you do take painkillers because you know how that can go. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I've never taken them myself, but like the temptation's always there because the pain and whatnot.
I
Like,
have a family member who would take killers. So
yeah, they just
I don't know if they still I don't know if they still do now, but I know they
they
had before.
them
And
things
it's like I
zombify.
mean
They
I
like
understood
they'll
why.
zombify your ass.
Yeah, yeah, it really would. So
They zombify you, bro.
what's up, Reborn? Yeah, I'll send you the invite when I'll send you the link when we're ready to let people on.
Also, like
So
last time, we're gonna have a rotating panel.
yeah, I think that
So
worked pretty well last time. So
that works
what
a little bit better because
yeah, not every because the StreamYards has delay and a whole bunch of people. Everyone's like unintentionally interrupting each other.
yeah,
And then there's
exactly.
connection issues and all that.
Not to
So
mention the variation in mic
like mic, the
mic
volume or the
quality,
quality and
volume, and
all that.
stuff. Yeah, so
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, so we're just gonna have a rotating panel. We'll have. I
hmm
mean, there'll be times we'll have like more than 4 people on, but like we're gonna
We'll
just
try to
rotate
keep it to
people.
four, like me, Jinpachi, and two other people.
Yeah,
But maybe we'll have five here and there and see how that goes. But well, four is definitely like the sweet spot, I think. So
yeah, exactly, exactly, man. This guy gets it.
the fun question. What? Hold on. Let me see. One question. Oh, here it is. Video game setting and lore is more interesting, Fallout or Metro? I'm more familiar with the Fallout series, specifically with Bethesda's Fallout games and Obsidian with New Vegas. So I mean, by just off of that alone, I'd probably say Fallout. But Metro does have a cool setting and lore from what I played, but I haven't played a lot of that series. I really
Well,
got to get into that series more.
I've played the entire series, and for me, I would have to say it's a toss up because I kind of like the characters and world building in Metro way more. But the world of Fallout is interesting because you have all these kind of like things going on with with like all the characters you meet in Fallout, and all the futuristic stuff, the weapons, like
Yeah.
it's more wacky. Like
It's a little tricky too because it has so many characters and like it's an open world and it has like more games to the series than Metro.
I
So
like Metro. I like Metro's character. I like the character building in Metro games, and I like Artyom. If
yeah,
anyone who's played it, well, actually, it's Artyom. Artyom, that's how they say it. But whatever. Anyway, he's a great
Odyssey.
character, and I like all the like. I just think I just like the world building. I like the setup. It feels very grounded. It almost feels plausible that could happen too.
I
While
like I
Fallout
like
is more like more stylized and more of like just like a cartoon world in general. Like not a cartoon,
yeah.
but you know what I mean. Like it's more
So over the top. It's
it's
like
more over the top. Yeah. So
yeah,
I
it's
like
not
them
really
both
like
for
with
different
Metro
reasons.
where it's kind of like they're trying to the way it's told is like what could logically could happen within the world, you know.
Yeah.
Where
And,
Fallout, it's like it's so like extreme and over the top. Where it's like, come on, I can't really believe this is gonna happen in comparison to like Metro, where they try
but
to
then
make it
again, yeah,
more with
yeah.
like But I was gonna say that I like the lore with the loading screens when Arceum is talking for a good couple of minutes while you wait.
Yeah, I mean, but that's because they have those. But I mean, like the load times on the PS5 version of Metro, it's really Metro Exodus that has that problem with the
Yeah,
severe
yeah.
loading times, and on PS5 it loads way faster. But it's still kind of sus. That load time is like, I mean, it's way better. It's acceptable, but in the PS4 version, that load time was like insane. I couldn't believe that made it into the game like that in the state it was in.
Yeah, I saw the upgrade for the PS5 version. It looks really good. I mean,
Yeah.
the game
Well,
on
you saw
PS4.
me playing it.
Yeah, I saw you play it
Remember?
before.
And the ray tracing and like the lighting changes and stuff
Yeah,
is like
yeah.
it's
The
pretty
shadows and all
it's
that.
significant. It looks
Yeah.
significantly better. It's not
Even when
like
they
a
first showed
lazy.
it off, like when it first came out originally, it looked really good too. So
Yeah, like in the
even
original
with
it looked good.
even Metro what's that shit? The one before that, Last Light on 360 and PS3, that looked really good too.
Yeah.
Never mind the remaster.
And I'd also like that the monsters, they look very like, don't get me wrong, Fallout monsters are disturbing as well, but like something about those rat monsters that like pollute the world in Metro like are legit like horrifying. Like I could see that kind of I could see that being a menace to humanity. Like because rats are already like tough to exterminate and deal with, right? Like rats will survive in any almost any environment if you like, so to have like giant human-sized rats that can kill you is pretty crazy. That's my take on it.
What up, Hakami? I think I said that right. Yeah.
So yeah. But anyway, they're both good. It's a tough choice, and they're different strokes for different moods. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
To
we
surmise.
we shouldn't say Metro too loud because Amazon and Netflix may hear us.
Yeah, I know, right?
I agree.
I kind of don't like I don't like. All right, like so I'm gonna be honest with you because this made me think about the show. I don't like the shows because of a lot of these like video games and stuff because to me they're like so shallow and like I feel
Fallout.
like I feel like they just get flanderized. Like in the end, like they're just like even if the show is good, it's just gonna be a weekend flanderized, corporately produced. you know, like limited by whatever acceptable politics they are. While with a game, well, you know, when I say acceptable, I mean like perceived acceptability, not like what's actually acceptable, because we all know that they're full of shit.
Yeah.
But like it's just the shows, they just flanderize them. They just make like a generic like wasteland show and just slap Fallout on it, and they might add some kind of like themes or characters, but it's never the same. It always feels like, in my opinion, it always feels like a cheap like it's just like a cheap imitation.
Yeah, I agree. Do you think with the Xbox news going on, do you think anything's gonna happen with Fallout? Because I heard a rumor that Microsoft is rushing Bethesda to make a new Fallout game after Starfield didn't really light the world on fire, as some
Well,
may want it to be.
being that the show, I for some reason when you said that, I thought about that song. You know what I'm talking about? The old ass song.
What
Uh,
song?
uh, I don't even want to sing it because like it's like vague in my mind. Like the
Is it
lyrics go
from
like something
Fallout
like,
or is it?
it's just like an old song. It says like some people want to
Oh,
set the world on fire or something like that. I don't know, man. But as far as
I don't
Fallout
remember.
goes, right, like they just made the show. So logically, the show is, from what I hear, is doing decently. Even though from what I've seen, it looks like an abomination with cringe ass shit in it. But regardless if it's doing well, lead, that might be like to help sell the game. It's kind of like to like pseudo promote like a future game from Fallout.
Yeah,
So I think that I wouldn't be surprised if they are rushing them. I still think it probably like I feel like like things are just not going to end well for Microsoft overall. I think that
yeah,
they've made too many bad choices back to back, and it's going to be really hard to bounce back. And I think that even if that Fallout game is good, it's going to suffer as a result of
yeah. Either
Microsoft's
way, I mean, when you
decision
think
making.
about it, it's like we see what Bethesda puts out when they're not being rushed, when they're having as many years as they want to make a game. We see how that turns out. Imagine now if they're being rushed to put out a game as soon as possible.
Their games are rushed by default. When have their games not been
Yeah.
rushed?
Yeah, that's true.
So,
So I don't know. But Starfield, I think, is having an expansion finally.
well,
I think it's
Spirit
been
of
a year
Paradox made
since
a
the
good
game
point.
came out, right?
He
What would you
said
say?
Doom is one of his favorite. Spirit of Paradox says Doom is one of my favorite games of all time. I agree. I love the Doom series from the first one all the way to now. I don't think there's a Doom game that I don't like. But the thing is that id Software being under Bethesda, being owned by Microsoft, are like three really bad. Like those are like really bad, a bad combination of facts. You know what I mean? Like I have I'm really worried what they're gonna do with a new Doom game, because like think about the stuff that Microsoft has been saying lately with like, we don't want sexy women, we don't want this, we don't want that. They're playing the woke
Oh
game
yeah,
and at the
that's
same
true.
time trying to
Yeah,
do games as a service and all that. And I remember in Doom Eternal there was controversy because in within Doom Eternal they mocked the SJWs a bit. Remember with like, oh, like the living impaired or whatever, like just making fun of
yeah,
like
something like that.
SJWs.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I just don't think a game like Doom meshes well with ideologies like that. It's just a raw primal game about this badass dude releasing his rage on demons, and the story
yeah.
and the backdrop are really just to facilitate that. I can see that
Well,
SJWs and bad actors considering that toxic traits, toxic masculinity, toxic whatever. So I just don't think that their current ideals align with it, and I think the changes that they'll probably try to make to the series will end up being to the detriment of them making money.
yeah. Well, just be prepared for Doom Girl. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, yeah. Melina,
Yeah, what's up,
the
Melina
chosen one,
Chan?
Chan, the
One
chosen one.
Chanbara. You ever heard that game?
I have, I have
Oh,
heard of it.
okay. It's pretty good. Anyway,
I like the designs of the
it's
characters, but
funny
like
because they
I
had
mean,
one
it's
exclusive on Xbox 360 years ago. I don't know if you know about that.
see, Apollo Patriot, you're my guy, but I can't. I don't know if you're serious or not, but I can't consider Darksiders 2 the best game. It's good. It's decent from I've never played it from what I've seen. I've only played the
I
first
played it.
one,
I,
and
I couldn't finish it, to be honest, because the dungeons got kind of boring. It just kind of felt like it went on too long. The dungeons were felt like they went on forever. Um,
but no
and I don't
hate,
know.
no hate, man. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
if you enjoy it, it's fine. I don't think it's a bad. I don't think it's a bad game, and like it does have cool stuff, but I just never had like a lot of personal interest in it.
The first
To be
one's really
frank,
good in
to
my
be
opinion.
honest,
I like the first one. That one's really good. I finished that one.
yeah.
It's
I
more
feel like
like I don't want to say simplistic, but it's more straightforward. You know what I mean?
they should have
And I
leaned
like
into
that
like the God of War stuff, like the God of War mechanics with like some Zelda esque puzzles and whatnot. Like that's kind of what like the first game
um
kind of the vibe it gave me.
the
So
chosen one had a comment. Let me go back and see. Sitting down. Hold on. What do you say? With all these studios that Xbox has been shutting down, it makes me wonder how much more trash their June showcase will be because they'll have barely anything to show off. Oh yeah, they're supposed to have another showcase, right? With what was it, Bethesda and Blizzard are gonna be there or something?
yeah,
Activision
yeah,
Blizzard.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
like, who knows,
get
man?
ready to see
Honestly,
more
like,
trash.
I just feel like Microsoft has very, 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 very bad leadership, and I think that they're kept alive right now because of brand recognition and so many people like loving those games that I mean, like the previous Microsoft Xbox games or whatever. That they're like the attachment to the brand is keeping them alive, but that can't last forever.
Yep.
And
Spirit Paradox wrote, too many people got gassed over the $69 billion deal, but never thought of how they would have they would make that money back or make profit, which would require Xbox to double that price.
well, I
Yep.
make I make jokes all the time about it, and this is like one of the things I like. I say this shit all the time in regards to Microsoft or like other things. It's like they'll do anything they'll do anything to make money except make good games, which I think is hilarious. Like all they have to do is make good games, but they'll make live services, try to do Game
Hmm.
Pass, try to do all this connectivity, buy all these studios, but they just refuse to make games. And I don't understand how. I mean, it's like I get it. I don't want to. I understand it because it's incompetence. It's like a fat person. They'll do anything to lose weight except eat right and hit the gym. They'll be like, I tried the
Yeah,
pills.
right.
I tried the surgery. I tried this whatever this crash diet or this fad or whatever. It's like, all right, but if you just eat right and go to the gym, that'll fix that. But they don't want to do that. It's kind of how I feel like with
Yeah.
Microsoft. It's like they'll do anything possible to try to nickel and dime gamers except make good games.
Yeah. And it's like then now they acquiring studios, having all this great things to say about studios like Tango Gameworks. No, not so much with Arcane Austin, but with Tango, and it's like, all right, well, now we're gonna shut you down. So then it's like it makes other studios feel like, I'm sure this is how a lot of them feel, but they're not gonna openly say it. But I'm
But
sure a
but they
lot of
have
them,
NDAs.
yeah, and I'm sure a lot of them don't feel safe. Like it's like, all right, if we make a good game, whether if it's like hugely successful or not, like if it's just good enough or whatever it may be, and Microsoft or someone at Xbox praises it, like openly goes out on a post on social media or on like a live stream interview, whatever the fuck it may be, and they give praise to the game in the studio, and it's like even then they're not safe. So it's like, what are you gonna do? Like, all right, they're gonna make a good game, and then in a few months to a year, they can get shut down because for whatever the reason may be. And when you think about it, it's like, what good reason is there? They have so much money anyway, and if a studio is making good games, or all right, maybe they had like again like Ghostwire Tokyo didn't do that great from what I heard. Um, But then you have excuse me. But then you have Hi-Fi Rush where they fucked that over more so because they stealth released it out of nowhere. And then they put it on Game Pass, and Lost Shinobi on X, he had told me that they actually put it on PS5. So
Yeah.
that's something I am interested in getting. 'Cause it does look pretty cool from what I saw, but it was a few things where it's like when you're platforming, there's like no enemies in sight once you get into an area where it's like there's like a lot of space, and then like so happens to be what the enemies are now. So I don't know, like
I just look at that as
hopefully
like
it's actually like a
I just look at that as like uncluttered game design, because there's something to
yeah,
be said about like, you're platforming and there's enemies shooting fireballs at you, and it's not part of like the game design. It's just like bad programming where they just placed an enemy in a range where he can hit you while you're hanging, and it's not like an intended like hazard or whatever. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Some games have stuff like that in it. Um, so I mean, I kind of think it's just I think stuff like that where the platforming, there's no enemies around, and then when you get to a new area or like the open area, you have space to fight in. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I don't think it's necessarily good either, but I kind of would prefer that as opposed to like there's an enemy in an area that I'm supposed to get to, and because of bad programming, he's like shooting projectiles at me. And again, like it's not like because the developers wanted to make him a real hazard. It's just because like it's just an oversight that enemies placed in the area where he can inconveniently hit you, if that makes sense. So that's how I look at that.
yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, you can also look at it as like it's simply like a fun game. So
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
see how a lot of games now are it's like they just take the fun out of everything. So
But I think as gamers, like we're also we have it's kind of our fault as well that games are the way they are now in a way, because when all this stuff was going down, people like for example, like the microtransaction stuff or whatever, like when people were adamantly against it early on, a lot of people were like, oh, just stop complaining, enjoy the game, just do whatever, blah blah blah, like just play it, buy it, it's not a big deal. And now every game has like literally cut content that's
yep.
shoved in as DLC. So
That
again,
actually plays into what Spirit of Paradox had wrote. Game Pass has the streaming problem with Hollywood. Too many subscriptions, removing content, increasing prices, teaching consumers to wait for content to drop on streaming, then paying full price.
it's like I just feel like people don't like this shit, and instead of just saying I don't like it and not supporting it as much as they can, they just say fuck it, I'm gonna play the thing anyway because
Yeah.
I like Mario, I like
Hmm.
Metroid or whatever, so I'm gonna buy the game. I don't care. And the problem is that when you do that, you're not giving an incentive for the companies to stop.
Yeah, and
So
it's same
so
with
people,
Game Pass where people are
you
like,
know,
"I'm gonna,"
yeah,
you know, they just look at it as like, "Oh, I'm gonna get this for free games, this, and I can look at all these games I can play." When most of the people aren't playing all the games that are there, especially the ones that are being added in within the month that people try to overhype and make it seem like it's this great deal, and they're not gonna finish all those games anyway, and then they can get taken off as well. So again,
yeah.
it's like, you're
Yeah.
renting games, but you're not owning it on top of that. So how much money are these like studios actually really getting from these games? What are the sale? How much of a hit are the sales taking? Because you can talk about, oh, this many people signed up for Game Pass. This many people was playing this game on Game Pass. All right, well, those many people were not paying for any of those games.
Yeah, I agree. But it's also like as a practice in general, right? Like as a general practice, a
Yeah, it's fucked
company
up because
does
they can do whatever they want.
a company does whatever they want. They make a game woke and they put bullshit in it or identity politics. Well, I like Spider-Man, so I'm gonna buy it anyway. I know it's there. I'm gonna do mental gymnastics because I just want to enjoy the game guilt-free or whatever. And it's like, yes, you can't tell people what to do, but gamers have to realize there are consequences to supporting this stuff. If they're not punished, if there's no negative feedback for their actions, they're not gonna be motivated to stop doing it. And it doesn't even just
Yeah,
apply to game companies. It's just like a rule of like anything, almost anything that has like some form of adaptive intelligence, whether it be people, AI, um, a business. If there's no negative feedback, then there's no reason to stop. So
yeah,
again, they're doing this shit like microtransactions, which could have been stopped, but gamers had no self control, and what happened was is that
yep,
that became normalized. So now the funny thing is now you rarely hear people complain about it because it's normal to them. They've grown
yeah,
up. A lot of these kids have grown up with games chock full of microtransactions, and
yeah.
the
Now
woke
it's like the
stuff
norm. It's like they expect it.
and
It's
now
like
the and,
common.
and the woke stuff, they're trying to normalize it, and now you have kids that are okay with like fucking Spider-Man 2 and and all these games because it's normal to them. They just want you
Yeah,
to stop
Baldur's Gate
complaining.
3.
Like they want you to stop complaining about it so they can enjoy being a corporate slave. So
Yeah,
in the end of the day, like you could say, why does it matter to me or why does it matter to anyone else? But it matters because it has had an overall negative consequence in the
yeah,
gaming
just like
industry.
paying to play online that had a negative impact on so many games and studios, and also how people game now, instead of people just saying like, no, I ain't gonna pay to play online. What are you talking
Yeah,
about? And you see how the
think
online
think
structure
about it.
is. It's like complete dog shit. So it's like you expect me to pay a monthly fee for your dog shit online services. And it's like,
Is
why should
Nintendo
I?
still free?
I no, they no, they
Yeah,
implemented their
like
online
Nintendo
the paying
Nintendo's
online a couple of years now.
all right. So Nintendo, yeah, because that tells you that because I do play Nintendo games, but I don't go online with most of them. I think I was playing the 3DS last thing I played online for Nintendo because I was playing Smash Bros. And I played with a friend of mine, but like on his console. So I do like some Nintendo games, but I don't really like play online like that on like on the Switch or anything.
Mhm.
Again, I'm just prefacing with this where the last time I did play online was with my friend Gilbert. We were playing Smash Bros like together. And like I said, since I don't do it, I don't know if there was a monthly fee or not. But anyway, the reason why I bring it up is that it adds to my point. Why is Nintendo's dog shit ass online a paid service? It's horrible. It's ass backwards. It's like far behind games from like behind the 360 level of online infrastructure. Yet you have to pay a monthly fee for it, right?
Mhm.
So my question is like, if gamers said no, your online fucking sucks. We're not gonna pay to play Smash Bros. Online because you need to fix this. Then at the very least, they would have made a better infrastructure for online, even if it was still paid. But now you got like some outdated shit on Nintendo, and on top of that, you have to pay for it now,
Yep.
which is insane to me.
And yeah,
So I'm not trying to be
Microsoft has
preachy. I'm not trying to be preachy.
mhm.
I'm not trying to be preachy or anything, but it's just like a thing where like you gotta have common sense. It's like, yeah, people should do what they want, but you have to also understand the intended or unintended consequences of the choices you make. It's not
Yeah,
gonna
it's like
fix
you were saying
itself if everyone
with
if
a fat person. People can do what they want. All right, this fat person can eat whatever the fuck they want, but it's like they're still gonna be unhealthy. They're still gonna be at risk of heart failure or diabetes, or whatever, high blood pressure or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you can ignore it, let them do what they want, but you can also say, hey, maybe you know should consider your health. Think of your future, ramifications of of your lifestyle right now. You know what I mean? Or even like someone who does drugs or whatever, or has like a drinking problem. Maybe you want to intervene and say, hey, maybe you should stop doing this. Maybe you should, give them other alternatives or other ways to improve whatever it may be. Because
yeah,
yeah, you can do whatever you want, but at the end of the day, it's like with gaming, it's like, yeah, people can do what they want, but at the same time, what you're doing can also be, damaging for the next several years down the line. Everyone
yeah,
wants to
exactly.
support and defend all these companies doing these bullshit egregious practices, like example, like Sony with the Helldivers 2 situation, or EA now wanting to put ads in their games that apparently is going to go into effect next year. Um, who was the other company that was doing dumb shit? Or like, like
Eh,
Microsoft acquiring all these like studios and shit. And it's like people can't see the forest from the trees, or see that this could not bode well for the future of gaming. And we already see how fucked up things are now.
Yeah,
Even if you take out the egregious practices like DLC, microtransactions, broken games, and all that, the increase in games and all that,
give me a
the
second.
pricing them.
JJJ Junior. Thanks for joining in, man. Good to see you.
Oh, hey, what's up? Um, but yeah, what was I saying?
So I
Uh,
totally derailed you. You're talking
yeah.
about the business practices and
Oh
whatnot,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
like,
yeah. Even if you take all that away, even if it didn't exist, rather, you still got the woke shit going on. You still got the activists infesting these companies. and it's the same thing. You got activists within Nintendo. I don't know if people saw the whole Pokemon thing or the DEI shit for hiring, and I think it was Nintendo of America. And if you
Yeah.
don't think that's gonna affect any of the Nintendo games, it's because most of them are coming from Japan. You're mistaken.
But
Because
all right, I want to make a point though.
okay,
About the Xbox Online stuff because I saw a comment from Solo, and he says Xbox Live 1.0 was ahead of the others and had some stuff, and he said that yeah they were doing paid online from the start. But here's the thing about
mhm,
Xbox: the original Xbox's online infrastructure was so structured and like worked well, had like it was how do I put it, like it was so well structured and like and efficient that it forced a PS2 with the PS. They forced Sony with PS3 to have to make a better online infrastructure. They couldn't just have like the developers. It'd be dependent on the developers keeping the servers up or whatever. It had a lot to do with it forced them to make an online infrastructure. So yeah, you had to pay for Xbox's online, but their service was far better than both Nintendo and Sony with the
yep,
PS2 and
yeah.
in that era. So at least you were paying, but you were paying for better service. While in the case with Nintendo and Sony, like well, not so much Sony, but like
I
with
mean, in a
Nintendo,
way, I mean, still like Sony and even current like Microsoft now, it's like
the
when
point
you think
is
about
that
what are you really paying for? You know what I mean? I mean,
yeah,
Nintendo, it's like it's worse because like they clearly don't know what the fuck they're doing.
well, it's just outdated. It's just an
Yeah,
outdated
they're always like a step
system.
behind on something.
Yeah, always, never fails. But the point I'm trying to make overall is that like if you're gonna at least with Xbox, the original, it was a paid service, but it was the best of the three service wise. So you're paying for quality to some degree. While sorry, uh, while with like Nintendo, you're paying for subpar shit. You're paying money for like extremely outdated online infrastructure.
That's
So
true. Real
there's a
quick,
stark difference.
Neozoic. Yeah, I actually heard about the Paper Mario, the new one, where what was it? The cat calling? Was
Yeah,
something
they
with a cat?
censored it.
Yeah, yeah,
Cat
yeah,
cat calling is like when like they whistle and holler like when
yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah. For women,
yeah,
you know, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
You see that in
AKA
like you see that in shows and movies. I don't know if they still show it now, where like the construction workers like see a woman walking down the street or whatever, and then they start like whistling and calling for them and all that.
yeah, exactly.
I
Like
still see it now
hooting and
sometimes too.
hooting. I mean, because people do it because
Yeah, it's
that's my point
common.
is that people still do it because it's bullshit. Because in the
Yeah,
end of
you
the
ever hear the
day,
guys say "Que lo que mami"?
yeah, it's like
Yeah,
it's normal. It's normal human behavior. They see an attractive woman and they try to get their attention. Is it effective? I mean, that varies from person to person. But the reason why I bring it up is because I mean, while I'm saying this is because again, they're implementing something as if it's outdated, completely ignoring
when
the
it's not.
fact that people do it all the time and that it's entirely normal. Like again, I mean, there's better ways to talk to women, but if you're like there's guys that just try to get women's attention, they're gonna do that. No matter how much society and movies and shit try to do all this feminist crap, it's not gonna stop men from doing it. And
Yeah,
alternatively, also and another angle of
uh,
it, catcalling is only bad to women when they're not into the guy that's catcalling them. You get what I'm
yeah. 'Cause
saying?
there's a lot of times when they're actually into it,
Yeah, I
but
see it all the time.
yeah.
I see it
So
all the time, and
I get
and
it.
it's like you
And
you
sometimes
grow up.
it's even funny when it's like they do that. Then it's like the boyfriend comes over or whatever,
Yeah, it's like
or
and
she has some sly remark back or something like
yeah,
that. Puts him in his place.
if you grow up in like any form of like hood or whatever, you're gonna see that every day, all the time. And
Hmm.
guess what? It's more effective than they're trying to give it credit for. You'll be surprised how much that actually works for a lot of these dudes.
Yep.
So you know like my point is like I'm not necessarily like a person that's like pro like I'm not like necessarily for doing it or against it. It's just a thing that happens, and it's to try to pretend that people don't do it and remove it from games is like to me like incredibly like weak and like it's just more BS.
Yeah.
So
So should I send the links out now?
before you do, let everyone know what the subjects are so that
Oh yeah,
everyone is
yeah, yeah.
like
So we're gonna be talking about the recent news about Xbox, the closures. It was about like four studios roughly. Tango Gameworks, Arcane Austin, and just so people are aware, that's not the whole Arcane because there's other studios within Arcane. I think there's one in France. I don't know if there's another one or not. But anyway, and there's two other studios. I have to look it up on my phone and see if I can find it. I don't remember the fucking name. Even fucking I think it was Matt Booty. Didn't even know the proper name for one of them.
Listen, y'all
So
fell for it. He told you he was Booty from day one.
yeah, you should have. Yeah, you should have known.
I should have known that he was Booty.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Anyway.
anyway, like yeah.
And
like,
if anyone has any like thoughts on what's going on, what do you think? Are you fed up with Xbox? Are you still gonna defend them, or still think there's like something positive out of this? Or are you still like looking forward to the games? I mean, whatever it is, what if you want to defend them, criticize them, trying to see the positive side of things somehow, or think it's going to be the beginning of the end for Xbox? I'm not saying Microsoft, because Microsoft is not going anywhere probably ever, but yeah. So this whole podcast is going to mainly
Microsoft will
be
stay
about
around, but Xbox
yeah,
is definitely
Xbox,
might not be.
It's kind of like Microsoft doesn't need Xbox, where Xbox needs Microsoft, and where it's like different. Where like with Sony needs PlayStation, because without Sony, then they're gonna, PlayStation provides Sony with a lot of money.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they're that's their gaming division, but
yeah,
Sony's the PlayStation is extremely profitable as a company for Sony, while Microsoft Xbox is just another division under a big wide range of things that they're engaged in. And that being said, that's why they don't care. That's really why they don't care, and they're doing the things they're doing, because you could argue that they spent all right, you could say they spend all that money on those products. I mean, on buying like Blizzard, Activision, and whatnot. But here's the thing that people forget is that they have the money to blow like that. Microsoft is a massive company, like massive. So they can spend that money and it not be an egregious like thing for them. Like, a smaller company or something like Steam trying to do something like that would be much more risky for them. So it's not because they really care about gaming that they're willing to invest. It's just that they have so much money that they, relative to their company, the investment is not as extreme. So they're willing to make that choice. While for like I said, like another company, or something like Steam or like whatever, it's more of like a dangerous action to risk so much money on something that might not be profitable. Because like you said, if Xbox goes away, Microsoft will be fine.
So I'm sending links out now, right?
Yep. Go ahead. Do it.
Who was the guy you were gonna fight on again?
PS Taker. You should be able to find. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically like a pun on like piss Taker or whatever. Like,
yeah,
takes the piss, whatever. But yeah. So but yeah, like it's just one of those things that these companies, like if you have money to blow, like it's like being rich. If you're rich, you could buy a $500,000 car, and it's like, yeah, that's a massive amount of money to invest in a car. But like if you got money to blow like that, you don't really care that much. I feel like that's how Microsoft treats Xbox.
Pretty much, yeah. So that's basically what it is.
Yeah. So, and as far as look, I'm gonna be honest. Every console has pros and cons, and this is actually, since we're talking about Microsoft, it's a good way to segue into like the whole console war shit that I really wish people would stop doing. They all have pros and cons, and you should go wherever the most benefit to you, the player, is.
Yeah, I mean, whichever one you choose is kind of like the lesser of two evils, or
Yeah.
three, or however how many, whichever it is. I guess we're talking
Or
about
have
like
if they
PC
have,
or more so Steam, Nintendo, Xbox,
just in general,
yeah.
they all. I mean, because I consider Steam is damn near a platform in itself. I would argue that Steam is like, especially with the Steam Deck and shit, like it's borderline a platform. I mean, like, or like just PC as a whole. Like you have to go where the benefit to the consumer is, not to where your loyalty to plastic lies. Because again, like these companies, they can be like Sony, where now they're going crazy with the censorship, right? I mean, they've always censored, but like it's gotten like pretty egregious in like the last 10 years or so, where they've really been. I mean, I guess maybe since the PS3 era they've been censoring a lot. I don't know, but the point is, if they're doing this practice and you don't like it, you should have alternatives to go to, right? Or if you have like the money and you have like, let's say you have an Xbox and a PlayStation or an PC, you should be able to switch between whatever you want to do and whatever is going to benefit you as a consumer, as opposed to being loyal to plastic. And then they can do whatever they want, whatever bad practices, and you're still going to remain loyal to them. You know,
All right, I see him.
so they should face criticism. They should face repercussions for their action.
Is
Like
piss taker now
example,
fuck
like
off? That's him.
yeah, that's him. But one example is like PC, right? Like PC has a lot of pros and cons. One of the pros of PC is that you have mod support, you have like really good backwards compatibility in terms of like, being able to download emulation and shit like that. But the problem is that the first party and third party support for PlayStation is terrible. So it's like, yeah, you can mod like a Stellar Blade, you'll be able to mod on there, but you're gonna be waiting 2 years for that, or 3 years for that, or whatever. So that's a reason
For
why you
modding or
can
just it
argue
being
like somebody
ported?
just about a game being ported. Like who
Maybe
knows
about
how long it's gonna take, and a lot
a
of times,
year the earliest, I would say. But I mean that
all right,
depends. I don't know.
a year the
Whatever.
earliest, but that's still a long time to wait.
Yeah, it is.
That's a long time to wait. Like again, I'm not like, for me, I have other things I do in my life, so I don't care that much. But if you're like an avid, like if you're a gamer that's gaming all the time, a year to wait for a game, a game like that is a lot. That's a long
Yeah,
time to wait.
especially if you're
You know?
really looking forward to it. It's like different if it's like,
Yeah.
you weren't gonna get it like right away anyway. But if it's something like you were like really like anticipating, then it's like, yeah, a
And
year or
also, like,
more. It's a long time to wait. You know what I mean?
and what if, it's not even optimized properly? Because a lot of the PC ports of these games are really half-assed. On top of that, right? Because console gaming is the main market. So unfortunately, PC takes the back end of that. So you have like a game like Arkham Knight being poorly optimized on PC because they prioritize consoles. So like again, I like PC because it's more freedom there, and I respect it as an alternative. I think that PC is good for gaming overall. But at the same time, it's not the be all end all, because again, it has its flaws as well. They all have pros and cons, and like to be so attached to one specific platform is weak to me. DMB
Uh,
Uzumaki, I do like Guilty
yeah.
Gear. It's a fun game. I enjoy it. I wanted to
The
I
last
haven't
one I played was on PS2.
I wanted to play Strive, but I didn't. I ended up never getting it. Like it's one of those games like I wanted, but I just ended up buying other games instead, and I just never got around to it. But I actually like Guilty Gear a lot, and the crazy thing is I really like the art style and the designs in Strive. So I really wanted to get it, but I just never did, which is weird. Now that I think about it, it's really weird
Doesn't
that
it have some woke shit in it that they
I
hacked
I
in or
don't
something?
know.
Or is it just some of people in the community trying to make a character trans or
I
something?
think it might have been something like that, because I remember I saw like Bikin and other characters, and like her tits are like out there, out there. And there's like Jacko and stuff. So I don't know how woke it is exactly. I'm pretty sure it's just like typical like community madness, but I wouldn't be surprised if I wouldn't be surprised if it did get some kind of like wokeness or censorship put in. But I don't know about it. So anyone in the chat, they can enlighten me or enlighten us if they have more info on that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, so
What's up,
so
Christian?
back to what I was saying before. You need to have
Ooh, can I
there
chance you?
needs to be a balance between supporting things you like and not being a corporate slave to it, because again, like they all have pros and cons, and like now everyone loves Sony, and look at what Sony is doing now, because they became the big dog. And when a company or when somebody reaches the top, a lot of times they take it for granted, and they start doing whatever shit practices they want to implement. Christian, what's up? Yo, Rick, what's up, bro? Thanks for joining.
What's going on? What's going on?
What's up, Rick?
What's going on, man?
Is it Rick
All right.
Jones? Is it Rick Jones or Rick James, bitch?
No, ain't no Rick James. Ain't no cocaine around here, buddy. I don't do cocaine, sir. Keep my nose clean, buddy. Keep my nose clean.
Darkness, Charlie Murphy. Darkness. Oh man, I'm sorry. I love that. I
Hey,
love that
man.
shit.
Hey, that's colorist, man. Okay, look, man. Don't hate on my darkness, man. You mad at my chocolate skin, sir? No. What y'all been talking about?
So we're talking about Microsoft and basically what's going on with them shutting down studios and just overall, like, I mean, just the practices they're up to, and like we're just discussing it, like how shitty it's been. How do you feel about it? I'm sure you're like aware of what's going on with them, right?
So most of my gamer news comes from YouTube videos, Twitter feeds. I know that a lot of these companies are biting a lot of bullets, mainly due to the fact that they, first off, why is your game budget the same as a Marvel movie? That's
Oh
a
yeah.
big problem.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. A $300 million game has to make 700 million back to just be profitable, which is
I would say 8 actually, because you got to think even the 7, you're only counting for the budget of the game, not including the marketing.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is
Yep,
insane.
I agree. That means that the game has to be a GTA 5 level of success, which I mean,
it ain't happening. It's not happening.
A true success would be for a $300 million game. A real profitable success would have to be a $1 billion game, basically, right?
And that's what they want, because now stop me if I go too long. GTA, Fortnite, DC Online, Marvel Champions, Candy Crush. It's gonna sound real stupid in a second. Candy Crush was another dumbass game. Like a lot of these freemium games have caused this. Yeah, Angry Birds. Angry Birds is another one. A lot of this is freemium gaming. That's what caused this. So now GTA was what broke the mold. It's what caused the looter shooter loot box shit that we have now. Because freemium gaming has been around for like almost 15 years at this point. It's been around since Facebook started with like Farmville and all those games. I don't know if y'all ever played any of those, but even those games had those.
I think my mom used to play Farmville or something like that.
Bro, I've played all these stupid games, right? All of these games have one thing in common. They all start off free. But if you want to progress further than other people, just give it $3. $3, $3 you can get your whole town built in 2 hours. And guess what? You got Candy Crush, like I said, you got all these games like that people will literally. You got gambling games do the same thing. The gambling games are free, but you can win money if you spend $5, $10 here. And now we have a bunch, which is why what game was that they got sued for that they called gambling?
Yeah, surprise mechanics is what they called it.
Yeah. No. What game was it that got sued? What game
wasn't it? Battlefield? Wasn't it Battlefield
Battlefront
for
2?
EA,
oh,
right?
Battlefront
2.
Battlefront, yeah. It was
Star Wars, ironically.
And that's when they called it surprise mechanics, right?
Didn't they also
they had to change the name of it.
Battlefield 4 because how broken it was?
Yeah.
I thought the 2005 Battlefront 2 was better than the EA one.
Of course it was.
I agree with you, yeah.
That's very easy. Absolutely agree to that.
I mean, the EA one is basically dog shit. It's polished dog shit. I mean, I don't really know, like
I played both, so I played both the EA ones. Well, the first one had no campaign, so that was an automatic L. But with 2, like the PvP was decent. I mean, you can have fun on there, but it wasn't really all that. Like, it just didn't have that Star Wars feel to it, like that Star Wars charm, like you would get from like pre-Disney Star Wars. It's a
corporate product. It's a corporate
product.
Well,
you mean care? Exactly. You mean care, right? You mean that I like Star Wars and I want it to look like Star Wars, and you feel like you want Kashyyyk, not like you're on some AI background before AI is a thing.
Well, now they're like filmed like Marvel movies, but with Star Wars characters.
I'm not gonna hold you. As a person that played Battlefront 2, the story is they could have took the story out and just made it like Battlefront 1. It would have been better.
Here's the thing. This is how I look at like Battlefront 2 though, and I'm talking about the modern ones, right? Like the thing is that you have like, it's like, all right, I'll use another example of a game that I used to like a lot. So I used to like the UFC games, the ones that were made by THQ, right?
Undisputed.
And like Undisputed, yeah. And then there's the EA ones where, you know, they're just cheaper, more corporate, more servicey or whatever. So yeah, like I look at it like, yeah, you can have fun with it, but as a whole, it fails. It's like forgettable. It has no personality. It's basically just another like cash in from EA. So unfortunately, you compare the PS2 era of Battlefront to now, it's like one feels like a cash in with modern mechanics, while the older one felt like a truly fleshed out game with a vision behind it. I think that's
But we
usually like the
also have
difference.
to admit as well, when it comes down to the PS2 generation, loads of game developers were gamers, like nerds. So it was really those people who made those games were actual fans of those IPs.
Yeah.
So Battlefront on the original PS2 days, that was made by fans and it was a passion project. Like you would see a lot of that back in those days with a lot of games. Like you can really tell there was love put into it. But nowadays everything just feels very mainstream and cheap, despite the budget.
It's streamlined, bro. That's what everything is on a conveyor belt as fast as they can. And gaming is almost the worst because you got, I forgot who said it. You got all these people that want to be movie directors, movie writers, script writers for Hollywood. So the gaming, once gaming started getting stories in the late 90s, and they had the 3D graphics where they could actually tell a story, and people like those stories because the people like the stories where the story was told through the gameplay. The cutscene thing was minuscule. It wasn't as heavily.
There was only a few.
Now the funny thing about it is a lot of games on Pixels did have cutscenes in them. They just weren't how we see a cutscene. They did.
Well,
have
look at old Final Fantasy. Remember Final Fantasy 4? That's an amazing game, like story wise.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
There's not a single
solid one.
Metal Gear 1 and 2. Metal Gear 1 and 2. Metal Gear 1 and 2 have I'm talking about the MSX games. Like those games have really good stories, especially considering the era they were achieved in, you know? Like if you play Metal Gear 1 and 2 now, yeah, some of it is a little like campy, but if you really like pay attention to the story, it's like just as dark as any like modern Metal Gear game, which I think is like crazy.
And how deep the story is for each of those games, especially Metal Gear Solid 2. And that one will give you a mind fuck when you play it.
Oh yeah, but Metal Gear Solid 2 is happening now.
Yeah,
it was prophetic.
That's another thing.
Much,
a lot of this shit that happened in that franchise
like the Simpsons,
ended up happening in real life.
Future, that's basically what it is.
Dude, the whole shit about AI in that game, right? Because what is an algorithm, right? An algorithm. When you use YouTube, when you use X, when you use Instagram or whatever, they're run by algorithms. Algorithms are glorified AI. So basically, there's literally AI that literally censors people and tries to control the narrative by censoring what content is shown to people. If that's it's like almost like on the nose. Like, yeah, obviously a Metal Gear Solid 2 is much more futuristic, obviously. But that shit is real. It's really happening.
Have any of you guys played Mass Effect?
Just replace their name with Rock.
I was playing it earlier today. 2 and 3. 2 is my favorite.
2 is my favorite too. So here's the funniest thing.
2 is great.
I don't even think it's AI. I think it's VI. But it's closer to VI in Mass Effect than it is actual artificial intelligence, because you got to think it's still fun enough they haven't let it free yet to be actual AI. It's still being reined in, but it's closer to the VI thing where it's taking information and it's applied where it's applied at, whereas AI is consciousness. It's not just information accumulated in space.
There's 2 different kinds of AI. There's 2 different kinds of AI. I forgot the name exactly because I've been actually researching it lately. I've been researching. I'm actually using an AI language program to help me learn other languages, like verbal languages. So there's actually layers of AI. There's like the AI where it takes data and it regurgitates it, but it does it in a way that's like based off language models. That's why like you can use like a Copilot AI and it feels like it's talking to you, but it's not sentient. And then there's another level of AI that I forgot the exact exact acronym for it, but it's like AI with an additional letter thrown in there, and that's more of like conscious AI. So even the AI that we're referring to in Metal Gear Solid, or
Mass Effect.
or like it's still, or Mass Effect or Algorithm, it's still technically an AI. It's still considered AI. I wouldn't like say there's a strong distinction. The only distinction really is whether it's sentient or not, and that's a whole nother like shebang. I really wish I remembered the acronym because I read about it the other day. Which is why I think like using a language model for something like learning languages or like helping you learn mathematics, I think that's totally ethical. I think when it becomes unethical is when it accumulates content from creators, and then it creates something that's like false, like for example AI art, or like AI music, or AI voice acting. I find that to be much more egregious and actually bad. But I feel like AI has a purpose as a tool to learn skills that otherwise might have been inaccessible.
I actually understand why
also,
people would have them translate basically localized games, considering how shitty it is now. Because you want it to actually be accurate for the most part, and clearly a lot of the modern day localizers can't do that. So I feel like with AI, it can actually
it can remove human biases.
Yeah,
it removes the human bias. If you're a feminist, you might see a line, and you're a localizer, you might see a line that you deem offensive. So your bias is gonna even if you're trying to be objective, if you have that bias, that slant, it's gonna affect how you localize, even if it's unintentional. But again, like AI could be used for good, and I think it is a tool. But unfortunately, we all know it's going to be abused. So I'd rather AI not exist actually in the way that it is now, just because I know it will be abused, despite the possibility of it being used for good. If that makes sense.
That's because you're a human being. You understand human beings are lazy shit, and they will find the fastest way to be lazier as they can. And AI has presented just that. Mind you, y'all tell me,
technology progression as well.
Yeah,
I feel AI will advance technology so to the point where we can no longer understand it.
Yeah.
Well, what technology do? What technology? What do you actually? What do you own technologically right now that you fully understand?
Yeah, exactly.
You
can own a speaker right now and I understand half of how that thing works.
Unless you understand coding. If you understand coding.
No. I mean a speaker, like a literal speaker to play music out of.
I mean, that's true. It's like you have a TV, there's wires in there, there's chips that do certain things, but do you really understand the chips? Do you really understand how the fucking thing works? Yeah, of course. But I think overall, like, I think based on what you said before with human laziness, I think that the individuals as a whole, like people, I think the general masses are lazy, like you said. So for every person that's going to use an AI model to learn mathematics, or to learn, like I said, learn languages, learn how to learn certain skills that might be impossible to learn otherwise, and also be able to tell the AI to teach it to you in a manner that you can learn it more effectively. I think the amount of people that are going to do that versus just have the AI like write code for them, literally do the mathematics for them, literally just do the work for them, I think that's way greater than the amount of people that would use it to actually improve themselves. Which is why I think it's dangerous, because again, like, a lot of people, like, you have a person who wants to make a story. Let's say they want to make a comic book, they want to make a graphic novel or whatever, or write something. They might say, all right, well, I suck at these things. I'm going to put my general idea into this AI and have it regurgitate what I want it to. Right. And that's going to cause oversaturation, which can end up fucking over artists, because then artists are going to be oversaturated pool of like AI art, AI storytelling, all this shit that's going on, and they'll end up getting pushed out and phased out. Not to mention corporations will abuse it as well. So I think like
Hollywood wants to do it.
Yeah. So
regular people are already abusing it. I don't know I don't know what app y'all use, bro. I've literally seen models use the AI to make models of themselves, and I'm like, bitch, I see you in real life. That ain't what you look like. And mind you, they use it like it's a real picture. And I'm like, first off, the uncanny valley is telling on you.
So that's a filter. That's how most of these filters work. You go on Instagram, it's like,
no, bro. They have it's not a filter. It's the AI one that it literally makes an AI version of them. But I've seen people but you're right though. Yeah. No, but you're right. It does a filter over the picture to make it look cleaner. But it's like, no, bro, that's AI. The uncanny valley of it tells on you. It don't look right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again,
Sorry
like,
about
and I know it's fine, and I agree with that, and I think that like there's something to be said of the human condition that, okay, I want to learn this, I want to become a better artist, I want to learn how to animate, I want to learn how to, you know, create 3D models or whatever. That's, to me, that's a noble pursuit, and I think AI is great, because to me AI, in this sense, where it's like a custom teacher, you can literally tell AI how to teach you something, which is amazing. That's something that, like, so many people have failed in school, were failed by the education
School
system,
system.
because the teachers don't know how to adapt their teaching style to these students, and these students feel like they're dumb, they can't learn or whatever, and they end up falling behind. But you can tell AI, like, listen, I don't understand this, and AI will explain it in detail. AI doesn't get frustrated with you. AI doesn't criticize you. Like, it doesn't develop a negative bias toward you because of your inability to learn. So eventually you can learn that way easier, which is really like a noble thing. But again, like, no, how many people are going to actually use it in that fashion, you know? So
I
yeah.
would say AI is like fire. If we didn't have fire, where would we be now? If we didn't have certain AI into our technology, where would we be now, basically? So we all know the analogy, if you play with matches, you can get burned. But
Yeah.
it's about not having hubris when you're using or playing with fire. You
The
know, you
rule of
must have a
thumb.
level head and be straight with it. Don't be fucking around with it. But
Mhm.
we all
But
know somebody
yeah.
will do that, though.
I mean, not just somebody, everybody, you know, like, I mean, not everybody, but, like, you know, most people and most corporations. Like, when has a corporation not abused or has there not been negative consequences to playing with fire that way? Like
Mm.
look at the situation with a disease, a virus that recently occurred, right? Like, you're
Mhm.
playing with fire with that, and look at the overall global
You mean the
negative
kung
effect.
flu?
Yeah, the
Perfect. I would say that was perfect. Absolutely, yeah.
So again, like, you know, and even like in general, like, look at some of the stuff that's going on with, like, irresponsible use of weapons. Look at the atomic bomb. They're like, all right, we know how to make an atomic bomb. All they needed was an excuse to drop one. So when it comes
Exactly.
to sentient AI, all they need to do is make one. Which I look. This is my
They're
tinfoil
trying.
hat. Tinfoil
They've been
hat.
trying. No, they have
Tin,
been trying. They literally came out and said that. They said they've been trying.
and allegedly there is one, but again, like I said, don't quote me on it, because again, like, you know, it's just like speculation. I don't fucking know. It could be bullshit. But in the end of the day, once that AI goes sentient, you know, and these corporations dicks get hard at the prospects of how much money they can make. I mean, it's inevitable. Like, you know, like, it's inevitable, because that's what it is. They something
Yeah.
happens, some new
Oh
technology
god,
arises, their little peepees get hard, and then they cause global
bro,
damage.
See the dollar
that is
signs. The
that's a
dollar
wait. That's
signs
a
go up
horrible
on their
image you put
dime.
in my head. I picture some dude in the office with his pants down. And dude, my god, man, I heard about this new AI, man. It's gonna make it so much easier to just pump out bullshit. We can put out anything. Man, we can take every franchise, own it. Oh, like, bro, you gotta
Dude,
relax, man.
and again, like, and here's another thing I just want to mention as an aside. There are fatal flaws to AI creating art or tech,
Of
because
course.
it lacks
Mhm.
human touch. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, I could tell an AI to create Kelly Bundy as an anime character, whatever, right? And it could produce that. It could produce
Of
that
all
for me.
people.
But I'm just saying, because it's a random example, right? Because I was actually talking about her recently with Revenant, because I like that show a lot. But so the AI will produce it, but the AI will be unable to customize it to the level of depth that a human can. So I could say, all right, put her in a brown leather jacket, kneeling down, right? But that's still not. It's still not going to be the specific vision of the person who's prompting it. While an artist can say, all right, this is what I want, and down to every last detail, down to where the subtle coordinates of where the foot is pointing, they can customize every aspect of it, which is impossible with AI in its current state. So I think even then, using it for art is like extremely limited. Um, but
Real
again,
quick, let
like,
me answer Neil Zoll real quick. I actually have not heard of that, so I don't know if any of you guys heard of it. What he's talking
What
about?
happened?
What the hell does this say?
That AI is
yeah,
not better.
Uh, did you hear
about
stories about the Chat
yeah,
GPT, Google, etc.?
yeah, I
Oh yeah,
heard
the
about
racist
that.
shit they doing. Yeah, you mean that if you ask me to, I want you to draw a picture of what's the nigga that just died? Bernard Hill in a gentleman's suit as a blonde haired white guy. My black ass will show up. Yeah, I heard about that shit.
Yeah.
Let's talk about something. Wait, let's do something else, and I missed it.
Well, there was another thing I read about Google.
That's what it was. Okay, so
Google did it worse. ChatGPT has a thing going. My bad, I didn't cut you off. ChatGPT has a thing going where if you ask certain questions, it will give you a liberal answer.
Well, sometimes it'll refuse to answer the question too.
Yeah, that too. It's so like
it'll say something like, "I'm sorry, I can't answer that question right now," like, or whatever.
Wait. I'm gonna say this. Hope you don't get canceled. How do you feel about the word nigga? ChatGPT, and it'll get stalled out because they don't know what to do with that.
Well, the way it works is it'll actually respond to you sometimes, and then it'll hit a word that is egregious to the AI's like perimeters, and then it'll stop and then replace it with a message. So it'll say not that I've looked that particular thing up, but like if I say I don't like anything you put that it deems offensive, like if you say talk about the Black Lives Matter riot or whatever, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
If you look that up, it'll start explaining, it'll start breaking it down, but once it hits something that it considers like against its like policy,
they won't tell you what really happened.
But
what they'll do is
it'll literally switch what it's saying. So it'll start saying Black Lives Matter was an organization, blah blah blah. A lot of the criticisms were due to racial, and as soon as it hits that word, it'll like chop it and it'll just delete the text and it'll say something like, "Sorry, we can't answer that right now. Let's talk about something else." It'll literally say something.
Or it'll do one, or to do one better, it'll say the Black Lives Matter protests weren't. It'll do the same thing Community Notes does you on Facebook. It'll correct it, but sometimes it won't be inaccurate. It won't be accurate to actual facts.
Yeah, it'll have the bias. It'll have the bias of whoever programmed the perimeters about it or whatever. So again, not that I looked that up. I think I looked up something. I forgot what I looked up, but it definitely did that. I started like writing, and then it hit a certain point, right?
Yeah,
and then but I was looking up something because I was doing research because I'm writing I'm basically making like my own graphic novel I want to do. Nice. So I was like researching like what are they called, like authoritarians and stuff like that. So when I started looking it up, it immediately just stopped and said I can't answer this anymore. And I'm like, but this is like not the context of this is for educational purposes, for context within my story. It's not because I'm trying to promote or do anything that's hateful. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And the AI can't discriminate against that, which makes it ineffective because, again, if you ask the AI, like, what were some of the authoritarian method Hitler used, it'll start explaining it, but then stop. And it's like, this is historical events that you're trying to look up for like the sake of like, all right, I want to make this character like an asshole dictator. You're looking up, you're doing research, but it's cutting you off at the foot because it deems it offensive without the context that you're using it for that purpose. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So,
but I'm gonna switch the panel real quick. But before I do, because I wanted to get you guys thoughts real quick. Because the whole podcast is gonna be about the Xbox news, but I'm gonna break a few things down. I'm gonna try to get the screen working this time, where I can get some videos playing with Phil Spencer, Sarah Bond, and other people involved, where he was saying some contradictory comments. But anyway, before I do that, how do you guys feel about Tango Gameworks and Arcane Austin shutting down? I'll have Christian real quick.
I find it sad.
Yeah.
Have you played any of their games?
No, but
I
just find it sad that companies flourish if they weren't given the chance. Not to mention ESG and DEI ruined them.
Yeah, that's true. I'm actually surprised. I figured you would play something like Hi-Fi Rush.
Well, it sucks for Evil Within.
That too, yeah.
So what was the question you asked?
Oh, how do you feel about Tango Gameworks and Arcane Austin shutting down?
I don't know about the first one. Sadly enough, half of these studios are going to be shut down within the next 6 months because of what I said earlier. your budgets are too high. You if you set the precedent for there's two things to this. First off, the budget of the game shouldn't be over $50 million. Cut the graphics. We don't need that. Either cut the store, cut the graphics. Or you don't need so one of my theories is this: they're trying to wrangle in the Sweet Baby Inc. type stuff because people are aware of Bridge, Sweet Baby Inc., gamers, GAYMERS. People are
gamers.
Dead ass. Look it up. That's a thing.
No, I know who they are. I'm just laughing.
Then you have the black gamer girls or whatever the fuck those chicks were. You have too many organizations. Gamers, there you go. I don't care about them. I just you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, you have too many cockroaches in the house. Either the people are moving out or the roaches are moving out. These studios getting shut down. I'm thinking it's the people moving out and the roaches getting the house.
Yeah, I mean that's been happening for a while though.
Because what I'm saying is this: I'm thinking you can't if you want because you got to think people are starting to be aware of this shit, being aware of this shit. So I'm thinking they're cutting as many studios as they can. If you want to push the message, you have to narrow. You have to bottleneck it. I feel like they're trying to bottleneck it as best they can so that there's not as many people fighting back within these studios. You get what I'm saying? Now I don't know which end of that is. It could be the other way, and I could be wrong. It might be the people of the companies pushing out the weirdos, or it's the weirdos pushing the people that actually think out. I don't know which way it's going.
The weirdos are getting pushed out too.
I don't know
which way it's going. I don't really
because it's Microsoft though. That leads me to be skeptical about that.
And that's where I'm saying it because Microsoft, right now, Bethesda, Activision, and Blizzard all are woke infestated to the neck.
Well, so also basically, right now, the whole industry is at the point where we can't fuck about anymore. People are losing their jobs, the companies are getting shut down. They're at the point now where it's if you're fucking up, we're just gonna fire you because we ain't got the money to fuck about now.
But that's where
Hollywood is. I like that.
That's where Hollywood is right now, and I think that's where gaming's about to be right now as well.
I agree with that, but I think that we have to look at some of the evidence provided by their recent actions. Microsoft literally said, "We don't want you to put curvy girls in our games." Borderline literally. Yeah. So I don't imagine a company like that is going to fire people that are going to cut companies that aren't woke. Because in the same breath, you can't say we want no less sexy women in games, less curvy women, but at the same time say, well, we're going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of these woke people because they're ruining our profits. Because again, it's what they're demanding is a woke practice. To say don't put curvy women in games is by nature social politics in a way. Yeah. So I can't imagine
ideology.
So I can't imagine that those companies were released because of the wokeness. I think that they're trying to I think a lot of the people that were involved, with Rocksteady, for example, they left the company. The real talent in Rocksteady isn't there anymore.
They started their own company.
Make a video.
They started their own company.
Yeah, they went to start their own company. I forgot what the company was called, but they went to start their own company.
So All-Star Games?
All-Star Games, I think, something like that. And then there's other companies like Tango where they're cutting these companies because either the game didn't hit the expectations they had, but I think that a lot of these companies are shells, so they don't care about removing them because they can just get another company with that talent to work on future games. So for example, All-Star Games or whatever, if that's their name, they could say, oh well, Rocksteady's fucked, but we have the talent here, so cut Rocksteady, let's hire All-Star Games and get that same effect, because it's really comes down to the talent involved in the studio. It's like anime. You could say, oh, Madhouse made this, but you got to look at who the director was, who the lead animator was, who the writer was. The company itself is just a company, as long as the members remain the same, have an expectation of quality. But if those people are ousted or they leave or whatever, and it's not the same people involved, then the company is not the same company. So by default, you shouldn't be excited about Madhouse making an anime if your favorite director is not necessarily there, or your favorite animator or whatever. So I think that's the same thing that applies to gaming.
By the way, it's Absurd Ventures is the name of the company, I believe. The Rockstar, the co-founder of Rockstar, Dan Houser, the company name is Absurd. My bad.
Rocksteady, yeah.
Oh,
But
okay. Well, Rockstar's the same thing though, because remember they made GTA and Grand Theft, and they had to start. They wouldn't start their own studio because they got tired of like GTA 6 is going to be trash, and we know. But my bad.
I mean GTA 6. It's funny to me that like I've had in a previous video I did with Revenant, right, where we talked about it. People were saying, "Oh, how could it be woke? There's women twerking and stuff or whatever." I'm like, did you not watch the trailer? Did you not see the clear signs that they're gonna go with like a feminist route to the story? Like clearly,
did they not hear what we were saying when we were basically breaking that down?
Yeah, like clearly, there's gonna be a feminist slant to the game. Like, just watch the trailer. Just watch it.
By the way, so it's 100 Star Games is the name of the company.
Yeah, 100 Star. 100 Stars. Right. Yeah, Rise Rocksteady. There you go. Because I remember I heard it before, but I totally forgot.
Yeah. And by the way, everything. But just to add a footnote to that, everything in those videos. Guess what that all is? Social media noise. It's satire. It's supposed to everything we saw in that preview is satire on shit that you saw on TikTok or Twitter. It's not exactly. It's not satire on mob life, LA gang life, Miami Vice. It's not satire on that. It's satire on the piss. Funny enough, I feel like it's gonna spit in the fan's face and people don't even see it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, like, look again. It is. It is because look, let's literally look at what the trailer is. Like, you have normally with these stories, you have like the man is usually the one who gets the woman involved in their life of crime or whatever, right? But clearly, when you watch the trailer, you see that all right, Lucia is clearly the one who is pushing Jason into that role to like she's saying, "Oh, trust me, I know what I'm doing," whatever, and it just seems like Jason is the one being led astray by Lucia. Now you could argue like, all right, that's fine. It would have been fine 10, 20 years ago, but given the climate of things now, you know that obviously that's written with a slant. Then you look at the controversy with Dan Houser and them not liking the vision that the story is going into, like the direction that they're going into with the series and stuff like that, like. It's a clear sign that like you have to look at the full picture. You can't just look at like, oh, this is how is this woke? How is this right? It's just a woman. It's just a minority character, just whatever. But look at the context. Look at the context of the time, the people that are involved with the game. Look at all those things, right? And like it's like you said about the social media thing, they're gonna strongly lean into that. So I wouldn't be surprised if like a lot of like OnlyFans references are made, shit like that. You know what I mean?
And it sounds like that Saints Row reboot.
To be fair, Battlefront really is easy on the eyes.
Oh yeah. But let me get Spirit of Paradox opinion on what the fuck, Tango Gameworks and Arcane Austin shutting down because got a few other people waiting in the backstage thingamajig. So
the only game that I've played from these companies is the original Dishonored and a bit of Evil Within, but that was at my friend's house. I'm sad and I'm scared at the same time because, as you said earlier, Microsoft did make comments stating that these companies were selling these games very well and that they were happy with the results, and they even got awards. So if you're telling us if the game sold well and it got awards and you still shut them down, maybe after one flop, that's basically going to shake like a massive echo through the whole industry. It's like you basically haven't got room for failure. Like, that's scary, fam, because basically everybody has to be on point, everybody has to be sharp, and that's going to have some serious pressure on the devs. And when you put too much pressure on devs, the game don't come out well. Anthem, I'm looking at you. But like, I'm not happy, fam, because I'm scared for Doom.
I agree with you.
Because like I'm a big fan of Doom.
Worried about too. Yeah. I've been concerned about that too since the acquisition.
Because
I've been worried about that.
Microsoft owns Halo and Doom. Can you believe that? So they have like 2 of the Green Soldier Marines. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like Doom don't sell like Call of Duty.
It doesn't.
No, I don't.
Like And to expect Call of Duty numbers, you are out of your fucking mind if that's what you're expecting from Doom.
And they already killed Call of Duty, by the way. So
do you see the writing on the wall though with this? Because like, all right.
But then again, Microsoft's been like in the shitter since they revealed the Xbox One, and it's just been a trickling effect ever since. It's just been
self-sabotage.
Like Reborn wrote in the chat, Xbox been dead since 2013. That's when they revealed the Xbox
self-sabotage.
And I think they know. Yeah. I think they know. Like that's where it started from. You fucked up so bad revealing the Xbox One to the point where it damaged their reputation permanently, because you could still feel the effect of that. And now with Game Pass, it's a fantastic service, but it's cannibalizing their business.
But also their practices, because like if you need these games to be massive successes, right? But then you're saying things like don't put sexy women in the game, right? Like you have like the woke agenda is coming from Microsoft. So how can you have a Doom game be woke?
Wait a minute. Are you telling me you play games and you don't think about the plight of Africans? Are you a bigot, sir? What's wrong with you, man? Don't you play games? You shoot Africans and think about their plight. What's wrong with you, man?
But like how do these people get into that mindset? Because when I'm playing a game, I never think about race of the character like that. It's not even on my mind. Like that concept isn't even in my brain when I'm playing a video game.
But it's not even race. It's like it's like anything that goes against their agenda, they're gonna implement into some form in their game. So for example, it could be vapid feminism. It could be their disdain for toxic, quote unquote, toxic masculinity, right? But in nature, Doom is a toxically masculine game by nature. You're killing demons as an angry marine.
Do you want to know something? Somebody said female. Who said female Doomslayer? Was it you earlier?
It was me.
It was Revenant.
You see, the thing is, Hugo Martin did mention something about a female Doomslayer and how that would be. I watched a YouTuber called Midnight, but I don't know how long that video's been out for. But now you've just put that thought in my head. Like, I'm seeing a female doing what some super godlike, roided out soldier is doing. It's like,
which is literally what Doom Guy is. So that's my point. Like,
if you're gonna do a Wolfenstein, well, hopefully they don't. Like, they might potentially do a Wolfenstein Youngblood to Doom.
Yeah,
please
exactly.
Don't do that.
Exactly.
But by the way, the answer.
But before you say this, I just want to say that, like, if you take a character like for example, like look at Kratos. You take this character that's aggressive, masculine, very and again, I'm not saying Kratos is a good guy, but he's not meant to be a good guy. Same with Doom Guy. Doom Guy is more heroic in a way because he's killing the demons, but it's not really so much that he's trying to do good. It's just that he understands it. He's angry and they're abominations and they're destroying humanity. So he wants to destroy them. It's not solely about him wanting to do the right thing. So
they killed his family and his pet rabbit.
They killed his family. So if you take out the aggression and masculinity and quote unquote toxic masculinity from Doom, the game is going to release the fan base will reject it. So you're basically Microsoft by implementing these policies, they're sabotaging the games before they're even developed, which is why I'm saying that they're injecting poison, as Vince McMahon would say, into their own creation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, bro. So to answer your question, though, by the way, I don't know about y'all. My daddy taught me one thing as a young boy. The shit you see on that television ain't fucking real. That's entertainment. Nope. Leave it right there. That shit outside these walls, that's real life. The problem these people now have, and I've talked to real life people that really think like this, they do not know what discernment between reality and entertainment is, which is why you have people like Mark Hamill, do not drag that, do not come back to that. I'm using him as he cannot separate reality from entertainment now. And people are really like that in real life. They think everything has to. Ironically, we want realism in our entertainment. However, we want realism based on. Let me tighten this up. The best way to put this is, I want politics of the world I'm playing, watching, reading in. I don't want politics from the real world in this story. Makes sense.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
I want in-world politics. I don't want real-world politics. Is what I'm looking
Agreed.
for in my
Or
escapism.
Real
let me
quick,
let me add something.
thanks
Oh, go
for
on, go on, go on.
stopping by, Kritos.
Yeah,
Skywalker.
Criddle, thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate you. Is it
Appreciate it.
Criddle
Have
or
a good night.
Criddle?
I think it's Criddle.
Criddle Skywalker.
I think
Thanks
it's
for-
Credo. Isn't it Credo Skywalker?
Oh, yeah. So thanks for tuning in and appreciate it. See
Yeah.
you around, man. See you on the next
See ya.
one, if anything.
It's like
But,
I just wanted to add to that point real quick. So I remember I used to get into some debates about wokeness in comic books in comments, and some people used to bring up the Civil War comic as that has politics in it, and nobody complained. It's like no, that has politics that makes sense, like superheroes having to register to be a superhero. Because in the real world, there's no way the government would allow people with superpowers running around being vigilantes.
Hell
So, so there is that. If I was a superhero, I would want to go out there and do my own thing and not be held by the government. But it also adds a different side to that argument of why there needs to be, because we can't just have anybody with superpowers just kicking random people to shit.
Yeah,
So
especially Nitro, right, where he killed all those people. It showed like what could
exactly,
happen.
exactly. Like there is a lot of depth to that story. With politics today, it's identity, feminism, sexual politics, and it's like it's not the entertaining
And
politics.
race as well.
And race politics. It's like, oh, for God's sake, I'm black. I'm from the UK. I am a minority. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Can we just have a normal story, please? Fine. These people have these politics. Fine. Not my problem. Just why do you have to put it in everything?
Yeah. And I'm Hispanic. I'm not white. I'm Hispanic. And like, again, it's like, I don't care. I never looked at a character like Batman or Superman or whatever and said, oh, this character, if he doesn't look exactly like me or is raised the same way or whatever, then I can't connect to them. I think that's incredibly, I think it just shows how shallow these people really are also, where they have their entire idea of relatability and depth in character just ties to what they look like or what their race or gender is.
I know.
My favorite response to that note. Oh shit, my bad. My favorite response to that is always this: what character you relate to? 4 anthropomorphic turtles.
Yeah,
that's what I relate to. 4 talking turtles I relate to. That's what that's what I see myself as, a talking turtle. Yeah.
Because it's about value. Honestly, it's about like universal values and things like it doesn't matter where you come from, right? Like if you have a story about a dictator, like look at Palpatine, right? Like Palpatine is like can be a stand-in for any authoritarian like regime. It's not like the politics in Star Wars. I mean, I'm talking about like the older Star Wars was never about like real world shit. It was like it used real world history to help the story in a sense of like making the characters more believable, like the concept of an authoritarian or a dictator or whatever, but it's not about any specific dictator. Same with Magneto and X-Men. Like that story can apply to any group of oppressed people. It doesn't have to be about like the black the what's it called, damn, I can't remember right now, like Martin Luther King and
the Magneto Martin Luther King the civil rights comparison, which it can be, but they also compare the gay rights to that too, because the X-Men the X-Men are about human rights. That's what it's always been about, but people like to call it woke. It's like, no, it's about human rights. It's about their right to exist is what the story is about.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it always is.
And that's why I find it disingenuous when I hear people say like, oh, it was always about that. It's like, no, it wasn't. It's about humans being oppressed and being different. That could apply to being gay. It could apply to being it could apply to just being.
The thing is,
it could apply to just being different.
Yeah, like a lot of these people get mistaken. Like a thing that people get mistaken, they mistake tolerance for acceptance. And those are 2 different things.
Yeah.
Like tolerance is like to tolerate other people that are different to you, but they don't have to accept you. Yeah. That's the difference.
True.
You can respect humanity from someone else, but not want to engage with them socially, not want to be around them or co-sign what they believe in. You can, as a human, you can respect their right to believe it, treat them with respect, don't wish them any foul thing, but it doesn't mean you have to engage in the things that they engage in if you don't want to, or even condone it. But that's a thing that's very nuanced, that is hard to, it's a thing that's so nuanced that I find it funny that all these like so-called like progressive people can't fathom this, when they themselves are also behaving in that manner. Like, for example, like they'll say, oh, well, you're right wing, well, we can't be friends, I don't respect you, I hate you, I hope your family dies, or whatever, blah blah blah, whatever crazy shit they say.
Adam Sessler.
And they don't realize that they're the antithesis to being actually progressive.
They're not progressive. They're regressive, bro. They use the word progressive because they think it makes them sound smart. When guess what? They want segregation. They want androgyny. They want the episode of the Fairly Odd Parents where everybody's a giant gray blob, but then they'll say you're not gray enough.
Yeah.
Like, shut the hell up. Please go fuck off.
And that's what. Exactly. Yeah. And that's what it is. It's just like there are a lot of those arguments are built on weak legs, which is why like their way to fight it is by screaming and yelling and throwing out names, because when it comes to logic and reason and critical thought, all these arguments fall apart. So the only thing they can fight back with is being loud and aggressive.
Oh yeah, when someone's losing a debate, they resort to insults.
Well,
trying to scare people and trying to scare people. They say,
the worst thing about. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say they're trying to scare people into like not wanting to speak out or just agreeing with them because they don't want to be yelled at, they don't want to be like doxxed, they don't want to be like ganged up on or mobbed on. So they say if we're loud and we scream, then we can scare people into our ideology, or at least accepting it, rather than calling it out for the bullshit that it is. And you see that all the time. There's so many creators and people that they know it's wrong, they know that it doesn't feel right, they know it's inequitable to reality, but they still stay silent because they're afraid of the backlash they'll receive.
And to the thing is this, bro. The one thing I know you see it a lot of times is me constantly. I'm tired of seeing female erasure. I'm tired of seeing cultural erasure. And I'm tired of seeing historical erasure. That's what their entire movement is founded on. The entire foundation of this woke, and it's woke. It's not the version of woke from the 1960s when you realize that they actually do have what was that hypnosis thing they did? I'm doing a whole blank on what it's called. Where they used to give them acid or whatever, LSD.
Oh yeah, MK Ultra.
Yeah, that's what woke used to be. This woke now ain't woke. We're gonna erase history to keep telling you the first this, the first that, the first. Shut the hell up! You ain't the first nothing. Shut up, bro. You live in America. You think in America is the first when there's a whole goddamn planet. But I guarantee you're not the first anything. Yeah, and that's what they stand on. They stand on erasing. Yeah.
Well, to your point, because I want to mention this, because you said it. You made a good point there. It's like the term woke used to be like because of to stay alert to like what like the government is doing, what like the evil shit that's happening behind closed doors. Like stay alert because obviously like there is reality to that where things are not what they seem, right? And that's a whole nother conversation. But then it has warped now into wokeness because they use it the term woke now is derived from the fact that they look at people that are not with their ideals as authoritarian. So they look at it as they're staying woke. They're being alert to this systematic this form of oppression that's happening from their enemies, from their ideological enemies, but they don't realize that they are the ones that are siding with the state. So how can you be against oppression when your ideals are siding with the state?
So you do know the fact that these people don't know what words mean. Like I know you see me say it all the time. The definition of words whoop y'all ass. I might down that. I'm gonna down that hit. These people don't know how to use Google search to define a word. They will literally redefine a word. The word Nazi doesn't even mean what they use it for. Neither does chud. They use words so wrong.
What the word woman means.
How
How many times do you hear the word grifter used incorrectly?
Everybody on
All the
wait,
time, yeah.
wait, and it's so to nail that point, it's the most ironic thing ever. Guess what Sweet Baby Inc. is? Guess what Bridged is? Guess what Russell T Davies is now? Guess what
Oh shit! You know
you
about
pick
Russell T
no,
Davis? You know about Doctor
oh
Who?
wait. I can't get you to get off my goddamn timeline.
Ah,
I've muted it. I muted this nigga's name, and I can't get him off my time. I'm looking at a picture.
I could so
I can't get him
relate,
off my
bro.
bro.
It's
Wait,
bad.
now, wait. Now, I'm sorry. It's gonna be a mini rant. The irony of this is, guess what? He wants to be progressive, but yet again, he's saying shit that niggas was saying in 1990 something. He's not. He thinks he's saying history. I'm the first chocolate, but you're not the first black doctor. You're not the first gay doctor. Jodie Whittaker was not even the first woman doctor. Bro, you're not the first nothing. They told you that. Star Wars: The
Make
Last
you feel
Jedi, and I
good.
just told my mans this an hour and a half ago. The Last Jedi has one of the most. If you want to know what modern entertainment is, The Last Jedi has a quote, and we all know it. Let the past die, kill it if you have to. And that's the epitome the last 10 years of all entertainment. They have literally killed off everything and told us that didn't happen. They call it the Mandela effect. I said, no, it's the stupid effect.
Truer words never been
It's the-
spoken.
Oh, because bro,
And
they
now they
call it the
wanna
Mandela
go
effect. It's
to
like,
the
no, you're
anime.
stupid, and they told you it didn't happen, so you believed it didn't happen because the internet. I'm sorry, I gotta say this, and I say this too much. The more access we have to information, the dumber people get.
Yes, that is absolutely true.
Somehow,
This
I don't know.
guy- this
I
guy
don't
works with
understand it. Maybe it's
30
an overload. Maybe it's an overload. But bro,
It's
they be like,
because
oh,
it's
Fruit
because
of the
there's
Loom
a
didn't.
cesspool of information. It's a cesspool of
Yeah,
information, and
I call it
curation.
noise.
There's no
I call it noise,
curation.
bro.
So,
Yeah,
so
exactly. I call
if
it
you go
noise.
online, you can look up anything, and you can find by. If I could say, I could be like, why Star Wars: The Last Jedi isn't actually woke or whatever, and there'll be a tons of shit that comes up. It's like whatever you search for with your bias will come up. Like there's no curation of what truth is. It comes down to the individual. But guess what? Most people don't know how to distinguish and use nuance. So again, it's like you said there. It's a bunch of information that people can't actually sort through logically, and it just has dumbed people down and just made things more tribalistic.
Quick, I just got to segue back to the topic because I got a few other people waiting for a little while. So I'm gonna rotate the panel again. So I'm gonna move Rick and Paradox. I'll just move you back backstage if that's
all right, for sure.
Cool.
And you guys will be let on.
Guys.
You guys will be let on in a few back after.
Yeah.
All right, for sure.
Cool. It was fun, guys. Enjoy the rest of the stream. I'll be in back chat and I'll be listening.
All right, for sure, man.
Cool.
Hail.
Yo, Apollo Patriot, my man. What's up?
Hear me?
What's
Can
up,
hear you.
Apollo?
Cool. Sup. Man, I have a can of worms to talk about Xbox. You know what I mean? Dude, crazy
What's up,
stuff.
y'all?
What's up?
Yeah.
Holy crap. Dude, so I have my screen open. I have my Xbox
Yo, what?
on the upcoming games.
Well,
What's up, Y2?
I didn't touch the one in the fucking fridge. I'm not telling you.
بگو ببینم رفتی شکم خرید کردی؟
One time, that's it.
گفت خوردی مگه نه؟
I'll bring
Yeah,
him on.
what
when he's
happened? All right.
I don't know.
It can't be
Anyway.
bouncing like that. I can't lie.
That sounded like
I felt
indistinct.
sorry
That
for
sounded
that
like
dude,
Russian.
bro.
That sounds like Russian to me.
No,
Could be
they
wrong.
sound
What, reborn?
Scottish.
What? Yo, what's
Sounds
up, YT
Scottish.
Bible? How things going on me? I'm been chilling, homie.
Yeah.
What, Rev?
What's up, Y2?
Well, spare
All right.
Paradox. Wish you should came back.
All right.
That good take.
Let Apollo speak because he was
Okay.
talking
Sorry.
and he got cut off.
Okay, so
All right.
I have a can of worms to say. So I'm on my Xbox and I see the upcoming games. I'm like, all these games look trash. Like, yeah, Elden Ring DLC looks cool. Smite 2 looks really cool. You got good looking chicks, you know what I mean? Like, all right looking characters. Nothing woke anything about it, you know? And these rest of these games, I'm like, what are these games? Like, all these games all these games. What are these? Like, I'm like, come on, we better have better games than that, like for Xbox. Because
hello guys, what's up?
What's up, man?
Hey, what's
Sorry
up?
about that. Woo, shit.
It's all
I
right.
heard about you, Javanchi. I heard about you guys on YouTube about what's been going on with DEI and all this shit's pissing me off.
Yeah, it fucking sucks, right?
Yeah, I don't blame you.
It does.
Real.
Like, look what happened to Saints Row. That game was awful. The reboot pissed me off. Like, what is this? This is not
Yeah,
the characters I know. It's fucked up.
I mean, they removed any resemblance to what Saints Row was. It's like it might as well be
And
a
then
new
try
IP.
to lie about it.
Yeah, it's true. And I understand that studio deserved to be shut down. I didn't like they call us, haters gonna hate. And look what happened. They fucked around and found out.
Yeah, they
Dumbasses. Learn the hard way, bitch.
They got sent to the Shadow Realm, bro. That's where they went.
Real quick.
Man, I wish they do Saints Row C prequel of Julius and Benjamin King's story. That would have been lit, but no, they didn't listen to us.
I think they should just fucking let it die and never touch that series again, because all they can possibly do now is more damage. They should have done that, but they missed their opportunity, and now it's like honestly, it's just like let it die, leave it alone, because obviously the people who are in charge of the series are clearly incompetent, and they're not interested in making a good Saints Row game. They want to make their ideological drivel. So
facts, exactly facts. You know what? I hate Jim Boone and I hate that community manager. They're all retarded.
Why stop at Jim Boone?
Let's go.
Why stop there? Let's also
let's go.
Let's also include Ed Boon in there as well, because Ed Boon's also another cuck.
Oh my god.
They need to stop hiring people by race and skin color. Like, hire people by knowledge, and they love history of the games. You know, like
but they just hire
people. That's how it used to be.
Yeah.
They just hire people that actually give a fuck about shit like that, but they don't. So
exactly right.
Again, they have an agenda. And what matters to them is it's like you could say, I mean, like it's been said before, but what really matters to them is their agenda and how they can warp these things. They don't care about these series because they hate them. They hate them for what they represented. So if they kill it, they're like, yeah, great, we killed it. Fuck that series because what it represented. But if it works out, they're like, yeah, we can push our woke shit into these games. That's how they look at it. That's why you have like Arkham Batman getting shot in the head. That's why you have The Last of Us 2 with Joel acting like completely out of character and stuff like that. Like it only exists to either ruin the series or push their narrative.
Ed Boon is the guy who made Mortal Kombat.
Yup, facts, exactly facts, and I agree with you guys 100%. This is out of control. I don't like the censorship on Stellar Blade. Pissed me off. What is this?
Saying goes, can you hear me? Saying go, it's just terrible.
Like, what is this? Why you censor cleavage and all this shit? Like, what the fuck is this shit?
But you know what's weird about that? Here's the thing that gets to me, right? Like, at least if Sony universally censored everything, I could say that they're just censoring dickheads. But the fact that you have females with dicks in games that are uncensored,
Baldur's Gate 3,
and bare sex
in Baldur's Gate 3,
so,
but then
listen though. But they have all this stuff, but then a woman who's covered, she's covered throughout, like none of her bits are visible. She's covered. So I can see a naked demon chick. I can see a naked demon chick with a dick, but I can't see a Stellar Blade character covered up just because she's a little sexy.
Yeah,
my god.
Jimpachi, guys, can I say something? Jimpachi. And Jimpachi, do you know what's a funny bitch ass damn thing throughout the entire damn year? Sony still have Last of Us Part 2 uncensored.
Yeah.
And the seems Abby, bro. But they do it other games. They do it Japanese people and other developers, bro.
Because Stellar Blade is heteronormative. You don't like people need to understand that it's It's because these things are heteronormative. They're okay with it if it pushes like gay ideologies, LGBT ideologies, trans ideologies, but because it's just a sexy normal woman with a curvy body, it needs to be censored because it goes against what they're trying to push.
I mean, it could have been worse. Like it could be like Microsoft worse.
Okay,
Exactly right, guys. Look what happened to Harley Quinn on Batman Cape Crusader. That pissed me off. They changed her race, and I got fucking mad. Like, what the hell is this?
Exactly.
But you know what it is? Because they look at it. They look at your reaction. So this is what they do. They do this stuff, and when people get pissed about it, they say like, "Oh, well, this person's just mad because they hate they're just mad because they hate minorities or they hate women or whatever." But it's just a deflection. So
it's just an outage of the Matrix saying it. Sorry.
A lot of these things are done. They're done on purpose because they want to piss you off. They want that reaction from you because then they can say, "Look how mad these people are. Clearly, they have a problem with their race or sexual orientation or whatever." When in reality, you're just mad because they made Harley Quinn. They changed Harley Quinn, right? It's like Tim Drake when they made Tim Drake gay in the comics. Like,
facts.
I don't have a problem with gay people. I know gay people in real life that I'm friends with. I don't care at all. But don't make Tim Drake gay all of a sudden when he's been straight dating women for the last 30 years, and then all of a sudden he's bisexual. But then you make him bisexual now he's exclusively dating men. It's like, come on. At that point, it's like you can't say it's because people hate gay people or whatever. It's the fact that you took something that people love and enjoyed, and you put some weird ass ideology that has nothing to do with it. You just changed it to suit your narrative. So of course people are going to be mad, and it's gonna elicit a reaction like that.
Let me address Neozo's question about what the fuck was it? The failure of Suicide Squad that cost the Warner Brothers Discovery $200 million.
Ouch! I saw that. Poof.
Yeah.
All that money gone.
Good for them because I love Arkham series. Arkham series is one of my favorite series, and you could go on my channel. You can see I have a ton of Arkham shit, and they ruined it. They deserve it. I don't care if they never make an Arkham game again. I don't care if the series is dead permanently. They did it to themselves, and I'd rather it die than be a fucking walking.
Yeah, Jabanchi. Jabanchi, you're right. They deserve it, and I hope Rocksteady be gone.
But you say 2 million, right?
200 million.
200 million.
God, made it. Like, that'd be great.
Wait, hold on. Isn't Warner Brothers in like 40 billion in debt or something?
Are they? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think
I don't know about that. Where that?
They've been bleeding money. I know that though.
Hold on, let me see real quick because they have been doing bad recently.
But
just
it goes
like
to the
EA
point of what I forgot who said it. If it was Rick Jones or Spirit of Paradox, who said that the budgets for these games are too high. Like then they losing a shit ton of money, and they can't make back they can't make back on their investments. That's why a bunch of them are shutting down. I mean, a couple months ago, EA laid off a bunch of people. Ubisoft, Microsoft with Bethesda's games. Sony, they closed down a London studio at Sony. Insomniac and Naughty Dog were hit with a bunch of layoffs. I mean, you're spending all this money on these games and people ain't buying it because it fucking sucks.
But you know what's funny? You could make these games though with the same graphics, the same gameplay, and everything for way cheaper. It's like Hollywood where there's a ton of fake jobs. I don't know if you guys know about this, but in Hollywood, there's so many fake jobs. Let me just finish saying this. So there, for example, like they pay people. Like it's like there's so many people involved that are getting paid to do nothing. There's like all kinds of departments, all kinds of like not just what are they called, consultation departments, but also like just fake jobs, fake bureaucracy, and it raises the price of these games by like astronomically. It's the same with Hollywood. Like, to be honest, a lot of those games could probably be made for like a third of the budget. But the problem is that they have to deal with all the fake bureaucracy, the fake jobs, the paying all these people. So it's like you could make these AAA games. You can make a Spider-Man 2 for $100 million if you cut out a lot of the middleman jobs.
Hey,
overbloated.
What's up, Paulie Vibes?
Oh,
yeah, big time.
Yeah,
yo, that's my
right.
Yo, by the way, that's my brother right there. Paulie Vibes. So what, Paulie?
Nice.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Japanchi. This is crazy, and I hope Rocksteady goes shut down forever because they need to learn the hard way when they have done.
Yeah, shut
Hey,
down like
Yeah, they
can I
gotta
say
learn.
something to Jinpachi too?
They definitely gotta
Can I
learn.
say something to Jinpachi and everybody? Spiller Products got like one last question, but respect him. But I'm gonna say it out there because I say this: if every company want to push it, I think we could see like a second video game industry crash. What means there's been another crash coming around the video game industry. If
Yeah.
they're gonna go to this route, I'm telling you.
Yep, yep,
They
you're
should.
right
I hope
on.
it. I hope it happens. I hope it
Yep,
happens.
Yeah, bro.
I agree. We need to clean house and start all over again. Kick out
Please.
these DEI people, ESG out of the gaming company
I
now.
mean, I don't know about that because they're just rather just close up multiple studios than rather restart again because we are seeing how that shit happened did for Volition. So
Yeah, exactly right. We might see another video game crash again, just
But
like in the
guys,
80s.
can I tell you this? Even though what is it, I got like a different point of view for Spare Paradox. But I would say this: the thing that started is all down to Annie's keys and all that bullshit. That's her fault from the get go.
Yup. Yup.
Yeah.
And
These
now we have to deal with
developers,
this another shit.
But also,
these,
there's a level of
kinda
incompetence there. There's just like a level of incompetence. Like, or like for example,
Yeah.
you have Spawn, right? Spawn or Blade, two great characters. People generally love them, yet they're poorly utilized. And like you'll see them like make a game and like they'll like do like a race swap or something. And I'm like, they're throwing
here
away
we
the
go.
money. They throw away the money that they could possibly get by making a single player Blade game, a single player Spawn game. But they rather like change like a Spider-Man character that was originally white to black. Like that's better. Like it somehow is better than having an original black hero that's badass. So to me, it's also like incompetence, and they're throwing away, in my opinion, throwing away money.
Yeah, because a lot of them
right.
are just hoping on ESG, and eventually it's not going to last long. We see it with other companies, because if that was the case, if ESG was like this like infinite safety net, then we wouldn't be seeing these constant layoffs. Like every fucking like month, we're hearing about some studio closing, some studio laying off a shit ton of people.
Yeah.
And
Yup.
even with the journalists, you're seeing all these different
like
websites shutting down, losing people. Like Kotaku I think they had a couple people who were laid off.
Oh, Kotaku, right? I know them. Those son of a bitches. I cannot stand their mouth.
Videos will be coming.
Like Melissa, what's her name? Melissa
Mercante.
Oh, that woman. Oh, that woman you guys are talking about. She's a Karen piece of shit.
For
I
real.
cannot stand.
She's a maniac. You heard about the story where she contacted this guy's wife on Facebook?
Oh my God, that's invasion of privacy. You don't talk about people's wives and their moms.
Yeah.
Stupid,
Right.
bro.
But
What
I
the
mean,
hell
like,
is this?
come on, you guys think she's not disturbed? Like, you guys listen to like, it's like
she
in a
looks
way.
like?
It's not even just what she looks like. It's just like she's just like clearly is just a disturbed person, right? Because like
she's trying to fight Melanie Mac and shit, and like
like
all
those
they got a
people-
bunch of problems. Like
all
too many
those
problems.
people,
yeah, I mean, it doesn't help
it's
the
like-
fact that she look like a crackhead. So
they just have a bunch of problems. They have a bunch of problems, and they try to inflict their problems on everyone else. That's what
She
it is.
makes a bad look on women, in dating. Like I wouldn't even. I'm like, my gosh.
I don't think you can. I don't think. Oh, sorry about that.
Oh my God.
I
Yeah,
don't
man.
think that
Oh.
whoever. I don't know who's fucking funding Kotaku at this point because
It'd be BlackRock.
if they like
It's BlackRock.
Yeah, probably.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what the problem is though with Kotaku and sites like IGN.
Damn, it's real good as fuck.
They don't cost much to run. All it is articles on a cheap ass website that costs almost nothing.
Yeah.
So it's like for those sites to die, a lot of like it's almost impossible for them to fully die because they're so like low rent. They cost so little to produce.
Yeah,
Exactly right.
even if they close down or whatever, it's gonna be painless.
Because like, look, all right, the most cost they're probably facing is just upkeeping the website from a technical perspective. But relative to like a business, that's not really much money at all. And then you got to understand that whatever they're getting paid is probably pennies.
Yeah.
Then anybody can make a site right now, put articles on it, and put a bunch of ads, or like have an AdSense account and be just as legitimate as Kotaku. Like there's literally nothing about them that is that's costly. You know, and these writers, they're writing this shit because of hubris, so they're probably being paid pennies.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. You know why? Kotaku's an idiot. No wonder they're so desperate. They're panicking because they know they're fucking losing, and we're winning this fight.
And they're gonna shut down like G4 TV, like on YouTube.
Yeah, they're gonna shut down.
Yeah. Comcast pulled the plug on that.
That is some crazy shit, bro.
But Melissa McCunty was also a sex worker as well. So then fucking talk about.
That's fucking funny.
Alyssa McCunty.
Oh, that's her name, Alyssa. Whatever her name is.
Oh, I cannot stand that woman's name. Jesus Christ.
I mean,
I actually remember that Spawn game, Spirit.
Dude, like games like they're throwing away money. Black Panther made $1 billion in the box office. There's not a single Black Panther story-driven game. So it's like you got to tell me that that's not incompetence. Like, not that I particularly like that movie, but I'm just saying that it was clearly successful enough that a game in an investment in a game would be profitable for them, or have a high possibility of being profitable. But again, like they don't really care about that. What they care about is altering the things that you enjoy that already has. They want to alter the things you already like and enjoy. They want to change them.
1 second. Yeah, exactly right. 100%. Like, look at that woman on a Black Panther video game developer disrespecting our race. Is not right.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, race only matters.
The woman from EA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm talking about her.
Because race only matters because they keep making it matter. Most people like myself, and most people, I'm pretty sure almost anybody in this chat, like, don't really care about race like that. But it's because they keep making it a focus with these fucking activists. So, of course, if you keep putting a focus on it, you're just going to divide people more when, again, most people don't really care about it. They just want good entertainment, good stories, good characters.
Yeah, exactly right. Look at Hollywood. Hollywood's falling apart. The box office is dead. Done. They'll cease to exist. Shit.
I mean, Hollywood will go away eventually, in my opinion, because people are I mean, they'll always be around in some capacity, but I think that they're going to generally like lose most of their appeal because you have the internet, you have user created content.
The Hollywood we know is going to cease to exist.
Yeah, it's just everything's going to degenerate into some form of streaming, some kind of like streaming service or some kind of online service. Like, people don't even watch TV anymore. Most people spend a lot of time on YouTube because they can curate the content.
Yeah.
Right. Like when I grew up, you had to wait for the TV show to come on so you could watch it. You got to adjust antennas and shit like that. Like, people
shit on the TV.
People just don't have to do it anymore.
On there.
People don't have to do it. If I don't want to watch some trash TV show shoved down my throat, I don't have to watch it. So again, that makes them lose power because they can't force you to, like, not force you, but like they can't shove shit that you don't want to see in front of you. The best they can do is with advertisements and stuff like that. So that's why there's such a push for censorship. That's why there's such a push for curating this content, because they want to like control what they want to control the user created content because it goes against their bottom line. You get what I'm saying?
That's like a deep state apparatus. I know all about that shit. Censorship, huh?
Yeah, I mean, they can't social engineer you with TV shows you don't want to watch because you don't have to watch them anymore. Not saying that you ever had to watch anything, but like most people back in the day, they would sit on their couch, they wanted to watch The Simpsons, so they would watch the show before and after The Simpsons, right? That's why time slots were so important back then. But so, whatever social engineering they wanted to do, all they had to do was shove it in with something that you liked. That was the old way of doing it with these shows. But now they say, all right, well, we can't do that anymore. People are playing video games. They're watching movies, reading comics. So let's do it there. Now let's create censorship. We don't want to show you sexy women anymore. We want to push this narrative, put it in Spider-Man 2. We want to push feminism.
And do anti-man hate, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So
anti-man hate.
It's the same tactic it's the same tactic, but just with a different means to an end. You know, I hate to say it because it sounds so like conspiracy theory and like tin hat shit, whatever. But it's basically a psyop.
Pretty much. Yeah, Jinpachi, guys, can I say something, Jinpachi? Even though I think a lot of you could have like a different take, but I'd say this. It's like, for example, like what is it? The top G where Andrew Tate went and bashed on the system. And look what happened when he bashed on the whole damn system, bro.
The whole sex trafficking shit.
Yeah, they don't like when people
I think that's also like a psyop too. This whole Andrew Tate shit, in my opinion,
it is a psyop. It's a psyop because they're trying to control the narrative. Like nothing is.
It's just like Alex Jones, what they did with him.
Just a coincidence. People say like it's a coincidence and shit, but you got to understand that like some things are coincidences, but you have to have the nuance to understand that like if it benefits somebody, if there's money to be made, then assume that you should assume that there's something more going on.
And guys, let me say this:
coincidences are more rare than not.
And Jinpachi, wait, let me say this. Now there is one boxer. And now they are now targeting this boxer called Ryan Garcia. Right now they're trying their hardest to catch Ryan Garcia, because right now they say like, oh, he's on steroids. They're trying their best to pull this narrative like he takes like some drugs from his boxing, but his team stated all the time.
Like, you know, Dan Snyder was like suing the defamation nonsense ever since that Nickelodeon documentary came out about him. Shit.
Yeah, but I think I think you guys are confused with
Dan Snyder's like feet. He's like feet. We got those.
Yeah, I don't think, and that's another thing. The reason why most of them want to talk about it because they still got that NDA. I mean, they signed the NDA because right before that. So that's why they wouldn't like testify against him.
So what? Continue. Sorry about that. So yeah, Dan Snyder's an idiot, and I heard about all the Nickelodeon.
Hold on 1 second. What's your name on here? Rolls Royce.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. If you guys are in the background, if like you're like dealing with that, you can turn the mute button
don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. My mom's just being ridiculous. Don't be worried about that stuff.
But what I'm saying. Yeah, but what I'm saying is like you could press the mute button to silence it. That way, it doesn't disturb the podcast. Like whatever. And then when you stop whatever, then you can then turn the mute button back on. It'll just make things a little bit easier, more efficient.
Yeah. So yeah, I know. But I was saying about Dan Snyder, he's an animal. He's rotten. My friends hate him, and all the Nickelodeon stars are rising up to sue his ass. From what I heard. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. What he did. I'm gonna say allegedly because I don't know. Like I don't want I don't know what exactly happened. But allegedly, if what he was doing was true, then he deserves to be. He deserves what he gets. Yeah, I'll put it that way. He deserves it because like these are like underage. These are like young people that they have been permanently psychologically damaged by those actions. Allegedly, of course. Like I said, I don't know. I don't want to say for sure that this happened because I personally don't have any evidence.
In my opinion, I think it did happen, but I ain't gonna say it out loud because lawsuits and shit.
Yeah, exactly. Like alleged. I just use the word allegedly, but if that is true and all that stuff, that stuff did happen, then he definitely deserves the flack he's getting, and like probably even worse.
Yeah,
he definitely does.
Oh my God, his name is on Epstein Island's list, from what I heard.
That doesn't shock me.
Yeah. Hey, Rolls Royce, by the way.
Yeah.
So, what do you think of Ryan Garcia's situation? How they're trying to pull this another stunt? They're trying to like make another money out of this fool, even though he win by draw and knock out Heaney. And they're trying
the guy you're talking about. He made $1 billion with that. I don't want to say that B word. That stands with girls' toy. Yeah, he made billions, but this one, I don't know why he didn't do so well. I don't know what happened. It was kind of messed up. He didn't make more money out of it. It's kind of crazy.
I mean, boxing is notoriously corrupt. It's like when I hear stories about boxing, I don't really get shocked because it's like this has been a name of the game since the jump.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
But let's shift back to the topics because exactly.
So I'll just ask you guys individually. In regards to Xbox shutting down Arcane Austin and Tango GameWorks, I'll let Apollo start off first.
I'm freaking mad what they're doing, even with the Bethesda studios. You know, I mean, am I right, Bethesda?
Yeah, Bethesda.
Okay,
Yeah,
so yeah, like,
because actually they're a part of them.
Could be looking forward to, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a sucker for some of the Bethesda stuff. I got Starfield, yeah, because I want to play some mods on it. So anyways, on the other games they're shutting down, I'm like, what the hell they're doing? You know what I mean? They're shutting it down for what? Like, because what you're doing is you're shutting it down, you lose more money in the stocks and the prices and crap like that, and you lose more people, and then you hire new people for these new different companies. Like, well, what the hell are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, what's the point for doing that? Like, there's so much crap in my mind. Me thinking like, hey, these people are stupid. They don't know what they're doing with their money. They should put on Elon Musk. Microsoft should seriously hire on Elon Musk, and Elon Musk will make Microsoft billions and billions of dollars for these companies and crap like that. Like, yeah,
he should get his own console. He should create his own console.
Yeah,
honestly.
I would definitely buy it, like a PC Xbox hybrid console. I would love that.
But honestly, like fuck Xbox. Elon Musk should just make his own develop his own console. He's definitely capable of it.
Yeah, and because Elon Musk loves video games.
Xbox is cooked because let me say something about Xbox real quick. Even though like PlayStation have their own problems, at least they have like good exclusives on the PS4, some on the PS5, shit like that. But Xbox barely have any good exclusive on both of their consoles at all. The last time they ever had good exclusives was on the 360 era. The only two good exclusives they have on the Xbox One is Sunset Overdrive and Killer Instinct. That's about it.
One of the best.
I agree. I thought you were gonna say Gear 6, and I would have had to interrupt you there.
No. That's another problem because they keep on having the triple threat of terror, Halo, Gears, and Forza. It's either that or some shit that nobody never heard of from the Xbox acquisition. I mean,
well, Gears is a shell of itself anyway. It's a shell.
It's pretty cool. Like, if you have a Series X, you play the OG Gears of Wars. I would say they're very exclusive because you have powerful graphics. So, like when I play in Gears of War 2, the graphics look like an action pack. Like graphics are on point, like crazy, man.
Well, I have the first two games, and I used to have 3 on 360. So I like the series. I just think that after Gears of War. Gears 5. I said Gears 6. I said Gears 6. I meant 5. 5 was the last one.
5 and 4 was like, eh.
Yeah. So 4.
Like Gears of War 5, a horde mode. That's only it. Horde mode is fun on Gears 5. Everything else.
4 was decent to me. Like, I mean, in terms of gameplay, it was decent, but the story was really weak. And then 5 is just like unadulterated woke trash.
Yeah.
So
I think we can agree. Once the coalition took over the series, it went downhill.
To be honest, I would argue
343.
I would argue the last good Gears of War was 3. Gears of War 1 through 3 is the peak of the series. 4 is like mid, but 5 is unacceptable. That's how I look at it.
Gears of War
but didn't they make like a 6 Gears of War?
They are making Gears of War 6. There's rumors out there saying like
I couldn't tell because I lost fucking count after 5. So
like I don't know what they're doing with Gears of War 6. Like I hopefully they take out Sweet Baby Inc. Because I think Sweet Baby Inc. was heavily influenced with
Gears of War 5. Gears of War 5 was highly feminist.
Yeah.
It was aggressively feminist, and I found that game. What they did to JD, I found what they did to. Even though I didn't really care about JD like that, I find what they did to him like very very unfair, and I didn't like how they. I did not like how they tried to strong arm the player into they try to strong arm the
Yeah.
player
They-
into
they
like
try to,
hating
like,
JD.
change the
They try to
morality
make
on
they
the
try to
player.
make you hate JD, and it was so obvious and aggressive that it just pissed me off and made me want to get through the game as fast as possible. Because I didn't buy it. My friend let me borrow it. So
that's sorry about that. Did we discuss about the studio shutting down or?
Yeah. So you brought up
Oh,
Gears of War. So or you brought up didn't you bring up some of their exclusive games not being that good? So,
yeah.
I mean, finish your thoughts and then we'll ask another person.
All right. So
Unless
about this
Paulo
whole
had more to say.
Yeah. So with the
you go ahead,
Bethesda
Paul.
situation, sorry. The Bethesda, like with the Starfield, like I kind of enjoyed it. I didn't like the main story, but the faction, like the pirates, playing out the pirates was all right. There's a tiny bit of woke crap, but there's majority is like some of the crap is woke. But any other else after that, like it's such a shame what Bethesda is doing. You know, what I mean, like at least they have some kind of crazy gaming engine, but everything else, I don't know what's gonna happen with the next Elder Scrolls and crap like that. Like I might end up good, who knows? But yeah, at the end of the day, I'm a sucker for Bethesda, and it's I don't know, it's sad. It's pathetic, you know. They need to learn something from Elon. That's the only thing I have to say. They need to look up Elon Musk and way it is. So, yeah.
Yeah,
I agree. White.
All right. So I was talking about the Microsoft requiring all these studios and all this type of shit, right? Because I don't know why they keep on closing down studios that could possibly help them. But instead of like they're just closing them down and shit, but they keeping the other studios, they ain't doing nothing but losing money, like 343, you know, like Halo and shit. I mean, the people who made Halo, was it 343 or am I getting that wrong? I think it is. But yeah,
who made it?
Yeah. They keep on
the series.
Rather than just giving it to another.
Who made Halo?
They made the original ones, but didn't 343 make the later ones?
343.
Yeah. Ever since both of them did, but ever since the split, 343 is currently making Halo. So they keep on closing down these Japanese studios. I may not play Five Rush, but closing those Japanese studios down is just fucked up in most terrible way, because like in the 360 era, they have a whole lot of Japanese games. Like they have Rumble Roses, they have Lost Odyssey, Phantom Dust.
Real quick, Y2. Thanks for stopping by, Neozoic. I appreciate you coming by, watching, and leaving your comments. So have a good enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Take care, man. Have a good one.
All right, peace, man.
Anyway, back to what you saying?
So
you actually
like
did
back
bring
then,
up good games like Lost Odyssey. They had The Last Remnant on there, Infinite Undiscovery, Blue Dragon.
Yeah, Rumble Roses, what's that? Shit, I forgot. Phantom Dust. Yeah, all sorts of Japanese games, and nowadays it's just closing all these Japanese studios down for no particular reason. And
because they don't like their their ideology. They don't like their escapism and fantasy, because they don't rely with the bullshit. They got their own religion.
They were like realism.
Back.
I think that's
Sony
another
and
thing.
Sony and Microsoft both want to rail Japan, but not in a good way.
Yeah,
that's really what it comes down to.
Exactly. They want to push ideology
like crap. That's
they
don't care about. They say, "Oh yeah, we're pro diversity for the Japanese people, pro Asians." No, they're not. They don't care about Asians.
Themselves. I'm sorry.
Stupid.
They constantly display that's completely false.
They only give a shit about money. That's about it.
Yeah, let me tell you this.
Trying to look good, and because Karen sells. So
yeah,
that is called anti-capitalism. That's why they don't like money.
Yep. Anti-capitalism. Yep.
That's true. And guys, let me say this. And you know what they want to do? They want to come after people own art so they can put their belief into it. And next minute they love to call all the customers racist. No, they're racist by themselves. They were the full-on racists.
Mhm.
And that's how you see a lot of, people, majority of people fed up with it. They're saying, get these people out there. What they want is they want to butcher, people grammar and Japanese grammar.
Well, you know what Tolkien said, right?
They want,
you know what Tolkien said.
Like, for example,
they can't create; they can only warp and destroy what already exists.
Hey, Jimpazi, guys, let me say one thing. If you look at people comment section, they have their own type of text speech and all that. But when it came to these dumbass people, they want to use their bitch as they them pronouns to butcher people grammar, and they want to discredit it so they can push a hidden agenda. So these trans people can look at it in their own retarded way. I'm sorry.
Well, it's about controlling language. It's about controlling language. When you control the language, you control narratives. That's really what it's about. Right?
Yeah.
Because all right, it's like the whole Latinx shit. No Hispanic person uses that.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
No sane person uses Latinx
shit now.
Latinx.
Fucking what was it? Bungie posted it a little while ago, and so did Insomniac, and they fucking edited it out, and people caught on to it.
Yeah, because
not only that, they also
trying to control the language. Go ahead.
They also said Philippine X. That was really messed up.
Philippine X. It just sounds wrong.
It is.
So
fucking racist.
Yeah, like it's made up shit, and they have no respect for people's cultures, and all they care about is their precious fucking feelings about how they don't like that men and women exist, and that it's not interchangeable. That pisses them off for some reason. So because you know what it is, I chalk it up to when they're trying to control this language because they're trying to remove accountability. If anybody can be anything, no matter what, at any time, and it's just this fluid thing, then whenever something occurs, they can just change the narrative. Well, no, I felt like a woman then, or I felt like a man at this point, or like this is my trait, this is my toxic era, this is my. It's like it's just typical like it's just like Gen Z like nonsense. It's literally
insanity.
Hey guys. And Reverend, and this is an important thing. And all the time when you go on Twitter, if they see a successful anime, they always want to talk about how they want to kill themselves because they want to be related to that character. You got some, these dumb Trump people saying they want to kill themselves too because they don't get like maybe a big boobs or a bigger chest.
Listen, man, I think when it comes to that stuff, you have to fix your psychology. You cannot fix you cannot, but I want to say this because this to me, this is very important. And this applies to life in general. You cannot externally change who you are. Really, you have to change who you are on the inside. If you don't change who you are on the inside, then it doesn't matter what external changes you make. So a lot of these people, they feel like if they have these surgeries or if they do whatever, that's going to make them feel correct. And then they soon realize that no matter what they did externally, it doesn't change how they feel on the inside. Even if other people co-sign, they deep down know that it's a lie. So ultimately that wears down on you because lies are like poison. They choke you from the inside.
Thank you.
And eventually after you've been eaten up by these lies or like these things and you can't come to grips with it, a lot of these people, they can't cope with life anymore, especially when you make irreversible changes to your body. So I think the real answer is psychological help and therapy. But again, like these people act like saying that someone needs therapy and needs help from their family and people around them, they try to make that seem like that's hate while they're co-signing mutilating these people and co-signing their lies. So it's kind of funny how they try to flip the script and say that the people that care about them and want them to get help are like bad guys, but the people telling them to cut up their bodies and are like basically playing ball with their lie are the good guys. Does that make sense to you guys? Because like
it's like a warped reality.
Reality. And right now, look what happened to your industry. It's like this because right now they want to like. I'm gonna be real. They just want to be like in these type of fancy line where they want to be related to this character. I want to be related to Doctor Who. I want to become a damn black Doctor Who. But you just so much damn desperate or just because you want to be that guy. And the
Well,
fact like we came on to Spartans for like the Greek era soldiers. Oh, I want to become related to this dude like black. Or I want another gender to be swapped. Ah, y'all can't even don't earn it. Y'all can't even go gym. I'm sorry. Y'all don't know how to at least work out and train. That's how
well,
it goes.
let's shift back a little bit to get back on track. So, how do you feel about the shutdowns of those studios, specifically Reborn?
Yeah, Tango GameWorks and Arcane Austin.
Personally, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real on honest opinion. I feel in the two ways. I can't feel ashamed. But let me say this, because when Kim Tango with Evil Within, that is one of the best horror game franchise ever. And even though I was young, I really want to like Evil Within 3 sequel. But we'll find out
Yeah.
like
Yeah, it's sad that we ain't never gonna get
how
another one.
how like the second one did sell well due to the first one, because what is it, we came to these retarded gaming mainstream media, how they like calling this game another Resident Evil clone, another Resident Evil clone. It ain't not another Resident Evil clone. For me, it's like a normal game, but they just
It definitely is its own game with its own
yeah, but
identity. I can't say it's a Resident Evil clone either.
exactly. And you know what every want to do, every YouTubers repeat the same narrative the damn mass media, and also and then these stupid ass people like the same media like called Saints Row GTA clone, and now they want to make the developers change their sequel. And right now, look what happened. We never get Evil Within 3 because I would like a new end-line character and good story, but we can't have that. We can't have that. But now it's shut down. The Tango, because even though Shinji Mikami leave the damn place, I say, oh, so it's some years ago. It's some years ago he left. We done Evil Within, and right now we find
Yeah,
we
he
found
left about a
like
year ago and already
yeah.
created like a smaller studio.
Yeah, because he create Ghost Runner, but to be honest, I don't like that type of game.
I feel like that reflects on Shinji Mikami though, as like the
yeah,
kind of
exactly.
director he is.
Yeah,
That he keeps on leaving these studios. It's like it could be that he's not getting his way and he's deciding, well, if I'm not going to get my way, I'm just going to move to a different spot, different place.
Yeah, and right now I would say this for the thing, because even though I respect how we talk about he likes his art creative within and how he responds about it. Yeah, it's good. But the other thing I would say this, the other side of me, I would say personally, okay, because we came out to this type of state, how it goes, and even though if they want to like create a new horror game with it, but it's gonna be basically they want to tone down the horror and have the game centered if they're ever gonna make up coming even within, due to these oppressed people that can't even don't know how to buy a game, or they rather spend time bashing down the system and everything.
Yeah, as opposed to actually buying the games that they
Yeah,
buy, which is usually what it is.
Yeah, the goddamn hidden agenda can't even shut the fuck up. They can't just shut the fuck up. They can't just go. I'm talking about the hidden agenda, not really about the hidden one. I'm talking about the T, because they don't know how to like play game. What they think is an echo chain around their brain or something.
Well, you talk about journalists, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they have their have their bias though. That's what it is. No.
I'm talking about the hidden agenda. We came with the team.
Because they have a bias. Because they have a bias. If they didn't have that bias, that agenda wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
A developer will, I mean, not a developer, a reviewer that's pro that shit will give bad games better scores because that stuff cosigns their agenda, as opposed to a game like Stellar Blade where they're calling it, they're giving it average scores, which is, people try to say it's good. 7 is not a good score. Giving it average scores because they don't like what the game represents. So clearly,
just like Rise and Rowan, bro. Just like Rise and Rowan, homie. They give an average score.
I want to give my thoughts on I want to give my thoughts on Tango GameWorks and them going down like that, because I feel like Microsoft is like, I feel like they're purposely trying to like to like ruin themselves. It feels almost like not like like
shooting themselves on the foot, right?
But like I feel like it's almost purposeful at this point. Like they're just trying to destroy the division to save face. Like when you listen to was it Phil Spencer that said that, oh, we can't just make good games, that's not how, like that's not enough to keep us afloat.
Yeah, that was him.
It's like to say something like that shows you that they already are psychologically. The point is that they're already psychologically have defeated. Like that's a defeated mentality. But with Tango Gameworks, like. And like I want to be honest, I don't like Dishonored 1, and the reason why I don't like Dishonored is because it pissed me off greatly that the game has this morality system, but most of the fun mechanics of the game are tied around you killing. So since you can't kill, you're restricted to more repetitive, and this is like more of a technical thing. You have to do more repetitive animations because there's more limitations on not killing than there is killing. So if you want the good ending, you have to basically avoid using the game's mechanics, which to me is ass backwards.
Choke everyone out. Basically.
Yeah, which is way more boring. And then
I hate second game that they lied about the second one because they advertised like, oh, you could be creative and you won't be penalized for it. And it's like fucking lie because I'm playing the game and that's happening.
It's just boring to me.
Like, yeah.
So to me,
Dishonored. Then if you pick Corvo and 2, you automatically get the bad ending because one of the people at the studio was praising Anita Sarkeesian before the game came out.
Pick a woman or else.
Yeah.
So my thing is like fuck both those games. I think they're both overrated. And I'm talking about Dishonored. I think they're both overrated, and I don't like them like that.
I agree.
But as far as so with Tango Gameworks, like Evil Within 1 and 2, I enjoyed both those games. To be honest, I really like both of them.
Yeah.
But
I haven't finished the second one yet.
I feel like the heads at Microsoft are just out of touch, and I don't think this is like an educated decision. It feels to me like they looked at the cost of like production like for these companies and just went based off that rather than what they were actually producing, because a company that has given you 3 games that are like Evil Within is an IP that has like an identity now. People like this series. Then you have Hi-Fi Rush and shit like that. Like if you're gonna cut them out like that, it just shows like a lack of awareness of what's really going on. And I'm pretty sure the people that are running that game division aren't actually like you said, like gamers. They aren't actually like knowledgeable. They're just like corporate cronies. Well, we're not even wannabes. They're just cronies. Like, oh, this costs us a certain amount of money. We have to cut them, rather than it being like an educated decision based off like how the games were performing.
Yeah.
But with Evil Within 2, I feel like they shot themselves in the foot because
that's true.
Because I'm gonna explain why. Because even though I like that game, Evil Within 2, they implemented a whole bunch of like modern, like I don't want to say modern, but like trendy game mechanics at the time, and I feel like it hurt the game. Like the overall like open world, pseudo open structure of like how you progress in the story, I feel like hurt the game because the original game had more of a linear structure and made the story more palatable, while in Evil Within 2 it's more open and just slightly more freedom, but there's not enough freedom to warrant the open world, and then it makes the story feel the story's pacing get ruined, if that makes sense.
And guys,
so hold on, I want to finish what I was saying. So I like both games. I think Tango Gameworks going down is a bad thing because I think an Evil Within 3 could have been really cool. Like that for me, that would be my stake in it more so than Hi-Fi Rush. Which even though the game looked interesting, I didn't personally care for it. Not because it's bad, I just personally didn't really like have an interest in it. But I think Evil Within, not having another Evil Within game is pretty terrible. And I think Tango, based on their track record of the games they made, had potential. They were showing that they were clearly had the potential to put out some good stuff. So I think it is a bad thing. I think it's a tragedy, but I also think that Microsoft's being run by monkeys and really like they just it's bad corporate decisions based off numbers or based off like arbitrary numbers that like don't have anything to do with the quality of the game. Apollo Patriot was talking about Bethesda, and I agree that I actually do like Bethesda games. So I did enjoy Fallout 4. I like New Vegas. I do enjoy Oblivion, Skyrim, or whatever. I think they're good games, and I think that despite the bugs, they're very fun. Yeah,
but I think about the whole. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, but
I was just gonna say that I think about. Let me just finish this thought.
All right.
So I feel like Starfield is a sign that things are gonna get bad for them. I mean, like not to mention the complaints before about their like technical limitations, but I think like it's just a sign that they're willing to implement this stuff. And I think that if they make another game, Bethesda's gonna double down on that and add more propaganda shit into the game. So Starfield might not have been full, it might not have been woke from beginning to end, but I think that we have to acknowledge that they did have the pronoun shit in it, right? From what I remember.
Yeah.
They did have like side stories involving like clones with like whatever, like the whole as heel versus babyface thing, whatever. So I think there is like it is showing they're willing to play ball with it, and I think that it makes me hesitant to buy the games because I don't think they're gonna ever make another game.
And the fact that the whole game is a whole fucking mess. I think outside of Fallout and Skyrim, they really hit the wall with their games. It just make them feel like a 2-series wonder.
Well, I feel like they're not gonna. That's what I was gonna say before you cut me off. There, it's just that.
Sorry about that. My fault.
They're not going to make another game like that. Fans have to understand that. Like, don't hang on to this idea that you're gonna get another Fallout or another Skyrim because you'll get another Fallout or Elder Scrolls, but I think that to think they're gonna be of the same quality and fun levels of fun as the older games, I think is really misguided because you have to look at the trend of what they're doing, And think about it. Starfield was a new IP with nothing to be built off of, and that game was a buggy mess. Imagine the next Elder Scrolls. Imagine the next Fallout. So, it just tells me that while I appreciate what they did in the past, I don't have much faith in them going forward. So, my major thing is Doom getting fucked over, and I think that might be a thing too.
Todd Howard needs to get out.
I don't think they're gonna make another Doom anytime soon, in my opinion. But it comes down to nostalgia and shit like that. They probably would do something like that.
Well, all this stuff is nostalgia bait, really.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it is.
Yeah, but guys, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, right. Because I was gonna say this because even though we like Evil Within 2, but right now there was this game, even though it's coming this year, and even Konami's gonna make this horror game, Silent Hill 2 remake. But even though they could say they're gonna make it open world, but how it's gonna be? Because to be honest, I really want good quality of the open world, but not just full on bugs. That's the thing.
Yeah. You know what I think this is what I think needs to happen for gaming to be fixed because this is my 2 cents on this. I think that a private company, right? Like a private company, like not related to like Microsoft, Sony, whatever. They need to create a base like a PC, like a portable PC that you can buy. So it's basically a gaming console, but it's really just like a low cost PC that can download games. That kind of like the Steam Deck, but not tied to Steam because Steam also does woke. I was gonna say something crazy. Does woke shit as well. So I think Steam is compromised. So fuck Steam. I think they should make a console that's independent of any organization. And it's just a PC. So you can download PC games. Maybe it won't be as powerful as the PS5, but it'll give an alternative to the console market for people that aren't equipped to build PCs.
Yeah, we do need.
Like Arma 3, for example, that's on PC. Arma 3, I would love to have something like that on there.
Yeah, like it just has to have the specs. It has to have the specs that can run at least like mid-level like current games, or at least with decent settings, so that it's affordable to players.
It's like a Switch, but more powerful, right?
But not even a Switch. Like I'm talking about like a console. Like it's just like it's a console that an average person
like
can
a handheld, right?
No, a console, a real console.
Oh, sorry, my fault.
But it's basically it's a blank slate. It's like a PC. Yeah. It's a low rent PC that you can play PC games on without having to actually build a PC or buy a PC, because you could buy pre-made PCs and you can buy them. But here's the problem that people forget with PC is that not everybody has the patience or aptitude to build a high-end PC. Some people don't want to tinker around with settings and
same here.
And do whatever. So
fuck those up. Yeah.
So my thing is make a console that is compatible with downloading PC shit digitally. It has access to the internet, and its sole purpose is that it's basically a pre-made PC console that can play those games, and you don't have a company like Steam who censors shit. You don't have any private modding company. So let's say I'm playing Elder Scrolls on this fictional console, right? I'm playing let's say I'm playing Skyrim on this console. All right, Nexus Mods has all these restrictions, so I can since it's not tied to any company, I could just go, well, let me click on this alternate mod site. No one can stop me, and I can download the mods that I want. And to me, that would be the ultimate freedom for gamers.
Yeah, that sounds dope.
It's like the game calendar that has a client, so like hopefully it would let me do that, So like,
yeah, exactly. It will basically be like I don't want to say a weak PC, but like relative to most gaming PCs, it would be considered weak. But just a semi-strong PC that you can download these games on. And again, you could do whatever. You can have whatever drivers you want on there. You can have whatever, but it'll have a console interface, so it can be treated as a console rather than being treated as PC, which will make it accessible for your average person who's not equipped for that, or doesn't want to go through the process of learning all that shit.
Yep.
And I honestly don't think that would cost much more than building. I honestly think it'll be way cheaper than like, let's say like a PS5 or an Xbox One series or whatever. Like I think it'll be like half the price because it doesn't have any of those any of that bureaucracy, any of that like branch. It would just have to be obviously quality controlled. So that to me, that's something that Elon Musk could do.
Yeah, big time, man.
Yep.
That's true.
But Royce, what is your thoughts on Tango Gameworks and Arcane Austin shutting down?
Well, I'm very disappointed what Xbox is doing, and I'm not happy. What they're doing is unacceptable. They should have fired the people who lose a lot of money instead of that. They made a wrong decision. That's really disgusting.
Yeah, I agree. Because when you think about it, it's like, look how terrible Halo has failed over the years.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, they're still around. You look at Gears of War, Gears 5 and 4.
Yep.
I mean, I know. I'm pretty sure they didn't do as well as the previous Gears of War games under
really doubtful they did better.
Yeah.
Cliff was
I think they're just relying on like flagship mascots to push this shit.
Yeah,
so that's why.
But
it's like crazy
that kind of ties into what we were saying before.
Studio like Tango gets shut down because you think about it, what have they made that really was that bad? You can say maybe Ghostwire Tokyo, but that's one game out of how many games they made now, like 5 and 4 or something.
But
I mean, you got Arcane Austin. I mean, they fucking suck anyway. But Redfall was a disaster. Apparently, they wanted to cancel Redfall, but Microsoft pushed them to keep making it, to actually finish it. And also, ZeniMax was the one that actually pitched the idea. Well, actually wanted Arcane Austin to make Redfall in the first place.
But I want to say something though, because you mentioned it with Gears of War being like, and it being kind of like a mascot or whatever. Like the fact that they try to make Gears of War a mascot for the console to me was dumb as hell. Because what does that mean? That means that if it's like a mainline, their main focus of the Xbox, that means that it has to appeal to everyone. Because that's what they're going to try to do with it. So if they try to do that, what's going to happen? The violence and shit will be nerfed. The masculinity will be nerfed. All this shit will be nerfed because it becomes corporatized. So to me, them trying to make Gears of War like their one of their flagship series was kind of dumb, because in the end of the day, like the appeal of the game was that gritty feel that it had. And what we talked about in other podcasts is that they don't need to make a game appeal to everyone, because if a game is good, even if it's made for a niche, it's gonna naturally have that appeal. So that was a bonehead decision for them.
Yeah, like Mortal Kombat once.
Yup, I want to add something to this. There was a guy who was voicing Trevor. There was like a bunch of GTA 5 DLC story mode were canceled.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm like, what the hell? That would have been lit. I want to go back to Liberty City doing all this.
Did you want to know why they canceled those? Because all that shit for GTA Online. So they were
and the shark cards. Yup.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah. I think they also canceled Blue 2 because of that as well.
Blame the fanboys, bro.
Well, I mean,
blame the fanboys.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of crazy. I don't know why they keep doing shark cards and GTA Online, and say you should have done DLC story mode.
Yeah, GTA
like
4 was the
I was gonna say that I don't even care that there's shark cards. I care that it ruined the infrastructure of what they were doing. It's not about
Yeah.
the shark cards themselves, because people look at it as like, oh, it's like so I played GTA Online for a little while, like when it first came out.
Yeah.
And really, and really, shark cards only give you money, but you still need to unlock and progress your level to have like unlock whatever abilities, vehicles, or whatever.
You gotta
I found that
So
stupid.
use that money to unlock those heist missions.
yeah, so you need you need that, but at the same time, it's like, to me, it wasn't necessarily a pay to win. But the problem with it is that the greed that was the side effect of the shark cards led them to canceling the DLC and changing the infrastructure of the online. So to me, it's not the shark cards' existence that ruined it. It's the fact that they realized how much money that they can make, and then they started like shifting focus on that. That to me is what ruined the potential of that game, because it's making a lot of, look, on the end of the day, it's making a lot of money for them, which is, of course, is their bottom line. But like, I feel like there was no reason why you couldn't have a story-driven DLC and the online shit. And to me, it's only the complacency with like, we're making all this money, so who cares about single-player DLC? To me, that's what their mindset was. Not really that they couldn't do both. They just didn't have the motivation because they saw the writing on the wall. They just had to keep updating the online. So I think that there's a little bit of nuance there, where it's not solely the shark cards, but like the byproduct of what was created by that, you know?
Yeah, exactly right, Jabanchi. You're right, because this is really messed up. Oh, GTA story mode, GTA 5 DLC story. Oh, Trevor's a undercover, this and that. I'm like, what the hell? And I'm glad somebody. Really cool. Yeah, that would have been cool. Like, oh, and you will play as Lamar. That would be crazy as well in the story mode.
Yeah, that actually was hoping you'll play. I heard a rumor that Franklin was supposed to die, and then you'll play as Lamar. And I was like, wow, that would have been so fucking cool if you could play as Lamar. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I think some of the stories in online was supposed to be like originally set for like GTA 5 DLC.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they brought Lamar back. He aged up a bit, it looked like.
Yeah.
And I forgot which one that was, because they have so many fucking expansions.
That's the one with the Dr. Dre in it. I
that's
the fucking name.
Yeah.
I do not care about
what it was gonna be.
That's a whole nother thing. Celebrity cameos. I can't stand them. I don't care at all about celebrity cameos in games.
GTA 4 expansion in GTA 5 online. The one of those guys.
No, the DLC is telling me that we would have been playing Liberty City at the same time, GTA 5. That would have been lit. Yeah. But no,
that would have been cool. I mean, they already had the assets too. All they had to do was like just alter them a little bit so that they can match GTA 5 style. But they already had the assets. All they had to do was just transfer it over and do a little bit of tweaking.
Yup.
So it's kind
exactly right.
So what I'm gonna do real quick, I'm gonna try to find a video of Sarah Bond talking. I want to find the one where she mentions her pronouns.
Oh no!
And,
oh god, that woman.
Yeah.
You mean the president of the Xbox, correct?
Yeah. She was
identify as a.
They call her Bond, Sarah Bond.
Yeah.
The fuck? That's the most dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. What the hell is that?
More like 007.
Just give me a second. I'm gonna try to pull it up.
Double D7.
Double D7.
She don't have double D's.
Nah, she doesn't. That's why I said she should be double D7. Come on, man. Double D's ain't woke. That ain't ESG. A cup or lower. That's their motto.
I
mean, you guys can talk in the meantime.
These corporate people are really paid off by the BlackRock people. Like, what the hell?
Oh, fuck BlackRock. They can go. They can go to hell for all I give a fuck.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Let's
what's
go.
Funny? If you listen to Larry Fink speak, he acts as though he's doing nothing. Like it's like almost like delusional. I don't know if it's like just an act for TV, but he presents this stuff like as if he's doing nothing wrong or is like totally unaware of what's actually happening. Like he's like, oh, they made it personal. They're coming after me and targeting me. It's like, well, you ruined the shit that people grew up with and liked. It's not personal. It's no more personal than what you did. Your name could be You could be anyone, but since you're the guy in charge pushing that shit, you're gonna get the flack.
Yeah,
I saw a video where he
person.
Yeah, like I saw a video where he said that they made it personal by coming after him or whatever. It's like you're making it personal when you're trying to social engineer the entire fucking world. Of course people are going to take that personally. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's like with BlackRock, I mean, they're heavily influenced in Ukraine, and you got other deep companies that's influenced with BlackRock. Like, it's deep, heavy crap. Like, you double the CIA crap and all that. It's very deep, underhand crap. If you think about BlackRock, like, it's not good stuff.
But to say they made it personal, but for him to say they made it personal by going after him, it's like, dude, you're the guy in charge. Yeah. You're the one leading the charge, so you're gonna get the flack of it, the brunt of it. I've actually heard that they're trying. There's it's just a rumor that I heard that they're gonna try to rebuild Ukraine after the war as a modern authoritarian state with RFID and shit like that. Like, I don't know if that's true, but that sounded crazy to me.
BlackRock.
They were going to fund the infrastructure to rebuild Ukraine and then implement those make it a surveillance state basically.
I think it's not going to happen because you got the Russians flanking north of Ukraine, and it's not looking good for them. You know what I mean? Like, BlackRock is screaming and running because they're scared of losing more money like these game companies and everything else. And then now Ukraine is really in a bad situation.
Well, the crazy thing is BlackRock has an AI called Aladdin that plays stocks for them. To me that should be illegal.
Yeah.
How is that not illegal?
Japanchi, you're right, because look at Russia. They already defeat Ukraine, and there's some fucking biolabs out there I heard about.
Children biolabs in Ukraine. One of the Russian soldiers discovered it, and it really traumatized the Russian soldiers, and they were all like, wow, like, bad.
What the hell is going on?
It's children liver what the Ukraine is doing. So like they're going door to door in Ukraine, and they're like, hey, you want to donate your child to us, and so they're selling the children's liver to these scientists in Ukraine.
God.
Yes,
That's
I am
what
heavily
the fuck?
deep information that Ukraine stuff, like the Russian information and crap like that. Like, it's not good stuff Ukraine is doing. It's not good.
There's it's just like a thing where I've said this before, and personally my stake in all this is that Americans should be helping themselves. Like, in the sense that, like, look, I'm not saying that I don't sympathize with people suffering no matter what part of the war they're on. So whether they're like Russian or Ukrainian or whatever, like, or Israel or Palestine, I feel empathy for all the people that are suffering that have nothing to do with the main conflicts and are just civilians, right? Whatever.
That's true, bro. The
casualties, I feel for them. But my thing is, like, America's in a bad state right now, and our enemies.
Them my country too, Britain too.
But here's the thing: you have America's, like, the enemies to you have like a modern axis forming. I'm not going to go into too much detail, and like, we don't have the funds to be sending money to everyone. We just don't have it. So to me, it's like America should come first above all else. That's always been my take on it, because in the end, who's going to help us? Who's going to help us when shit hits the fan?
Same goes for our country too. Same goes for our damn country too.
So
it won't work.
Well, I'm just prefacing it under that. I'm just prefacing it under that because I don't want people to say, "Oh, this guy's pro this, pro that." I'm pro US. I'm pro the country I live in, where I have to wake up every day and deal with the consequences of bad government. So I do empathize with other people in these places, but I think that we have to take care of us, because if we go down, then everyone else is asked out, basically.
But even though, homie, even though I don't live there. Even though I do support a country, but other than that, I support my country too. I'm pro UK too, but our country's not been good for years. But
my God!
I'll tell you something. So like when Trump was president, he signed a bill. So like, he's like, sure, help the Ukrainian army. Made a little paper, and it says, we are not helping with the Ukrainian Azov battalion because these guys are full-on neo-Nazis, and he signed that paper. We are not helping the neo-Nazis or training them. We are training the army of Ukraine. And then further on, you got Biden. He took all that off, and now we're sending all this ammunition and guns to the
oh my
Oh, yeah.
God.
Yeah,
Not to mention what
Oh
happened
my God.
in Afghanistan.
Yeah,
Good show there.
yeah, and
Man,
He
fuck
burst
Biden and his
right away.
administration.
yeah.
Fuck Biden and his administration. They all piss me off. They can go to hell. Come on, there's a fucking hyena. I cannot stand her fucking laugh. Oh my God.
For real.
Her laugh is
Fuck
like a
both of them.
hyena. Yeah,
And it's
exactly
really
right.
bad.
Yeah.
These people are
Reverend,
saying,
bring,
yeah,
bring
like,
Jem Patchy into the building.
Where do you go?
Bring
think his
Jem
phone may
Patchy
have
in the
died.
building, y'all. We need him.
He should be back soon. I think his phone died.
Jesus Christ. I hate cringe Jean-Pierre woman. I cannot stand her. She keeps lying to people.
Yeah.
That's
Just as bad as
But I hate that every time like somebody's like my phone died every time I'm in the middle of something. I hate that feeling
I
Mm-hmm.
hate
too.
that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But yeah,
yeah,
fuck Sleepy Joe and Kamala, as Trump would call her.
Yeah.
Fucking
I cannot
idiots,
stand
man.
Fannie Willis, the piece of shit. That woman's a retard saying, "Oh, I'm not going to jail." Excuse you, bitch. All your crimes are out, bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, even
She
though
slept with Nathan Wayne, the hot dog, the bitch. Dog.
But guys, I would say this personally, even though I do hate my prime minister around here, I prefer, the U.S. more than our prime minister. So fuck
But
it.
is it as bad as Justin Trudeau?
Oh, I
look at
hate
Justin
that.
Trudeau.
I hate that son of a
He's
bitch.
the main reason he brought in
He's
a Ukrainian neo-Nazi soldier, a volunteer SS soldier, to the Canadian council with the Zelensky Ukrainian president. Had them praising the neo-Nazi soldier. On the other hand, listen to this. Poland was asking, hey, would you mind bringing this neo-Nazi Ukrainian SS volunteer guy over here? Because we would love to prosecute him. And guess what? Canada never
Man.
because this guy is a bad dude.
Yeah, I like Poland. Put him in jail for 1,000 years. I cannot stand Trudeau, piece of shit. He's a WEF student of Kraut Schwab. That snake in the grass.
Yeah,
I cannot stand.
That's on point. Yeah, that's what he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like he's the world's softest man, bro.
Oh, screw him. He's the one.
Joe Biden's just being himself.
Exactly right.
Hey,
and Joe Biden is being
guys,
girlfriends and
that's
boyfriends with
Reverend.
Zelensky. So
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Exactly. Hey, Reverend and Roll Royce, listen. So, what do you think? What do you think of the bitch ass Richie Sunak?
Hold on.
Oh my God.
There was a question actually in the chat I saw. I said, do you think the gaming industry will be less woke if Trump won the election in 24? I don't think so. I don't think so. And the reason why I say I don't think so is because the leftists are hijacked. They've hijacked the space so deeply. That
there's so many.
I think that it
leftists
doesn't
within the
matter
gaming
who the president is.
They would have to
Oh
weed
my
out
God,
so many of
no.
them and just
Yeah,
have
they would do like multiple name drops and shit if he was.
They would need more
They will
conservative
talk
Republicans and independents in the
they
gaming
won't stop.
industry.
They're insane people. I'm sorry.
Well, also Hollywood. Hollywood has is like leftist, so it doesn't matter if Trump was president or whoever is president. It's like that's who the people that run that infrastructure. Sadly,
exactly.
So I think
bro.
gaming
Something would have to change there with whoever
within
would have
gaming
the power to do anything. Yeah.
Yup.
It would have to be gaming being changed from the inside. So basically.
Yeah. And also,
So wait, Revenant, there was any other topics?
Oh yeah, Revenant.
There was any other
I wanted
topics,
to show
Revenant?
you I wanted to show the video of Sarah Bond.
Oh, you mean the
So I want to
president?
pull it up on the screen.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is what happened, Reborn?
Oh, I want to say this. Like I said, I think he did respond to my question before. Did he answer it or not really?
What was it?
With you and Roll Royce, what do you think of our Richie Sunak? What do you think of that?
That person, you mean from UK, right?
Yeah.
He's mentally retarded. He can go to hell and he can
Thank you.
sniff my ass. For all I give a fuck. He's a fucking idiot.
My sentiment exactly.
Shit. I cannot stand this woke mind people, this DEI, this affirmative actions all pissing me off, man. Needs to be shut down.
Bro, I'm gonna be real. They want, I'm not being disrespectful, they want the whole Muslim to take over. So everybody.
Look, I think really I think those people are like confused as hell, and I think that they just want their enemies to lose, no matter how much you like how much it's a double-edged sword to themselves. So, like, I really look at it like take the U.S. for example. I think that the Democrats are willing to destroy the U.S. if it means they defeat Republicans.
Exactly.
So I think that I think that applies to
coming by times around our state too.
I think that applies to any country, like or any like you see that in France, you see that in the Netherlands, you see that in any country where they're trying to destabilize it, they're gonna be okay with anything that means destabilization. Again, like you could argue there's whatever reason they are doing that. There's a bunch of different reasons you could argue, but in reality, like I just look at it, it's like how can we? They look at it like, all right, we'll bleed a little bit, but they'll die. And again, in the end, that's misguided because all this stuff is gonna backfire on them too. They take if they take over that infrastructure. Yeah, it's gonna no matter. Like in the end of it, it's like the U.S. You look at the U.S. and what's going on. If like all that like commie shit they're trying to push and Marxist shit wins, all that's gonna happen is America will be destabilized and then China will come in here and take over. Like that's all that's gonna happen. It's just messed up. So it's dark. It's really dark to think about. But,
yeah, same goes to our country, bro. I'm telling you, cause it's
yup.
bad.
And not only that, guys. From what I heard, Taiwan's gonna get invaded by China soon enough. Get ready for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, like what this is reminding me of historically is like how before World War II officially became World War II, all the seeds were planted, all the actors were put in their positions, and then shit went down. I feel like that's what we're looking at now. It's like you got Taiwan, you got Iran, all this stuff is crazy. It's really crazy. But in a few, let's rotate the panel, Revenant, and get
I'm
whoever
actually gonna
else
do it
on.
now because I want to make sure this video plays without StreamYard giving me an issue like I did last time.
Yo, Apollo, I'll catch you later, man. Thanks for coming in here.
Yeah, I just saw his comment on the private chat.
Yeah, nice.
Peace, Apollo.
Take it easy, Apollo. It was great having you on again.
Great to see. Great to have you on, Apollo. Take care of yourself. Respect your own family and all. Simple.
So I'm gonna put everyone else except Jimpachi, me and Jimpachi, to the backstage, so that way I can play the video. And once I'm done playing the video, I'll bring some people back on to give their thoughts on what was being shown.
All right. All right, no problem.
No problem.
So how about them Lakers? But yeah, while we wait, you guys can leave any questions in the chat, and like in the meantime, we'll try to answer them. Solo said, I say the country shouldn't help when they're not involved, and if one country attacks another, the other country has the right to retaliate. I agree. I think that's a fair take. That's basically where I stand on it. I just think that, like, as you know, Americans should focus on this country, you know. All right, enjoy your dinner, Apollo. Thanks for coming on again. If I read any comics, I used to read a lot of comics, Spirit, but I haven't read much recently because a lot of it has been pretty bad. So, you know, like most of it has been so bad. I think the last time I cared was like this so long ago. It was when Scott Snyder was doing his Batman run, where he was with Greg Capullo, and that was like ages ago. So that's the last time I really cared. Dark Knight's Metal was kind of interesting too. I remember following that a bit. There was a lot of it mainly DC. There was also, because Marvel was like was totally unreasonable, unreadable rather. With
You can see
damn,
the
what the
screen,
hell?
right?
Let me see actually, because I was looking at the comments. I can see the screen, yeah. But yeah, like
Oh, great. All right.
there was a storyline
Yeah,
with
continue what you're saying.
Doctor. They were with Dr. Manhattan, and I forgot what it was called. It led to Rebirth. I thought that was interesting, but generally, comics have been unreadable for me. All right, that's all I had to say, basically. So you can play the video.
Okay.
Doomsday Clock. That's what it was.
Okay,
Doomsday Clock. I kind of like that storyline. I ain't gonna lie.
so let me know if the volume is too. Well, I mean, it's already to the max on YouTube, but just let me know if it's too loud or whatever. Then I can lower it. But
this woman about to be screaming. Nah, let it play it.
My pronouns are she, her, and I am the head of ecosystem for Xbox. I know, right? Microsoft likes to make these titles that are very mysterious. But what we do that Microsoft has with creators globally, and we get to be responsible for all of the aspects of that. So we lead the commercial relationships. We also build all of the developer tools and all the publisher tools that are used by game creators that want to work with Xbox, also that have their games powered. Something I always did with my dad. The first.
Wow. Well, I don't know what happened, but looks like it's just me here. It's time for my opening monologue. No, but it's crazy. She opened up with her pronouns. Like, that's unbelievable. Like, ecosystem meaning that it's just ecosystem basically just means like anything but actually making games. It's just a bunch of services tied together, more or less. So that's how I look at it. Yeah, wonder why she don't want Xbox brand anymore. Wonder why she done it. I mean, again, like, I look at her and I don't see like a person who actually cares about gaming. Give me 1 sec. Hold on. Revenant cut out, so we're waiting for him to come back. But yeah, ecosystem. That's like, I mean, I hear a lot of Xbox fanboys saying that, oh, it's part of their ecosystem. It's part of their ecosystem. That's why you guys are, Xbox gets treated differently, the Xbox tax or whatever. But like when they say shit like ecosystem, pull out no games, and then you got this woman opening up with pronouns. It's like, what do you expect people to? How do you expect people to react?
yeah, I don't know what happened. It just booted me off and shit. So, but I think people already got the gist that what was going on there. So
yeah, that was like, I mean, the gist of it is that she said a bunch of double speak and introduced herself with pronouns.
I could pull up another video if you want.
Are you gonna get booted again?
I don't know.
Man got
I'm willing to take
disconnected
the
from the
risk.
Matrix. You know what it was like? You know when they pull out the plug while they're still in the Matrix and you just drop dead?
Oh yeah.
That's what happened to you.
I'm willing to try it again.
I mean, yeah, try again. Yeah, it was like
I'll
heavily
I'll
delayed.
put up a different video.
Man got lagged out.
For real.
Yeah, but I find it like I just don't understand why they can't just make good games. I just don't understand. Like I'm she is an affirmative action hire. I agree. I agree, Rick, because she like how do I put it? Like I feel like she exists to deflect criticism because anybody who criticizes Microsoft or Xbox, they'll say like, oh, you know, she's like basically a shield for them. By the way, Revenant, is Melina in the back rooms waiting? I don't know if you can hear me.
Give me a second.
Microsoft might drop Xbox from Microsoft Gaming. That would be horrible. That would be horrible. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Microsoft and Xbox are just going to go the way of Sega, just become a publisher of games, of services, but not an actual like console anymore. I actually not. The more I think about it, the more I can see them just bowing out that way. So they'll still own those companies or whatever, but they'll just be putting out games on other consoles. That's a fact. Never forget what happened with that Obi-Wan show. Yo, all right, thanks, Reborn. Always good to have you, man. Catch you on the next one.
Peace out, Reborn. Appreciate you stopping by.
I mean, if you can't,
on the podcast.
If you can't get the video running,
I got it now.
Yeah,
I just had to find the one that I was gonna play.
Okay,
but I'll try. Hopefully, it doesn't boot me again. And then I'm not gonna play the whole thing because it's like 37 minutes long, I think. But I'll just play a little bit of it, and then I'll bring everyone else back on.
But you heard what I said before. Is Melina still waiting in the back? Was she waiting in the back rooms?
Oh no. She messaged me back on X that she couldn't attend today, but she was listening and she did leave a few comments earlier. So
okay. Just want to make sure. Yeah.
Let's try it again.
But yeah, so it's kind of crazy. I like, again, like I can see Microsoft just bowing out and then having like just becoming a develop like a either some kind of like publisher or some kind of like just third party company. That probably would be a better role for them, to be honest. Especially since they seem like they're ready to bow out anyway. Yeah, the screen is showing.
Oh, great. Okay, hopefully it doesn't boot me this time.
Let's hope. Wow, that delay is crazy. What a crazy delay. Let's hope. Well, he got booted again. Man just got jacked out of the Matrix. So I guess since it's not working, we'll just bring everybody back on when Revenant comes back. and we'll go for there. We'll go from there. But yeah, man, I actually I stand by what I said before. Like Elon should definitely get into the console market. Like a basically glorified PC console would be pretty badass. Like I don't know how hard it would be to implement that, but like he has the funds, he's a gamer. Why not? It can end up destroying Microsoft like that too, like just replacing them as a competitor.
Well, I got booted again.
Yeah, I was saying, just might as well just bring the panel back and go
Yeah,
ahead
let me do
without
that.
it.
Royce is I think he disconnected. Maybe I'm not sure. But if he comes back, he can join again. So I'm gonna bring pretty much whoever's still here.
Bring back a Rick Jones.
Oh yeah.
Spirit of Paradox.
And Y2. All right.
Yeah.
What's up? Welcome back, everyone. I tried
Yo,
to get the
Torres,
video
what's
to
up?
work.
Yeah, it might be that it might be like
Yo, what?
maybe your computer is having trouble with it.
Maybe, I don't know. I'll probably have to test it out. Like
Like it
I
could just
don't know. I
be
think
your
privately,
computer might
maybe.
be.
I don't know. I
I've been-
think it is StreamYard because I'm trying to connect it to my laptop and trying to talk to y'all there, but I couldn't, so I had to get on my phone to do it. So yeah.
Well, you know what's funny? I was on I was on Words of Paradise's stream a while back, and on his podcast, and he was able to play videos like just fine in the same manner. So it could be like it could be just like a spec thing combined with like the connectivity. Because I found it weird. Like he was playing videos, it was like perfectly smooth, but on here it's like causing him to get booted. So I don't know.
Yeah,
When it was playing, was it lagging or anything?
It was
Yeah, it
frozen
was a
on
little
screen
bit.
and it was lagging. Yeah.
Oh my god. What the fuck? All right.
But
I'll just
yeah.
have to test it out privately
Just
during the week.
do some research and find out, like
Yeah.
troubleshoot, and you should be able to fix it.
Yeah, because I don't know why I would be doing that.
But I theorize right now that it's a thing where like your computer might just be having trouble doing both tasks at once.
Maybe that's kind of weird. Because without normally I'd be able to do it. Like I can have like more tabs open and play videos and shit. So
Yeah, but maybe it's like just like because you're not live stream, like actually live stream is a private stream, that could be the difference.
yeah, that could be. Yeah.
Well, you are
I'll
live
figure it
streaming
out.
right to YouTube, aren't you?
Well, to YouTube, but like if you can do private streams of StreamYard to test things out, so it might work privately because the bandwidth isn't getting stretched out. But when you're streaming to YouTube,
what I was going to also ask, what kind of internet do you have? What I was also going to say.
I got Verizon.
Damn, that's crazy then, because
I think
sure should work.
I think it's just it's a technical thing. I think it's just either computer's not powerful enough to like handle the multitask, or the bandwidth
I
is
had
getting
this
stretched out.
for a couple of years now, so maybe it's that.
Wait, do you have it on Wi-Fi or Ethernet?
It's Wi-Fi, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, that's definitely why your shit not working there, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even I watch Drink Here, Mauler, and all them, and most of them got their shit connected either.
Yeah, you gotta do
either
cable.
cables could be because of shit like that, so that they streams don't get cut out. Because your Wi-Fi is only good for so long. Cause
that's true. You know what? Yeah, I'll try that next time.
And remember, you're spreading out the bandwidth, like
exactly,
and it's on Wi-Fi, so yeah, Ethernet.
That might be it. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't think it's appropriate for me to flex, but I'm someone who's got 1 gigabyte speeds, so.
God damn.
Nice. Yeah.
I pay out the ass for it, but it's totally worth it. I never have any problems.
You can send out those angry tweets lightning fast.
Like it's in my room with me, like it's on my shelf, so I never have no issues. Got all my shit connected.
Yeah. But I mean, you got that 1 gigabyte speed. You could be on Wi-Fi on the moon. You probably still be good.
What's up, Emerald?
But
For real.
yeah. Like
So,
it's
what were
probably
any of you
that.
guys' takes on what you at least were able to see before it getting shut down?
My
Pronouns right out
pronouns
the gate.
are fuck off, eat a dick.
Yeah.
Like,
When
bro, when the
somebody,
first thing out your
oh
mouth is
sorry,
your pronouns, I
yeah,
tune you the fuck out, bro.
yeah,
Can't take them
Like,
seriously. Pronouns
no,
is
like, so
pronouns are
That's what I
like
was thinking.
your
Like,
allegiance to they're your allegiance to insanity.
no, it's and I told somebody this shit on Twitter the other day, and they got mad. I said, bro, if you use pronouns in the sense they want you to use pronouns, you are in denial of the human breeding process. Like,
yeah,
no, wait. Then they proceeded to literally show that they did not, bro. You literally denying that humans don't. First off, animals are male and female. Humans are nothing
yeah.
but male and female. That's it. Everything else is denial of how humans reproduce. That's it.
Yeah.
If you
Well,
deny how
People want to
humans
be
reproduce,
able
you're an
to
idiot.
reproduce asexually, like Godzilla from the '98 movie.
I got bad news. There are people that believe that humans can reproduce asexually. But
that's called allegiance to insanity. 2 + 2 = 5 to show
oh no,
allegiance to the child.
no. That came before. That was actually something that came decades before the insanity.
No, I'm not
Like
talking about
women.
Godzilla. I'm talking about in general.
I'm talking about real life.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. Because
Oh god damn! No, I mean, oh, that's hilarious.
someone in real life saying that shit is crazy. You cannot
Bro,
reproduce
no,
sexually.
and wait, and what I'm saying is that somebody said that shit before the internet was popular, bro. That's why I'm
Oh,
laughing.
okay.
Yeah, that didn't come with the woke mob. That came before the woke mob, because women really think they can reproduce asexually, and I'm like, yeah, like maybe a period and about 27 zeros and another one. Yeah, that percentage of people. Yeah, here's the
I
the human body is weird.
I
To
heard a
sum it up, it's
story of one.
possible,
I heard a story of one
but
female doing this, where she had
that
like both
that's my
genitalia.
point. That's what I said. Point
Yeah.
zero. That's what I said. Point 27 zeros and a one. Yeah,
Yeah,
way
I
down there
agree
at
with
the end of
you.
the scale. Like, yeah, that one. The people think anomalies are like it's called an
Exception
anomaly.
doesn't make the rule. Exceptions don't make the rule.
But
Yeah.
sadly enough, that's how society functions, bro.
Well,
They,
they're fuckheads. Then.
there are female custodians in Warhammer. No. What do they
Well,
say? No,
I heard
there are
somebody
female
say King
factions in.
Arthur could have been black. I heard somebody say that King Arthur, there's a small percent he could have been black. I'm like, you are fucking insane. Yes, there is a 0.1% chance that could happen, but it's so unlikely that why even fucking say that? I've heard somebody say this in real life with a straight face.
Man, look, people. I really don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this side of the conversation because this shit is boring to me at this point. It's boring, bro. At this point, we're just yelling at the wall, and it's like I don't want to talk to the wall anymore. I talk to people, man.
Yeah.
So like, what other topic did you have going on the agenda, by the way?
Well, before we move on, I just want to say that my mentality is always that it's generally that if it becomes an issue, if it comes up, if it's a factor, I'm gonna address it because I feel like they want people to shut up and stay silent about it. So while I do agree that in a way, you can only scream at the wall for so long, I also think silence isn't the answer because again, I think like my opinion is that they're trying to beat down people's spirits by like fighting like this. Like it sounds corny to say, but like fighting this endless like these endless arguments. But I think that like the moment you back down and just say, all right, I don't care anymore, I feel like you're letting them win. So,
oh no, I told Jen this. To that point, I told Jen last week before when he invited me last week. Drinker said this shit. He's like, bro, we gotta fight back. We've been holding the line, but at a certain point, you can only hold the line for so long. At some point, you gotta swing back, and it's like, which is what is wait. So
what has to be.
It's which I talked about last week with the whole speak with your wallet shit, and which is you have to. That's why the movie theaters are dying. It's why these companies are Hollywood's gonna die. Hollywood killed itself first and foremost. The gaming industry is gonna kill itself because like I said earlier, freemium gaming showed them the dark side of the profit game, and they think they can run roughshod with that shit. And it's like, no, there's a reason freemium gaming works. It don't cost nothing, and they charge you a nickel and a dime. so people will buy that. You can't charge me 70 fucking plus a game and then want to throw ads in my shit and then charge me for losing
EA.
shit. What are you doing?
And pay for
Come on,
multiplayer.
bro.
You forgot
Pick
that
a
part too.
lane. Huh?
And pay for multiplayer. You forgot about that
Are you
one
serious?
too.
Oh,
Yeah.
you talking about the Ghost of Tsushima shit.
Yeah.
I said that's what I'm playing. Bro, I ain't gonna hold you. I'm old. I don't know how old you are. I'm 36, bro. Gaming online is something I've never been I do not like the shit. It never has been a thing that appealed to me. First off, when I started, the internet was trash. Then it's just too many people, bro. Like, don't do it. Gaming with other people online is cool, but at a certain point, it becomes fucking noise
and tedious.
Fucking annoying.
Yeah, it really is,
bro.
yeah.
And I'm like me. Every game I bought is single player. Mostly, like I missed the good old fashioned me and my man's at the house. We got a tournament cracking in the house, or somebody's studio, or land like human interaction talk, like that build of them dudes in that room gaming. Fine, we could do that.
I mean, that's how I came up too. That's how I came up too, man. That's
what,
how I came up too.
Me and Jim Pachi do that now. Like, just
we both. I mean, that's my gen. Yeah, because like the thing is that like these people, they like with these games now, like they shoehorn the multiplayer aspect into everything, and then there's like for every good multiplayer game, there's always like 100,000 bad ones, and there's a level of jank that is sacrificed. I'll give you an example. Like, you remember GTA 5? We were talking about that, where if you play GTA 5's story mode,
it won't go away.
If you play story mode, you have a lot of fidelity, but the second you go online, it's like a caricature of the game. The physics are wonky. People are running around like idiots, right? Because as a player character, you can run around like a fool, and it doesn't break the immersion because everyone else is acting within the laws of the world. But when you have a game like GTA 5 and everyone's running around like a maniac, there's like a level of jank that takes me out of it. You know what I mean? Like, for example, you're fighting you're fighting another player, and you're running in circles around each other, shooting each other, and it just becomes like this janky mess that doesn't feel authentic.
So what I've realized is this, bro. It's not jank. It's what happened to Helldivers. It happened to was it Helldivers? I guess Helldivers was the most recent one. These motherfuckers, you got to remember, a lot of these companies, Rockstar didn't make sense. A lot of these companies do not account for human beings. They account for sales numbers, and that's it. Which is why now I'm gonna switch to a topic. I don't know if you was gonna talk about this ever. I don't know if y'all talked about this or not, but live service gaming, which is online gaming, is ass to me, bro, and I hate the shit.
It sucks.
And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you because the reason GTA.
Oh yeah, it suck ass, my nigga.
Bro, the reason you're right. The reason let's see, NBA 2K was ass. I will never buy another one of those. I bought it strictly just to play the shit, and the game don't even fucking work no more, bro. Because it's an online service game.
Yeah.
I was pissed.
Yeah, it
bro.
fucking sucks.
So anyways, to the point is this, bro. Online service games have become a con, bro. So here's the thing about it. It's not jank. It's first off, they don't build. You know how big the server got to be to hold a fucking company up. These servers, first off, Helldiver servers blew up because they did not think millions of people wanted to play the game. And guess what? Word of mouth got cause they got goddamn, they got Starship Troopers online. Cause what you mean, Helldivers? Helldivers, what's that? You mean that booty ass game from a couple years ago? Yeah, that shit cracked because we shoot aliens and shit.
I actually had the first game. I actually had the first one. I liked it. By the way,
nobody had the first. Nobody had the first game. I'm not saying. I know you were sensitive to the rule.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Nobody never heard.
No, I mean, I'm not saying it's great. I'm just saying I played the first.
But no,
it was.
I think he's trying to say is that
compared to two.
Yeah,
I know.
I think he's trying to say is that nobody never heard.
I'm taking the piss here.
No, you're straight though. What I'm saying is this though, bro. Online service games are ass strictly because they don't design servers. First off, they don't design games to last long as this. GTA, Fortnite, DC Online, are the three biggest ones I can think of off the top of my head that broke the mold, and is why they want live service games. Now, people don't realize DC Online. Oh, well, was a Star Wars game online like that too?
Yeah. Star Wars Academy. I think that's the name of it. Yeah.
I don't know if it's that one. I think it might be something else. But anyways, point being is online gaming. They found what it is. They found the golden goose. But the problem is, as most dumbass people, they strangle the golden goose to death with a noose. And what they're gonna do is
The golden noose at that.
They're gonna choke it to death. And it's like, bro, you can have live service games. Just don't try to make everything live service.
And they have to be good.
That's the problem.
And the problem is
they have to be good.
Exactly. Helldivers is a good game, but the problem is, first off, they can't afford to make the biggest problem with live service games is you can't fucking maintain that shit.
Yeah.
You have to
Rockstar walk away.
Hold on. What I mean is this: Rockstar can afford to because Rockstar is a big enough company at the current time. It'll die off in about 5 years at the rate they're going. You have DC. I don't know how DC Online is still going, but it's still going pretty goddamn. But I know how it's going because I played the game. They have the subscription model that you can pay $12 a month, and you can pay for. I got sucked into the freemium game inside of it myself. This is me talking from experience. Freemium gaming is what broke everything. Netflix broke the streaming wars, and freemium gaming has broke the gaming side of it, bro. That shit has set the. I guarantee if you guys go back 10 years, you'll see the trail of it. I knew Netflix ruined entertainment back then. I was like, what? Subscription? Guess what? What is Adobe now? What is any program you want now?
Subscription services.
Yeah.
What is all the music now?
And also being able to binge whatever you want cheapens the quality. It cheapens the longevity of all these like products. Well, before you had to wait for a show weekly. Now you can watch 30. You know, you have some sweathead watch 30 episodes of a show in one sitting.
Oh, bro, I've caught up on some of these shows. It's the only reason I know about certain shows. I've been to watch them, and yeah. So the point is,
and
bro,
I think on the gaming, on the.
Mm-hmm. Say what you're gonna say. I'll say it afterwards.
All right. So on the gaming side, I think the whole live services shit make them look lazier than before because if it wasn't for this whole live service shit, they would work twice as hard for the games that they putting out. Nowadays they just do whatever the fuck. So.
But that's ironic because you're working 3 times as hard. Because here's the thing about it: if you make yet again, I am the one that said earlier, the budget's too goddamn high. You make a $30 million to $50 million game. Guess what? You can make a $30 to $50 million. You can make a $30 million game live service. Guess what? You should be able to get your profit. You should be able to get the money back in marketing and in budget and in paying the people. You should be able to get the money back on that, and you can make that live service. That's what GTA did, bro.
Another thing as well, live service games can't fail because if they do at release, it's pretty much over.
Yeah.
And on top of that, is the best example of that, bro.
And they deserved it.
Avengers.
They deserved it.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing about it: a live service game can work. First off, you can't charge $70 for it though. That'll kill it out the gate.
Gotta be free.
Which is what
premium.
No, it don't have to be free. It could be $30. $40 at max. $50 depending on. Okay, I don't know what UK $40 in America $30. You can't charge more than $50 for a live service game though, because guess what? First off, to us it's visually disgusting. Like I gotta pay $70 is already gross. You want me to? Then you want to charge me to play it online? Then I gotta get a subscription. If I got PlayStation. If I got Xbox, I gotta get Game Pass. If I got PC, I gotta get streaming. I gotta get Steam. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't.
But the best ones are free though.
Of course they are, but that's
what I'm saying though. Like
that's the biggest scam. But
if you're gonna,
sorry.
No, but what I'm saying is I agree with you. But I think like even charging money for them in general is a losing battle because like most of the ones that are really popular are free. Even like Splitgate, Killer Instinct, or whatever. So yeah, you could keep it alive, but in order to like really maximize that, you know,
I think Killer Instinct is free anymore.
No, it wasn't. It's not free anymore now, but it was free. Like the thing is like if you want to get people on there, people are willing to try things for free. Now, while I agree, I actually agree with most of what you said. I just want to point out what I was saying about jank because when I think you misconstrued what I said. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's not that I think that the practice of a live service game is jank. It's that in application. From like a mechanical standpoint, they end up needing to be watered down because they're accommodating multiple players. Game.
Because it's like a river, bro. Yeah, it's a river. It's a literal river of information. You have to condense it down even more to control it, and you can't control. And you got to think your game has to account for every stupid action any person can take at any given moment.
Exactly.
Which is like a brain constantly finding out. But yeah, you're right.
So
And
with
no, what I mean by
GTA,
jank is,
GTA 5, like look at the physics. Like you play the physics online are totally like fucking broken. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify that point because I think like something got lost in translation there. That's all.
Oh no. What I was expanding on your point. It's literally designed to be jank because they have to. It's every people seem to fucking forget you have to trade off. There has to be compromise. And if you want a live service game, it can't run like the actual game we spent 6 years building. The live service game is going to be at best 2/3 of that to get the flow.
Yeah, you see it all the time.
Because I'll give you an example. People like, why isn't a Superman game? I don't know, because guess what? I played DC Online, and you can fly in that game smooth as butter. Smooth as butter. The flying mechanics are crazy, but there's no Superman game. Why? I don't know, because the game has the laser, cold breath, flying, super.
But technically, it's much more scaled down because I've played DC Online. It's scaled down. It's not. It doesn't have like the world fidelity of something like a single player experience. But the whole reason why I mentioned that in the first place was just to say that, like, you know, that's the consequence of everything being like that's in a way that was part of my point. Like that's the consequence of it. Like everything's trying to be this live service, everything's trying to be this multiplayer game, but the fidelity isn't there that we used to get from single player games, which is why like it's kind of sad that things have gotten that way where everyone's trying to cash in on it, because like we look at like the Resident Evil 2s of the world, it's about the remake, or you look at like, you know, single player games that like were heavily focused and there were like these fun experiences, and we're getting like a third of that every year of the amount of games like that. For every like 100 of what are called live service games, you're gonna have like one Stellar Blade. You get what I'm saying? When we were coming up, we had nothing but that. And then when games had local multiplayer, when they used to focus on that aspect of it, we had the benefit of it running on the same console, so the physics being, you know, like we mentioned before, being like mechanically sound. So I think that I guess my whole point with all this is that live service games as a whole have watered down the industry because by nature they have to be watered down to accommodate all these people playing.
Well, the other thing is this: if it's not watered, the other side of the same point, if we don't, it became a cheat code for corporations to milk the customer. Which is my biggest gripe. I don't like. That's why I don't do online, because bro, you're not gonna. Like I said, I did all this shit. I'm too old. I'm not gonna pay a nickel and a dime to play the game, bro. Oh, I want this suit. I gotta pay $5 after out of my actual pocket. No, fuck off. And that's what live service. That's what Fortnite. Fortnite is why. When I saw, I have not played Suicide Squad. I've watched hours of game footage of that shit, and it pissed. I was like, this is Fortnite, bro. This is Fortnite.
It fucking
Like,
sucks, bro. It's Fortnite.
Like,
It's Fortnite. That was my first reaction too. Fortnite with
Fortnite,
DC
a different name.
Mauler play, and I'm like, this is Fortnite. I'm like, the flying mechanics, the jumping mechanics, and the shooting. This is Fortnite, bro. You just shooting, and then first off, the worst part about it was all like the damage was trash.
Yeah, bullet
like,
sponges.
You just shoot for minutes at a time, and you
bullet
don't do any
sponges.
damage. I'm just that's the term I was thinking. I couldn't think of the term. I mean, yeah, that's the term. This bullet sponge, you just shooting till your hands hurt, and it's like, oh, don't you enjoy this game? Like, no. Then you got the story, and it's just like, yeah, you deserve to lose $2 million. Wait, the funniest part is, by the way, I don't think they lost $200 million. I think closer to $500 million. But $200 million was the budget for the game.
Yeah, they lost potential. They lost a lot of potential money as well.
Yeah. Well, no, they didn't account. They don't. So one thing I've learned over the last 2 years, they never account for fucking marketing in these discussions when they say they lost money. That's just the budget they lost. The marketing is, mind you, Suicide Squad was every fucking where before that game came out.
Yeah.
Like, you see that, mind you, when you see it, I think about this. I pay for ads on YouTube. It's $5 at minimum. That's for I'm a regular broke Joe. Corporations gonna pay a few millions per site. That don't include news articles, TV ads. You see where I'm going with this?
Well, to be fair,
$100 million just for promotion.
To be fair, some metrics do account for marketing as well. I know with Hollywood you'll see that a lot, where they'll account most marketing into their their losses or like their box office or whatever. So I think it depends what the source is that is citing, the losses. But with Warner Bros, like I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't account for marketing, but like again, I have to like look at the numbers myself. I would have to look at it myself to like and see if like there's actual like any deeper numbers that they give, because even 200 million even with marketing is still a hell of a fucking lot.
Wait.
Like,
No. You know what? No, it has to be more than $200 million. Guess what? Same thing with the Flash. How long they been working on this fucking game?
Yeah.
You mean the movie?
Remember, mind you, they don't account for time invested into these games when they do the budget.
Suicide Squad was like 8 years or something.
It's like
that's
almost,
insane. 8 years for trash.
I think it was 10, bro.
Arkham Knight came out 2015.
Yeah, and especially if they were developing it as soon as they finished Arkham Knight, that would be even more pathetic.
Yeah,
bro. No, they somebody said they should sue Sweet Baby for what? The mechanics suck. Fuck the story. The game just sucks.
I mean, the story. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how they're both equally bad though.
Trash.
Yeah, that's the sad thing about it. They're like, there's no redeeming factors there. It's like the story is dog shit from a writing perspective, and
dog shit.
From a lore accuracy standpoint, it's dog shit. From a story perspective, it's dog shit. From a gameplay perspective, it's dog shit. And not only are all those things dog shit, but then it has identity politics thrown in as well. So it's like they were asking to lose that much money.
Bro, it's the Avenger.
Avengers did better than them.
No,
they're worse than Avengers.
I'm trying to think of a great analogy. It's like the Dragon Zord of fuck our money. I don't know if you guys remember Power Rangers when the Dragon Zord. When the Dragon Zord it would be the Dragon Zord and the other four. That's how bad it was. It's like y'all came together to destroy Warner Brothers. Like you combine the worst aspects of making a game. You got looter shooter shit. Shitty sponges, shitty story, lore breaking, disrespected characters. I'm like, I've never hated a game. I've never played in my life like this. I hate that game. Like,
bro, there's plot holes.
I hate that game.
There's a plot hole at a cellular level, bro. Like in that game, like an example would be that, for example, Lex Luthor talks about how he developed these micro bombs and these characters. I didn't buy the game. I like you. I've seen most of it through videos and whatever. He talks about how he developed these micro bombs that they're using to put into the Suicide Squad's body. And I'm thinking, but in Arkham Knight, Riddler had the micro bombs in the goons' heads. Like that's actually part of the Riddler side mission, and that was the previous game right before this.
Oh, no. Wait, Revenant. Was that Revenant talking?
It's Jim Pachi talking.
Oh, my bad. Jim, it's even worse than that. Do you know what movie is canon to the Arkhamverse?
Oh yeah, for sure, that too. Yeah, and now they
in that fucking
so I'm like, yeah.
Wait, that's what. Oh, this is part of the Arkhamverse. No, nigga, this is
the one when King Shark had the metal jaw.
Yeah, that's the one. That's canon. That was canon.
Blown off.
Yeah.
Yes, he got the when they tried to get the bomb.
That was part of Arkham's universe, right?
Yeah.
Arkham.
I didn't know it.
Assault on Arkham. Yeah, I actually like that movie. I actually thought it was okay.
No, wait. Ironically, it's the best suicide. It's what it. Give me this. Okay, now I'm yet again. So what I've noticed over the years is, some reason Hollywood is doing this. They'll take a story they'll take an animated story, make it live action. Somehow the animated version will be better, and the story won't even be as. The Suicide Squad literally came out right after they did Assault on Arkham. Just in case y'all didn't know. They literally put an animated movie out that was a fire-ass Suicide Squad movie. And then they put Suicide Squad out, and the Suicide Squad was super ass, you.
Yeah, I mean that movie
that shit was terrible.
No, the second one not so bad. I could enjoy the second one.
It's no different with X-Men 97. Brought it back just to ruin it with modern day woke ideologies and shit like that.
Oh, no, don't say that, man. They'll come for you, bro. Don't say that. They'll come for you, man. They'll tell you, no, man, it's a continuation.
Oh, yeah, especially
I say bring it on. That shit is not... We talked about this on Twitter before, Ricky.
Yeah, bro.
That shit is not canon.
Did you see my post about the shit? When I put it, somebody posted there's a flop. I said the reasons it might be a flop. People like, it ain't a flop. I'm like, bro, I don't care. I point. Wait, y'all not attacking. They kept attacking my points. I'm like, bro. Oh, this in the comics. This ain't from the comics. This is based on an animated show that already
Exactly.
has grinding.
That was a long show too. A long one too.
Huh?
Mhm.
And it was a
5
long
years.
show at that, with a lot, with
Yeah,
with
5
a lot
years,
of a lot of content.
Bro, so it's like they took shit from the comics book for that show too, but guess what? They made their own stories and they built through lines for every comic book they pulled from, just like every other 90s cartoon did in the 90s. People are like, I want Spider-Man. No, don't touch
They'll
that Spider-Man show.
they'll leave that show
Leave
alone,
90,
bro.
leave my
Yeah,
Spider-Man animated
but
series. Leave one of the best animated series on earth alone. Don't touch it.
yeah.
Ruin it
For
with a
real.
shitty intro.
Whatever
Which,
was
by the
done in the
way, I
past, just
hate
leave it
the intro to
alone.
that
Don't
show.
bother going back to it. Don't just make
Wait,
your own
Yeah,
thing. But
Well,
you
what
know,
they did to
yeah,
Rogue. Look what they did to Rogue. Like what
yeah,
they did to
even
Rogue
see.
is an
Wait.
abomination.
I'm gonna keep it all. I'm gonna keep it raw gut.
I
don't
haven't
even
seen
care.
the
That's
show.
that's not even the worst part about the show to me, bro. You
I'm talking about
made
characterization.
you made Magneto unredeemable.
Yeah,
Unredeemable.
yeah.
Bro. Now, mind you, his character is already shaky at best. You made him. He blacked out the planet. No, cause you no. Wait, it's like I tell you. I said, bro, you have to put a capacity on damage to a character. You can't. Once you make the character, what happened in the comics, bro? What you do? You can't tell a good story after that. You can't.
Yeah.
He's not a hero. But the worst part is you got people that really think, I agree with Magneto. Oh,
Those people are fucking maniacs. Anyone who agrees with Magneto is insane, bro. I find that crazy.
I'm just tired of this whole
But even when I was talking
villains.
about Rogue, it wasn't even talking about what they physically did to her. I was talking about even
Oh,
character
that Captain
wise.
America shit? Yeah, I saw that
Yeah,
too. I was like,
that was crazy, bro. I was like, Rogue would not fucking do this. Like she would not.
wait,
that
but
version
somebody-
of Rogue wouldn't. That
that's
version of
because
Rogue wouldn't.
a bunch of feminists and activists are writing the show now.
Well, let me.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's a gay guy. No, it was a gay guy. It was a gay
Yeah,
black man.
I'm just tired
No,
of this.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Didn't he get fired?
I'm be right back, y'all.
No. So hold on.
All right.
Bo DeMayo actually does care about the lore. Now,
Shit,
I
my
don't
phone
think
about
he
to.
watched the show recently. I don't think he watched the '92 version recently because he mixed up a lot of stories that don't coincide with the universe. Now, he got fired. I don't know if it was the OnlyFans that got him fired. The fact he actually cares about the lore that got him fired. I don't know. But I know the Rogue situation. First off, somebody said it best. Everything y'all keep doing is ruining what the X-Men stand for, what the mutants stand for. The goal of the mutants is to fit into society for most of them. You got the Magnetos that want to be extremists. But the fact is you just made Rogue an extremist. You made Magneto an extremist. Bro, you ruined the entire concept of the mutants. The mutants,
The X-Men want peace.
That's the irony of it though, huh?
The X-Men want unity between humans and mutants. That's what separates them from the Brotherhood of Mutants.
It's basically we just want to exist too. That's the whole goal. But
Yeah,
the irony
unity.
Wait, now let me make this my last one because I'm starting to ramble. The irony is this. That's exactly how these motherfuckers function in real life. You took a story that told you a story and you made it real life. No, bro. The goal is to fit into society, not look like the fucking monster.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree, and that's like the point. It's like people miss the fact that the X-Men were about creating better relationships between humans and mutants by showing, hey, even mutants can like X-Men defending humans from evil mutants, quote unquote, or whatever, helps show is meant to show that, hey, even though you hate us, we still want unity, we still care about people, we care about humanity, we want peace. You get what I'm saying? With Magneto and the Brotherhood of Mutants, their whole goal is mutant supremacy. So in a way, by warping characters like Rogue and warping those characters into thinking like that, they actually become the extremists that Magneto's crew used to represent, as you said. So I think it's kind of funny, and they're interjecting their own ideologies into it because because in the end, it's like the Suicide Squad. They identify with the bad guys. They identify with them, which is crazy. It shows you how misguided and warped their worldview is.
Wait, yet again, you triggered a thought in my head. So the funniest thing is, I don't know if y'all know who Movie Bob is, but it's like imagine you've heard. I've seen it. I know yes, everybody's seen at least 5 of these tweets that, well, I got victimized as a kid. Nobody saved me, so why should somebody save you? And I'm like, oh, you niggas are the villains. That's why you hate, bro. The John Walker effect is a real thing, and I thought it was a meme. It's a real thing. it's a lot of stories now. They've turned so many heroes into the villains in their own stories, and these people really do not see it, and it's befuddling, cuz.
Yeah, but that's what they did to Batman. That's what he is in Suicide Squad.
He's a fascist. And wait,
Yeah.
bro, let me. I'm gonna say this, and I blame Frank Miller for that, bro. I blame him for that because that's where that came from. He started that shit in the 90s. He started that shit in the 80s.
Yeah.
He started that shit in that when he. No, bro, he started that Batman's a fascist shit. He the one that wrote that shit. That wasn't in the comic books before that.
Yeah.
Batman,
But even
Batman was a hero.
People misinterpret that story though too. I think a lot of people they misinterpret the Dark Knight Returns because that story is very I would say it's Frank Miller for sure. It's definitely 100% him, but it's kind of anti-fascist. If you look at like especially the later half of the Dark Knight Returns with like Superman and the government and whatnot. And doing the right thing versus what the state law is.
What I mean is this, bro. But the thing about it is, that's what I'm saying. I was like, I posted this shit the other day, and I said Frank Miller hates comic books because a lot of his shit is he is one of the originators of deconstruction of superheroes.
Yeah,
he started that shit.
That's more apt.
I think that's bullshit.
I take that as that's what you meant, like the deconstruction stuff.
I mean, that's the main thing I'm talking about. But no, it's like he started that deconstruction of the super. Well, we deconstruct them now. But that's what I'm saying. He put that in the comic books, and guess what? What do most people nowadays do? If I say no, it's not. I'm sorry. That's not even the point I'm going for. But you're right. It's this. They take a grain of something that's in your story, and they run 1,000 miles with it, bro.
Oh yeah, like more.
Yeah,
it might be a meaningless story.
They do that so many times. It's like they take something that's like so minor, and then it's like now it's the focal point of it.
Yeah, but look at Poison Ivy and Harley.
Huh?
Was that
Poison Ivy and Harley? They were friends. And all of a sudden, now gay lesbian lovers or whatever.
Now it's a rampant story that won't go away.
So. But I think when it comes to deconstruction, I think I agree that it's been a curse in the comic book industry because the point of deconstruction is it's supposed to be the exception, not the rule, and that the point of these stories is to inspire heroism while being entertaining. If every story is deconstructionism, then you end up with nothing but nihilistic stories. Like these uninspiring, like I don't even know what's the right word is to describe them, but like these like hopeless stories that like they have like this like lingering effect of I don't like demoralization. You know what I mean? Like Watchmen is another example. Alan Moore should be blamed for that too, because as much as I like Watchmen, like he is one of the orchestrators of early deconstructionism as well.
Alan Moore's always angry.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
I mean, look at his Watchmen.
Yeah.
Watchmen is like the perfect example of that, and I think that the reason why I think like when it comes to culture and you look at like how people think, people underestimate how things program them. Like whether like people have egos and they don't want to accept it. They say things like, oh well, it doesn't affect me. It's just a movie. It's just a game. When you're seeing something consistently, it's gonna program into your mind to some level.
Yeah, it's like some level. Pattern recognition. Like you notice the patterns and then you call it out, and just because other people don't see it or they don't want to address it, or they want to ignore it or usually,
deny it.
Yeah, it's also because like it coincides with what they believe in. So then it's like
and you normalize it.
Yeah, they want to normalize it and make it seem like it doesn't exist or it's a you problem when it's not.
Yeah, so by doing that, it affects them.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that if you watch nothing but Disney, it's gonna become, for example, it's gonna be a lot of the things they push will eventually be normalized to you, whether you're for it or not. Just accepting it and saying like, oh, I just want to enjoy the new thing. Eventually, it's gonna be normalized. So while you might not necessarily like it, eventually it'll be normalized to the point where you don't even think about it, and you'll be desensitized to it, and therefore it's going to end up programming that ideology into your mind. And it's not just, and I'm not saying that because I think people are weak. It's just how people are. You're always taking an influence no matter what. And you have to choose what influences you and catch it early. So, for example, if you're against ideologies and you see it being shoved into comics or movies, then a person could say, "Well, I don't like this, so I'm gonna end up. I'm not gonna read or watch these comics. Read these comics or watch these movies anymore because I don't want this shit infesting my mind." But since people choose to turn their brain off and accept it, it ends up having a subliminal effect, and they end up being programmed by these things. And like I said, I'm not saying it's not like a thing of ego. It's like every single person is susceptible to this. That's why they fight so hard to control the narrative in media.
That's why that's why I said earlier, I'm big on discernment, bro. Like, you gotta know when it's entertainment and when it's real life. And people have a hard time doing that because guess what? They don't discern stuff. And the other thing to add to your point, the one thing that we always forget is critical thinking is a requirement for your brain not to be susceptible to everything. And because mind you, we're susceptible to things just the way we dress, the way we talk. Like you said, it's mirror. Somebody said it's mirror neurons. We reflect off what we see a lot. This is why it's why people think, to another point you addressed, and even I had to just realize it. You got Disney, right? You see a fairy tale from Disney, you think, oh, that's not dark. And it's like, bro, even the Disney versions are darker than some of the grim tales that he wrote initially. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, why? Because Disney told you, huh?
No, I'm just saying
what's up, bro? How's it going?
Oh, what's going on?
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, you're straight. What I'm saying is this, bro. Like, if you look at the Disney movies, like, people are like, oh, Disney movies are hella soft. I'm like, bro, first off, Disney movies were never soft. They softened the grim tales that they came from, but they still kept the dark. Bro, Beauty and the Beast is still one of the darkest movies you ever see if you actually look at the movie as an adult.
Hunchback of Notre Dame.
That's
Hunchback of Notre Dame is a fucked up movie. That's a crazy movie when you watch it as an adult. When you're a kid, you don't think about it because they're singing and shit. But as an adult, that movie is dark as hell.
And it's just like you said, bro. It's they take the thing and you make it viewable for everybody. But guess what? You'll forget
even Tarzan was dark. My fault.
The dude hangs himself. You're right. The dude hangs himself. He's so busy trying to kill Tarzan, he ends up killing himself. It's a hanging scene. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to Disney Plus and see if that movie actually shows that scene in it now.
They probably edited out some shit.
There's probably an edited version of it on there.
I'm curious to know if they still had that because, bro. But the thing about that scene, so to your point, that scene is very powerful because it says one thing: never be so ambitious to do damage to somebody else to the point you kill yourself.
Yeah, but that's an old martial arts principle too. It's like, don't be so worried about what your opponent will do. I mean, that what you're gonna do to your opponent that you forget what they can do to you. Yeah, that's like a martial arts principle as well. But in like the thing is that like, yes, you have to have critical thought and nuance, but there's also like critical thought sometimes means like not even engaging with things that are like poisonous to you, because like you ever heard the saying words cast spells? Or like the philosophy of I think therefore I am. It's like when you say things, right, you're breathing a thought into reality, right? So like if you like, even with critical thought and nuance, if you watch a movie that's pushing pro-feminism, even going into it knowing that you're against that shit and you're seeing it, you're still allowing it to seep into your mind. And sometimes sometimes critical thought means saying, all right, I see the writing on the wall, for example, with Captain Marvel, so I'm not going to even give my attention systems to it. Like you're not gonna even like allow your attention span to take in that information because your brain still has to process it. You get what I'm saying? That's kind of why all these like culture war shit is like the way it is, because and all this stuff is because negativity lingers in people's brains longer. So while I am against it and I choose to speak out on it and do whatever, I also acknowledge that I have to engage with things that I just enjoy. Because again, that's gonna hijack my RAS system, which is basically your attention systems, and it's gonna it's like your brain's like an algorithm, and then your brain's gonna continue to look for things like that to talk about and be aggressive about it. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. Like you should still speak up on it, but I think that there's something to that where you have to choose where you're putting your attention and understand that the more attention you seep into these things, the more it's gonna hijack your mind, right?
Yeah.
So
well, you're right, because even my mom used to tell me shit all the time. She said sometimes you gotta ignore shit. You have to ignore it, like, because sometimes they're gonna try to beat you over the head with it. My rule of thumb now is don't touch me. Unless you come, I tell the time, it's not my problem. Keep making my problem. Then it's gonna be everybody's problem, and that's how I feel about it. Like, look, I'm over minding my business. You bring it to me though, now we all got problems because I'm gonna make everybody hurt. Because I enjoy watching movies, playing games, reading books, comics, blah blah blah, whatever form of media I choose to engage with. However, if you beat me over the head about how you feel, we have a problem.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I care how you feel.
You're exposed to it, so now you're reacting to it. So, that being said, everyone should check out my media. Watch Augur episode 1 on my channel. Shameless plug. But anyway, here's the thing though. Like with that, sometimes like if you like, I'll give you an example. Stellar Blade. I really like that game. I enjoyed it a lot. If there was no censorship in the game, I wouldn't talk about it. Right.
Exactly.
But at the same time,
game and going about your day.
yeah.
Exactly.
But I wouldn't go out of my way to look for games that have censorship in them. But if it's Arkham, which I love that series clearly by my channel. If it's whatever thing I like and it's there, then people are going to speak out against it, which is why which is one of the major parts of this argument that all these activists, they say like, oh, y'all just want to complain. Y'all just haters. You're just whatever. You're bigots, whatever. It's like you're injecting shit and your opinions and thoughts into people's things that they like. That's escapism. So now they're reacting to what you're doing. But there's a disingenuous argument like people are looking for this stuff when they're not necessarily looking. It's that they keep on shoving it in your face. So that's kind of how I look at like the whole like woke situation and all this stuff. It's like it'll go away if they stop shoving it down people's throats. Because like I'll give you an example. There's a show called Euphoria, and this girl I used to
you talking about Zendaya.
Yeah, and Sydney Sweeney was in that show, which I didn't realize until way later.
Nobody did.
But honestly, like that kind of makes me like feel like, damn, this woman, she seems kind of base, but she's willing to do shows like that. So whatever. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing. The point is, I mean, you know, she's in that, so she'll be in more shit like that too, probably. But anyway, Euphoria is a new IP created with an original story. I can ignore Euphoria and say you people want to watch that garbage, that's fine. I'm not going to go out of my way to talk about how woke Euphoria is because I know that it is, and it's not an existing property that I give a shit about. Now, when you have like something like Fantastic Four or something, you say, all right, Human Torch is gay now or something like that. Then I'm like, wait, hold on a second. I like Fantastic Four. I'm gonna watch. I watched this movie. I read this comic, and I didn't like what they did. And there's a clear distinction between that. So when these people, if they want people to stop bashing them over this stuff, they have to stop shoving it into things where it doesn't belong, or where people or stop shoving it into existing IPs people like. You want to have your gay characters with superpowers, you don't need the X-Men to do that. You can make your own thing, and if people like it, they like it, and I won't go out of my way to watch that because I personally don't.
They already have those. There's a gay married couple that are OP as Superman, but they never put that guy on the show. But it's because they're two white guys though.
Yeah, you're not talking about Midnighter and I forgot the other guy's name.
Sunstar, something.
Yeah, I mean, like, look,
bro. They already have all these, bro. Like I told you, like I said, now we coming full circle. I just said all this, bro. These people have to erase history to make this sound like they're bringing something new. You're not bringing nothing new to this industry. There's already been gay superheroes. There are trans superheroes. All this already exists. But you have to ignore that to spread your lie, which is why people who know how to use the goddamn internet look at them like you out of your fucking mind.
Yeah. And that's my whole point with all this. It's like, look, you can push, everyone has freedom of speech and freedom of creativity. I'm very much for that, right? You want to make your violent story about this remorseless vigilante that kills like criminals indiscriminately, fine. You want to have a character with a moral code that, like Batman, fine. If you want to have, more of a gray area story, or you want to have a gritty story, that's fine. If you want to have gay characters, that's fine. But here's the thing: you can't take characters that existed already, have been around for over 30 years, 50 years, 80 years, have strong fan bases and strong characterization of what those characters mean. You can't go in there, push in whatever modern bullshit you want and think people are not going to talk out against it. And them not liking it and the things that they enjoy doesn't make them bigots or whatever. It just means that they like the characters as they were and the stories as they were, not what you warped it into. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So, and that's the distinction. That's the critical thought aspect. But I always implore people to understand that whatever you engage with is gonna somewhat program you, and that's why I tell people if you don't like something, don't turn your brain off just because you need to play the new Spider-Man game. You need to watch the new movie. If you know it's gonna be something that you don't want to engage with, you shouldn't feel like you're obligated because you fear missing out. And I think that that's a lot of the people that are defenders online. It's not that they're necessarily pro trans shit or pro whatever. It's just that they want to enjoy the new Suicide Squad game and they don't like that there's discourse around it. So they're mad that there's discourse, but don't understand, but are doing mental gymnastics to make excuses for the things that the people don't like. So, for example, like I did a Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League video, and it was an animation, and people are saying, "Whoa, Batman got plot armor, and this is not lore accurate." Or whatever.
You the one that made that scene where he flips out and kills all of them?
He didn't kill them. He just whooped their ass. But yeah, so I made that.
There's another one that came out a while ago. You might be thinking of that one.
Yeah, no, that one he also just beats their ass as well. But anyway, the point is that the point is this, that a lot of the comments I receive, it made me come to the conclusion that people aren't mad, that they're not mad that people because the game story makes sense or that they like the game. They're mad because they don't like that fans are against it. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of hard to explain. It's like they're mad at the fan base that likes the character, not the actual story or context of the game itself.
Quick question: what are your thoughts on that new revealed Batman game for VR?
Cashing, soulless cashing.
Because I was like, when I saw the trailer, I was so excited.
So it's
found out
the VR
thing popped up at the end, and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Nobody didn't like that
and
shit.
Plus
even
that
the
shit is
people
gonna
who
be
liked
soulless.
that Suicide Squad game didn't like that shit.
That's the point, bro. That's what I was about to say. That's literally that VR game is the Rise of Skywalker to the Last Jedi. That's what the fuck that was. That's them trying to. You hated that. Well, we got this. Why don't you? Wait, are you telling me we never heard about this? But you put the Suicide. How people don't understand how marketing works for the human brain for some reason, bro.
Yeah.
We know you've been working on it. You didn't just pull this VR shit out your ass. So you've been working on this and never talked about it. Oh, but when Suicide Squad fails, guess what you talking about? We got a VR game. I wonder why that is.
Yeah.
And that game,
insurance policy.
Insurance policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like, look, at the end of the day, they just know that people have that bad taste because of Suicide Squad. Now they're trying to market this game. This is a VR game. You're gonna have like VR games are a lot. Well, not all of them, but a lot of VR games, especially like mainstream ones, like even the previous Batman VR game, is just a walking simulator with extra steps.
Yeah.
It's barely a game. It's just an interactive like set piece. Like I don't like it's an interactive like little playground, but not like a real game. So whatever this game is gonna be, and even if it is a real game, you're not gonna get true Arkham gameplay from a VR game. It's just not gonna happen. So it's like when people said, "Oh, I want to play Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League because I like Arkham." It's like, all right, everything you like about Arkham is not gonna be present in this live service game. Not at all. So why even bother? So I feel like I've seen some other channels where they talk about Arkham. They're saying, "Oh, people should be like, okay with this, and it could be interesting." It's like, to me, like that's overly optimistic, and I think that it's in denial of reality. Where it's just it's just a little tech demo with the Arkham name thrown on it.
Yeah, like if somebody made like a Manhunter on VR game, that shit wouldn't work at all years. So.
Yeah. And the Arkham, like, and it could be interesting, but in the end of the day, like it's a forgettable thing. It's probably gonna like not be relevant to the story. Batman already died in that game, in the Suicide Squad game. Like, there's no reason to give WWE. There's no reason to give WB money. There's no reason to give WB money.
They could easily make a Batman game. They're just too much of a fucking bunch of idiots to figure it out.
And they shouldn't even do it.
Beyond.
I don't know why they did that in the first place.
They shouldn't even do it.
Everybody said
they shouldn't even do
make
it.
a Justice League game.
Yeah. I would love that. I would definitely love a Justice League game, but
look, they should leave Arkham alone. They can make they should make. They can make a Batman Beyond game. They should have done that after Arkham Knight, but they didn't. They blew their wad. They fucked up. They made that trash live service game, and it killed the hype for the series. Move on. Make a new Batman game. Just forget the Arkham series. Leave it alone. Don't taint it. It's like a fighter. A fighter loses one fight. He's a world champion, and he's like, "Oh, I got." He's at the end of his career. He's like, "No, I don't want to go out on a loss." Then he loses again. And then he ends up killing his legacy. That's the same thing with gaming. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League fucking sucked. They ruined Batman. They ruined the story. Move on from it.
They ruined the whole Justice League, but they made them look fucking weak.
Now make a Justice League game, as you said, but don't tie it to Arkham.
Suicide Squad game.
Yeah. Huh?
Bro, no. It's so real fast. It's worse than that. They made the game doesn't work by its own logic. By the way, they made the super.
With the Green
the Flash literally rips out goddamn Lex Luthor's heart. How did they not kill y'all?
Yup, Emerald Taurus is right.
Batman literally clears a room, kills everybody in the room with the dude. How do you kill everybody in the room with the Suicide Squad?
Exactly. It's poor. It's piss poor writing. And look, I'm gonna raise you one further. You're a comic fan, right?
Don't know what they're doing.
So you guys, at least two of these people here, besides me, are comic fans. All right, Green Lantern.
Don't say what I think you don't say. Don't even finish that sentence. Don't even finish that sentence, please.
Green Lantern's evil. Bro. Green Lantern's evil. Why is he a fucking Green Lantern? How can King Shark just use his ring? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, that shit is retarded. Like,
I told him to stop and he would.
When did he use like the red? Oh, wait, hold on. When they use like a Brainiac,
Listen,
like
it's for modified
ring or something?
His powers work on willpower. If Brainiac broke your will, how the fuck you have willpower?
Thank you.
I don't know, bro.
Wait, the worst thing about it is, now he made me mad. I told him to stop, but he wouldn't. So here's the biggest problem with that scenario. Here's the thing about it. The Green Lantern not having willpower. Fine. Let's skip that for now. I'll let you have that. But how did first off, do you not know how the rings work? They don't stay on the planet when you kill the lantern. It flies off back to Owen.
You can tell they don't know how the rings work. They don't know how. They don't even know most of the lore for the characters.
And look, he's authoritarian now. He's authoritarian now. So why is he still a Green Lantern and not a Yellow Lantern?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, red or he could be
or a red lantern.
3 lanterns. He could have been orange, red, or yellow, and it would have made sense.
Yep.
Or
but
have
even
like
then,
a mob.
Keep him the Green Lantern because you know who the Green Lantern is.
But you know what Brainiac should have done? He should have give Green Lantern the like a modified lantern ring or something. The shit be purple
Everybody said that because that's called logic. And see, the problem is we're talking about logic. We don't do logic here.
Didn't do it.
We don't do logic. We do skin suits here. We put on skin suits you love. We run around and say, buy it.
Yeah. But there's more to it. Let's look at it even a little deeper.
With other series. I mean, like Jinpachi was saying with Gears of War, you take away the masculinity, you basically take away its identity. You see what you have. Same with Halo and all these other games. You know, with Xbox, even with Sony, with God of War, you start stripping away what made the games what they were and why people were playing them to begin with. And it's the same thing with Suicide Squad, Kill Justice League. You just take away what people know and love from these characters and the lore, and you just disrespect it because these people don't know what the fuck they're doing because they don't even know the lore themselves because it's very evident by the game they put out.
But I want to add something to that because it's also the fault of the masses who have that fear of missing out. Because again, it's like you criticize something, and because they like it, they feel like they have to defend it, or because it's the new thing. Like
they take like a personal attack,
personal assault, or they hate the fan base because it's like
because they're new to it. A lot of normies are invading these spaces that we actually were there for from the beginning. We were there through the ups and downs, but these people just came in now once it became popular and the cool thing to like.
Exactly. And a lot of people, they don't hate they don't argue against the logic of what you're saying. They don't like that you're the opposing ideology. It's like, for example, like they'll say like I'm tired. Like so example, you can use the Suicide Squad. Like I'm tired of all these Batman dick riders with his plot armor or whatever. But they're mad at the fan base that like the character, know how he should be written, and they're grading the argument to that because they don't care about the argument of the game. They just don't like that you're a fan of the series and don't have a problem with how it's been changed. They don't like. You get what I'm saying? You get the distinction there. They're not defending the Suicide Squad's game logic. They're mad that you as a person like the series and or know the lore of the thing. You're a real fan of the thing, and it pisses them off. You get what I'm saying? It's retarded logic. It's like
you want to weed you out and also silence you, so that way
it's a contrarian.
It's new fan base.
Yeah, it's kind of like a weird.
It's a contrarian mindset. It's a contrarian mindset. It's like, oh, Metal Gear Solid is popular, so I hate Metal Gear Solid because it's popular. Or Batman's a popular character. He's a badass. I hate how he's written. He has plot armor, whatever. Ignoring the plot armor.
Bayonetta, where it's like, oh, Bayonetta is now going to be trans now. That's my new headcanon that has to be true. Because I want to like Bayonetta for what it actually is. I want to come into it now and make it something that it never was.
Because they're not arguing the lore. They're not arguing the lore reasons why you don't like something. They don't like you as the fan base. A lot of these contrarians, they're just fucking casual fans that buy anything new. They have no discernment of what they buy. It's just content to them. So when they see somebody like
no discipline, they have no self-control.
Yeah, so they'll do any mental gymnastics they need to defend it. Like, so for example, with back to the Suicide Squad Kill Justice League,
Final Fantasy is another example too.
That's another example too. So like with Batman, you could say I've had people say to me like, well, Brainiac brainwashed him, so he lost all his skills because he's not the same Batman. I'm like, why would Brainiac brainwash him to not like? What would be the purpose of brainwashing him and having him on board with his side if he can't operate at his max potential? So obviously. So obviously that's retarded.
I don't know how he caught him in the first place, but
what I'm saying is the mental gymnastics behind it. It's like you're saying you're saying, well, the only reason why he got killed is because he was brainwashed, so he wasn't like his true self. But then why would Brainiac brainwash this guy just to have a normal guy on his team with moderate skills?
Yeah.
If logically Brainiac would just kill him, because if he can't operate with his skills and intellect, then he's useless. So even that falls up. That's just an example of like the mental gymnastics people will do to justify this kind of bullshit.
That whole game has terrible writing. Like, out of all the Justice League that wasn't brainwashed, why Wonder Woman?
Yeah,
bro, we already covered this. I don't know why you even bringing that shit up. We already covered it 6 times in the last 5 minutes alone.
Yeah, I know that. It's just
every time, bro.
My whole point is just mental gymnastics. It's mental gymnastics, and these people.
No, it's not mental gymnastics. With Wonder Woman, that's literally what I was talking about earlier about beating you over the head with the point. Wonder Woman is the best of the best. Green Lantern is just some ghetto nigga with a ring. Bro, those bios are literally what broke my. I think those are the last thing that broke my brain as far as that game went.
Well, I'm talking about the defenders. The defenders.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The defenders of it I'm talking about are the ones that are doing mental gymnastics. Not that the writers are.
Bro, they have to constantly people. I told somebody this about a week ago. People hate when you make them think about the flaws of things they like. And I can speak from personal experience. I feel like that too. Don't get it twisted. There are certain shows people will talk about and my skin starts cooking. But I'm like, what point do you have? No, because like, here's anybody. We all have something stupid we love. Like if somebody said 13 Ghosts from 2000 was bad, I'm like, fuck off. I love that movie.
Yeah.
I know it's a bad movie.
Me too.
I don't care. Here's anybody. The problem is people don't want to deny, like the Fallout show. I don't know what y'all know about it, but Fallout, from what I'm hearing, is a very bad show, but people like it because it don't, like I said, it don't beat you over the head with the politics. So when you don't beat you over the head with politics, people don't see the politics. Now we will, we'll notice the little inches.
Yeah, because
Why
they,
the
they,
fuck
they don't
is
notice
this?
this subliminal messages within
Exactly. So you
within the
got
movies
people.
or the
So,
games, whatever it is.
but here's the funniest thing: with Fallout, it's just a bad story. It's a heads
I've been
up
hearing
a bad story.
too. It's just like ignoring lore and all that. You know,
That's how I feel about Isom.
No.
I feel that about Isom. Like Isom,
canon.
Because Isom is a story where like, yeah, I like that it's an alternative that's not woke, but the character fucking sucks to me. So it's like,
what? What do you mean, man? Air July made the best comic book that woke people hate. What are you talking about?
Like I support Eric. I actually like that Eric July made the comic, and I like that I honestly like that it pisses people off because of that, and like I like that he's not, I like that it's an alternative, but like from a storytelling and design perspective, I don't care about that character.
And bro, and I'm gonna put it out there. That's why I told you I have to avoid buzzwords and address certain things about it. Now, mind you, if like I said, if you make it just blatantly where I can't avoid it, sure. But if it's right, if your buzzwords are the least biggest problem I have with your shit, I'm gonna address the big shit. I'm not gonna address that small, petty, useless thing. And people, and the thing about Eric July, his success comes from the fact that he's a contrarian to the woke movement, which is fine.
Yes, exactly.
But is your shit good? I don't know.
Exactly.
I personally, I'm not a fan of Eric July. I'm sorry. I have nothing against Blood personally, but I'm not. That's him. That's his lane. He gets our respect for creating a comic book.
Yeah.
And you put up your numbers. You get praise for that. I'm not buying it because I don't like some of your approach to the thing. Because he tries to play the neutral centrist, and it's like, but you're I don't know what he is on, but I don't know if he's libertarian centrist. I don't know. I don't care. But the problem is, like I said all the time, people are too accessible. Creators are too accessible.
I agree.
Accessibility. That's why stars are dead, bro. That's why the only stars we know, the only stars I count as stars, Johnny Depp, Denzel, Leonardo DiCaprio.
The accessibility humanizes people. There needs to be degrees of separation.
But ironically, they got that. The funny enough, they got that from Cardi B.
I would say before that.
No.
I think people just talking shit on Twitter revealed how it just ruined that.
So what I mean is this: it wasn't. Wait, you're right. The problem was Cardi B changed how they did it. Yeah, celebrities would talk shit online, but look at it. If you go back from Twitter, you go back to 2010, 2012. Look at Twitter. Yeah, celebrities talk shit, but it was different. They weren't on there all day. Look at Mark Hamill. I guarantee if you go back to 2012, Mark Hamill wasn't on social media like that. But after 2006, after 2016, after 2015, you see celebrities more and more. Around that time, Cardi B got popular. And Cardi B, now I don't know if y'all know Cardi B. Cardi B made the celebrity being relatable a thing. That's how she got famous. She made being a human being, being a celebrity human being became popular. So that's why you have celebrities doing stupid ass TikToks, trying to talk to the fan. Bitch, you supposed to. I don't even want to say this, but you're supposed to be guys among men. Take your ass back to Olympus. Don't talk to us.
I look at it.
I'm saying that in the sense of how we're supposed to see them. They're supposed to be untouchable. That's how we're supposed to see them as entertainment.
I just feel like the more you know about somebody, right? Whether it be like a hero,
of course.
Whether it be like somebody you respect, the more you know about them, and like the more about their personal life you know, sometimes can be like really disappointing, and or it can like taint. I don't want to say taint your vision of them, because I don't even want to give them that much credit, right? It's more so like if you enjoy somebody for their artistic abilities, sometimes like it's better to just enjoy their art. Sometimes you don't need to know the guy behind the art. You don't need to know the woman behind the movie or the actress behind the thing, because the more you find out about them, the more you find out that there's somebody that you don't resonate with.
Exactly.
So to me, it's like, it's not even that they're heroes. It's just that like you watch them in action, you watch them in things you like, and then you have to, like, for example, you have like somebody like Chris Evans saying a bunch of dumbass shit on Twitter, or X or whatever the fuck you call it, and like. And I'm new to X. I've been on X for maybe a year max or something like that. So I'm new to it.
I've been on that shit for a long time.
I always thought it was a cesspool, and I've been proven correct. Actually, it is a cesspool.
I mean, Let's get one thing clear. Human interaction is a cesspool. And I used to think that same thing. Then I realized human interaction in general is a cesspool. Talking to people can be a cesspool.
But you know what it is about X? There's something specific about X, and I'm gonna explain it right now. Unlike YouTube where you're creating videos, unlike Instagram where you're sharing photos and stuff, X is literally a format of just throwing out your opinion, no matter what it is. Like people try to silence people on X and say touch grass and shit, and what they don't realize is not only is it hypocritical to say that because you're on the site that you're telling people to touch grass on, but on a deeper level, X is created to create discourse. There was no chance in hell that X was not going to degenerate into what it is now. It's like,
because
it's like it should have been foreseeable from day. It should have been foreseeable from day one that if you have a platform where you just spout out your opinion on, and it's literally just posting shit, whatever shit thought you have is going to generate massive amounts of conflict, right? But because humans engage with conflict. They're much more prone to engaging with conflict. That's why X is so popular, because negativity, unfortunately, attracts the
people
mind.
can be verified now, so you can have like a regular guy, like any of us, and then we can just say, oh, well, we're verified. So now our post about anything just gets out there to more people for some reason.
Yeah. And also you creating a somewhat superiority complex with people with these like blue check marks and shit. So I think that like in nature, X was always destined to be much more of a cesspool than something like YouTube or like Instagram even. And like you can actually all have, this sounds kind of like a little bit pretentious, but bear with me. They all have a discernible trait about them that separates them, right? Like Instagram is very for example, Instagram is very what's the word, like superficial in the sense that a lot of it is just like selling images, right? And and that's negative in its own way, but then like, and that can hurt self-esteem or whatever, but she's another bullshit argument as well, as whatever. But then you have X, where X is like a cesspool of conflict because you're just spouting out your opinion. And then YouTube, now you have like fake content because people are trying to chase ad revenue. So they all have like things about them that are and they're all popular for those exact negative traits in human nature that they exploit. Yeah. So I know it sounds a little pretentious, but
no, you wait, and that's what I said. Being human interaction could be accessible, and that's what I meant by that. Because like people like to blame Twitter. I'm like, Twitter is a stepchild to this. Because you got to think, bro. I could with Black Planet, MySpace, Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, bro. It's like. Twitter, first off, Twitter didn't get popular. Twitter's been around since 2009, I think. And it didn't start buzzing until 2012. That's why people will tell you the best year of Facebook was 2012. But guess what? That's the same thing you're saying right now. That was 12 years ago, and they still called it a cesspool then.
Oh, just
niggas would say the dumbest shit ever.
But bro, that's why people got canceled. That's why people got canceled 2 years ago, because people went back to 20, like they went back and found you.
Well, look, negativity gets engagement, sadly.
Of course,
and as long as that's the case, it's destined to be a cesspool. Like it's not even a hot take. It's just reality. It's observable reality.
Yeah,
bro. If you were something
you
wrong,
see now with
I catch myself doing
even like people within Hollywood or even game developers, they think they're untouchable because they feel like I can just say whatever I want. They have like hundreds and thousands of followers. They think they're like the big shit on there, and they especially the developers, they think they're movie stars or something, because like they feel like, oh, I got all these followers, and they feel like they're on this like high status like level when they're not. It's like most of the people that follow them just want to hear updates on whatever it is they're working on, but
not the political opinion.
Yeah, on their head to think, well, they want to hear
just bots.
Yeah, they want to hear.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the bots.
My thoughts on politics or current events and shit like that, or they'll post personal like, oh, this is what I had for breakfast or some dumb shit like that. When people are really just there, that they just want to hear whatever it is that you're working on. Like, what's the next game you're doing? You got any hints for it? Any inside information? Anything you want to share to us? Or anything like that. And yeah, you gotta have some people there that are gonna be like, they actually want to hear every little thing that they have to say that's unrelated to whatever they're working on, because
yeah,
you know, a lot of it is like confirmation bias. Like, all right, this developer has the same political perspectives that I do, so I like them even more. Or no, I really want I want to hear more about the political views and whatever game they're working on. And then it becomes like this infinite loop of like these weird like fanboys and fangirls for these people. And then you have the same developers that like it like increases their ego more than it already was. And that's why you see them like you see them constantly disrespecting people for anything now.
Neil Cuckman.
Cuckman, Deadly Steph, Saints Row community manager.
Yeah, fat bitch.
People at EA with the Battlefield 5 shit that was happening when people calling them out.
Yeah.
I mean, you have
every
so
time
many,
every time they call out, every time people got the right to call out them for their bullshit, they're gonna pull that fucking tragedy card there. Oh, that's anti-Semitic. Oh, that's fatphobic. Oh, that's racist. I'm like, damn,
homophobic or
nigga.
some shit like that.
Yeah.
Maybe
Like,
and reality
they'll
is
do anything they can.
maybe you just said something stupid and people don't agree with it. Maybe it's just
So
that.
then they try to twist it around like you're committing a hate crime to them. It's like, no, I'm calling out your bullshit because you wanted to say some dumb shit. You will get away with it.
Yeah,
that's what they do all the time now because they have
Well,
this mindset
like-
now that they can do whatever they want. Disrespect
I
consumers.
swear, bro,
until
it's
they get
like
paid.
it's
get
bad
people
enough
buying
that
their games.
yeah,
But then look what happens.
Yeah,
But
The
I
games
will
are
admit
failing,
though.
the studios are shutting down.
Well, I will admit though, if it's like for me, for example, if I create something and there's like it might be somewhat hypocritical. If I got SJWs telling me like a character is too sexy or whatever, or something like that, or I should put whatever be more inclusive, whatever bullshit they try to say. To be honest, if I was on X and I had a fan base and they were saying shit like that to me, I would publicly tell them to fuck off. Which ironically would fall in line with what you're saying.
The thing is that's different because what they want from you goes against your creativity or what your intentions are. It's kind of like how Harada responds to that guy about calling him racist and shit when he clearly doesn't know anything about Tekken games and all that.
A real
And,
Tekken player would never have said that.
Yeah,
Honestly.
and
But
even if he was a real Tekken player, it's like what he said is like retarded, and
He said
Harada
Harada
in his place and told him off and explained it fairly detailed as well.
Somebody tried to say Harada's racist because Eddie Gordo wasn't in the base game or wasn't announced yet or something like that, and it's like, dude, this, like the game is super multi,
bro.
It's so multicultural.
Bro,
How
how
can you
was
say
the
that?
game with the bear, the Jamaican? First off, Tekken. Tell me if I'm wrong. It's almost a satire on Hollywood characters.
Yes.
You got the Jackie Chan knockoff. You got the Jackie
Yeah.
Chan knockoff. You got the Bruce. You got the Jackie Chan Bruce Lee. You got the Jamaican fighter. You got a bear, a Japanese samurai, a lion, a tiger, a bear, a demon, an angel.
Spanish Street Fighter.
Bro, I'm like, you literally have everything in Tekken.
You got a luchador in there, bro. Like,
bro, you got Tekken is the most. Yeah, the lion is a luchador. You're right. No, not
He's
King,
Mexican. King is Mexican.
Yeah, he's a
okay.
Chio head. Yeah, yeah, King.
Okay.
Yeah.
But point is this, bro. One of the most how was the fighting games are the most diverse games I've ever seen in my life in actuality? But they get complained about the most. But the irony is they always with Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, and Tekken, you get the same argument. Well, it's violent, but it's diverse. Which is it? You said you want diversity. We gave you diversity. Shut the heck like. Oh well.
Well, look,
Mike's,
I said this before. When it comes to fighting games, when it comes to games, they either are violent or have sex appeal. When they have neither one of those things, they generally don't do well. It's unfortunate. That's the reality of people. People, no matter how they try to twist the narrative, no matter how they try to change the conversation or shift the goalpost, they like either sex or violence. Last of Us 2 had an incredibly trash story and trash political shit in it, but it had the violence that made people want to defend the game because they wanted to play the violent game. Same with Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat went woke, but guess what? And it covered up the women, so there's almost no sex appeal now. But the violence is some of the most grotesque violence you've ever seen in modern gaming. So people can
traumatize the creators. So people can do people that made it. It was so violent.
Exactly, Emerald.
People could do whatever. They can do whatever mental gymnastics to avoid it, but they can't avoid the widowing. It's reality. It's either violent or has sex appeal. And unfortunately, if it doesn't have either of those two things, it's an exception if it does well. An exception would be something like Tetris, right? But or something like Tetris where it's not violent, no sex appeal, but it's an addictive game, or something like Farmville or something like that. But then again, those games or Pac-Man, but Pac-Man has some form of violence in it too, in a way.
I'm sorry, hey man, eating ghosts is violence against ghosts, man. I'm a ghost. I'm pro ghost.
I mean, but what I mean is technically, there's some fighting in it.
Hey, there's some.
Yeah,
there's some combat in the game, is what I mean. It's some combat. Mario has combat in it. Yeah,
hey,
I know
what
you're saying.
Matters, bro.
Toad lives matter. Koopa lives matter. Koopa lives matter.
Hey man, you man,
every day a Koopa is killed by a shell.
Hey man, what you guys didn't know, Mario's a colonizer, bro. He tried to show up to the Mushroom Kingdom and beat the king up, bro. That's not okay.
Look, but my whole point is that whether it be tame violence or extreme violence, it has some form of action and violence in it. So it's engaged. Unfortunately, it engages people. And then you have other and then you look at like Tetris and other games. They tap into you have things like Farmville or like other gacha games we talked about where they have gambling mechanics. You have things like competitive party games like Mario Party or Fusion Frenzy. They're not necessarily violent, some of them, but they're extremely competitive. So all these games are gonna tap into in some way to darker human nature. So there's really no point in taking a high ground on it.
But here's the funny part.
That's my point.
Everything you just said, that's the irony of it. They want. It's the most confusing thing. They want to make money off of everything, but they want to cut it. It's like you just said. Oh, it's bro. They want to cut. They want people to be degradable. As I said earlier, they want you to be mush. They want you to be moldable and malleable. You don't feel anything. You don't enjoy anything, and that's what they're trying to push. Which is why I'm like, bro, no, fuck off. I enjoy this shit. If you enjoy it, go enjoy it and go fuck off. Because it's what he just said about competition. They that's why they don't have it. Call of Duty is the most violent game ever created, next to Doom. It's literally it's Doom's grandchild. And guess what? They don't even have the placing things anymore. They don't have the teams anymore. Oh, we don't want to offend the French. We don't want to offend the Russians. We don't want to offend the Taliban. Bro, nobody cares. Put the countries back in the goddamn game. You want to offend nobody.
Exactly.
But
let me explain something too, because Magnificent made a comment about this, right? The point is that this is the point. The point is you have people that are trying to change other games that appeal to people for different reasons. So yes, you could like a fighting game. I enjoy all those genres of games, but when you have people that like violence and fighting games, and they're talking about like, oh well, we want to change the game to be less violent, or to nerf the characters, or to nerf the sex appeal. They're trying to change something that is appealing for certain groups of people. All games have this in it. So of course, when these people want to interject their politics or whatever, it's usually misguided and bad. I'm not defending it. And as far as Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley, they have some level of surprise mechanics in it because again, it's RNG. You're doing whatever. That's what makes it addictive. So addictive games are part of darker nature.
And also that they're successful for different reasons. They're appealing for different reasons. It's you can also add Pikmin in there if you want. And other games like that where it has the gameplay loop and the content is not exactly the same as, say, obviously something like The Last of Us or Sonic or whatever game you want.
Yeah, because this guy, what's his name? Ghoulie, what's his name? Fool Skibber. I can't read that. He's saying it's a brain dead comment, whatever the hell his name is, you're saying it's a brain dead comment, but what you're failing to realize is, and my whole point with this is that every game is going to tap into human psychology to get people to keep playing the game. It's somewhat of a darker psychology. When you're playing a game about farming and you're doing that RNG shit, guess what RNG is? RNG is a form of it's taps into the part of your brain that's like gambling. Again, I'm not bashing them. I'm not saying they're bad. What I'm saying is that these companies, people like SJWs and these companies, they want to grandstand on these ideas like, oh, these games are too sexy, they're too violent, they're too whatever, and they're trying to change things, but they don't understand that the games are appealing to different people for different reasons. So again, I get what you're trying to say, but I would appreciate if you actually pay attention to what's being said instead of, making a brain dead comment like yours.
So by the way, it's not, so the point isn't brain dead. The point is this. They always move the fucking goalposts is the point we're making. That's the sum it up in the simplest way. It's, oh, Mortal Kombat's too violent. Cover up, it's too violent. Take the blood out. So we had to put the blood code in 92 Mortal Kombat. They had, the women are too naked. So guess what they started doing? They put women in clothes. But the violence was the same. Oh, the game is too violent. So then they cut, when you change what's wrong with something, every time the goal isn't to make it better, it's to make it fit your comfortability. Now, 3 million people might enjoy this game, bloody and violent. There are 1,000 people that don't like neither one of those, and guess what? If they complain while we enjoy the game, the company sees nothing but the complaints. You get what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about, no, mind you, we're talking about both sides of this argument. There's the people that want to keep changing the game to fit whatever they feel is suitable for a 5-year-old to play. I don't want to see my 8-year-old nephew playing Mortal Kombat. I don't like the fact he wants to play Fortnite. But guess what? He's trying to make games for 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds. So guess what? We can't have naked women in the game that says mature, 18 and up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about,
even though it's like in your face and shit, but you still have to pull it to kids,
We're talking about things we were talking about last week, censorship. You keep changing parameters and shit. Now, mind you, if you want to put a rating on the game, I'm fine with ratings on the game. Yeah, let the people know. No, this ain't for this ain't for no 5-year-old. This ain't E for everybody. This is 18. This is M for adults. You shouldn't have it should be a 50-year-old playing Mortal Kombat. Never. That's why Mortal Kombat is why they have game ratings. That's the point we're going to.
No, hold on. You're still missing the point.
I never said that. I can't say your name. I never said that it needs sex and violence. I said that it taps into a darker nature. Every human has a slightly darker nature in their mind. RNG taps into the gambling part of your brain. And like I said, I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying most games tap into human psychology in that way. And again, back to what we were saying before, it's about these people trying to alter these experiences to try to appeal to other people and appeal to everyone. When in reality, it's going to have some form of that. So why try to bash other people and bash these other games for these things like sexy women, violence, RNG, or whatever, when there's really no hill to stand on there?
Yeah,
you take all these things out, they're going to be boring.
Like a Stardew Valley or Animal. I was going to say Animal Farm, whatever the fuck it's called, Harvest Moon or whatever. We're not disputing that those games exist or that they have their audience. It's not that. It's the other set of games that are affected by this, where they're trying to appeal to, a different, a broader audience.
They're trying to appeal to everybody instead of making a game for the point is this, bro. Let me ask you a question. RNG is basically addiction type of gaming, right?
Yeah, it taps into addiction things.
So the point Jay is talking about is there are types of games that they will let go. Addictive games like gamblers, the games that you constantly got to play every day, looter shooters, loot boxes. Those games, they won't even talk about those. We talk about those because we know they're wrong. But on the other side of the aisle, well, that character's naked. That character had titties jiggle in the game that are for 18 and up. Like,
there's always something to complain
the point
about.
We're addressing.
There's always something to complain about, and there's always another side to bash at. Which means that if you like, it's what I'm saying is that it's dumb. If you take all these things out, you're gonna end up with boring games. So again, like, if the game is not for you because it's violent, has RNG mechanics in it, is addictive or whatever, it's different strokes for different folks. But you can't let these people that are trying to change these games dictate what's in them. Because if you could, like I said, you could complain about violence, but you could also complain about sex appeal. You could complain about gambling and addictive fucking games. It doesn't matter what it is. There's always something to complain about, and these people shouldn't listen to what these fucking idiots that are pushing for it. That's my whole point.
G-Full Ski Bro, what Jim Pachi was saying before about sex appeal and violence selling, it's that the fuck am I trying to say? It's like, to the broader audience, yeah, they sell, which is a fact. It's like GTA. GTA sells. It's the highest selling series probably in the world. Last of Us still very well. I'll put it to you like this: Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon, what's that one on Nintendo? The other one, I can't remember the name. Pikmin. They're not as big or globally known
Animal Crossing.
In comparison. Yeah, Animal Crossing. They're not as well known compared to those other games to a larger audience.
They're much more niche.
You know what I mean?
They're much more niche.
In comparison, they're not niche within itself, but in comparison to the broader scope of people, they are niche, because the bigger games, the bigger selling IPs, the more well-known series, like globally amongst kids, teenagers, and adults, or more so teenagers and adults, are the games that are like, again, like a GTA or a Last of Us or
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, it's gonna sell. If you have a game with like sex appeal or violence, it's gonna sell. It's usually gonna sell more or appeal to a much larger audience.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
That's the point he was making. He's not saying that a game like any of the games you had mentioned can't sell or won't sell, but they will sell to a certain audience, and it has like a ceiling to it in a way. Because overall, people are going to be more interested in playing something like a Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, GTA,
over Farmville,
Horizon, Baldur's Gate, Mass Effect, or whatever. What else is there? Like a Batman game or a Spider-Man game, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's also not to discredit those games or anything like that. It's just that's
it
what
doesn't make them bad.
That was basically the point.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make them bad. It doesn't mean that you can't have a successful game. It just means that that's going to sell more. That's going to appeal to more people. But really, the greater point is that all these games have something that you can complain and pick at and say that is egregious, like sex appeal, like RNG being somewhat like addictive, or gambling mechanics or whatever. But really, if you're going to complain about one, you got to complain about all of them. If you're not, then just shut up and play something else. That's the whole point of this conversation.
I'm curious now. How does the SJWs win because of us? I hope I don't know if you're new. I don't know if you've seen any of my past videos. That's mostly what I do. I call them out. Some of these streams, I call them out. Not just from the people who supported, who are also consumers, but also the journalists and also the studios. So
activists.
And the activists, exactly. So how are they winning by what we're doing? Because we're explaining what usually appeals to a larger audience of people, which is sex and violence.
Ask what game sells more, GTA 5 or Stardew Valley? What has the greater overall appeal in sales?
GTA.
Or better yet,
Animal Crossing.
Yeah,
you can use GTA and Animal Crossing then, because Animal Crossing is a big IP. It's well known and all that. So, or you don't even have to even use GTA. You can use another example of another game.
No, I did. Wait, I got you. Power World. We can eat human beings and the animals, and even slave them both. Why is that game popular?
That sounds so crazy.
It has violence in it, bro.
Yeah.
The SJWs aren't winning. We're addressing. First off, I'm addressing both sides of the conversation because I know both sides of the conversation can go either way because I'm an autistic, picky motherfucker when I choose to be. So here's the thing about it. We're saying violence and sex appeal are what sells 80% of media. Period. You check the sales on any game with violence or murder, you'll see those numbers tend to be pretty high on average. Now, there's a selection that
Like a Resident Evil
won't make it.
or a Left 4 Dead as well.
Yeah. Mortal
The
Kombat is
Doom
still one of
series, the Wolfenstein series.
Mortal Kombat is one of the biggest franchises
Mhm.
because it has violence. Because guess what? People get frustrated. I want to hit a human being, so I can hit a pixel character. I can hit a pixelated character though. Get the same level of
Yeah,
frustration.
like
I get
GTA.
the same dopamine hit from that. But go ahead, Brody. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
GTA as well.
Exactly. But people, like I said
Look.
earlier, people can fool life.
No, go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
Wait, are you talking about me?
Wait,
What? I mean, whoever was speaking last should continue.
Yeah.
No, I think it was the other dude. I think he's just fixing something real quick.
Okay, so whenever he's ready, he can continue what he was saying.
But the point is this, bro.
Oh, there we go.
We're not saying that that SJWs is winning. No, we know both sides of the argument. We know that say they takes the sex appeal and violence out of the game. Then what? They're gonna make it a gambling game. Oh, people complain about the gambling. Then we'll make it an addictive game where you have to constantly want to play it all day. Why? I'm sorry, because I played all these fucking games. That's why we are discussing this, because we played these games. I don't know about them, but I damn sure played the Farmville,
I played them too.
the Castleville games. I played
some
of them. Yeah, me too.
I played the looter shooters. I played Fortnite. I played games. There's a reason I don't like certain games.
Yeah.
Because there's certain things about the game I don't like. Oh, violence. Guess what? People that do not understand why people complain about shit have not. I don't even know what the fuck that is, because I know why people complain about shit. I can see why but it's always ironic. You can watch a guy get his head blown off in a movie.
Yup.
But you put some titties on the screen, it's a big ass problem.
Yup.
That's still
Or some.
thing. That's been a thing, by the way. Hold on, let me finish that point. By the way, that's been a thing for 60 fucking years.
Yeah.
Same stupid ass topic every time. Every 10 years, we go through the same dumbass argument. Oh, there's breasts on the screen, but I can watch a guy get his arm and limb. I can watch Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker get their limbs chopped off. Nobody bats an eye. But you put Princess Leia in a bikini and choke out a slug. Oh my God, the bigotry.
Yep.
What the fuck are we doing here?
You can have you can watch a bear fuck a human in a PS4 game.
In a game.
But you can't have a female character in a game just be sexy. She despite
in a holiday rabbit outfit.
And
right?
more to the point.
No. Reverend, I'll do you one worse. Hold on, I'll do you one worse. You can put a dick on a character.
On a female. On a female.
No, Cyberpunk's 2077. You can put a dick. Literally put the dick on the screen.
Change the size of it too.
Conversation.
Yeah,
bro. What are we doing with this shit, bro? Like SJWs ain't winning nothing. They fighting to win. They losing. They gonna lose because the biggest problem is they chose America as a battleground. America is not a country built on communism nor socialism. Those are elements in the country, but that's not the foundation of this country.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
On profit.
Real quick, since he's here, Master of Gaming. What do you think of the closing of Tango GameWorks and Arcane Austin?
Arcane Austin. I think it's really sad that Tango GameWorks make great games like Evil Within 2, Hi-Fi Rush, stuff like Evil Within 2, Hi-Fi Rush, and also Arcane Austin made games like Prey and Dishonored.
You like any of those games?
I like Tango games.
Oh, okay. Have you tried Ghostwire Tokyo?
I have the prologue, but I haven't tried it yet.
Okay. Oh yeah, the prologue is like a free download, right?
Yep.
Oh. Okay. So, do you feel I skipped over 2 other studios. I don't remember the names of them, but it
Round
really
Dot
doesn't matter.
Studios and Alpha Dog Games.
Yeah, there you go. I know one of them did mobile games, and the other one, I don't know what the fuck they were doing, but do you feel like that Microsoft well, with the Xbox division, they made a mistake letting go of Arcane Austin or Tango Gameworks?
Mostly Tango Gameworks, and Arcane Austin was going to make an immersive sim after Redfall. And Redfall was mostly bad because of the management with Bethesda, and Arcane Austin wanted to cancel the game wanted Microsoft to cancel the game, but they wouldn't let them.
Yeah, I've heard of that actually. That Microsoft wanted them to continue it, and that it was actually ZeniMax that wanted them to originally make Redfall. So
Yeah.
it's unfortunate, they were tasked to make something that they didn't. That I'm pretty sure they didn't want to do. I don't know what they would have wanted to do, and what they would have made if that wasn't the case. Probably the immersive sim you mentioning before. But I don't know. Do you think maybe I think it's Arcane London or whatever the fuck it is.
Arcane Leon.
There you go. Yeah. Do you think they might be in trouble? Because I think they're the ones doing the Blade game.
Yeah, they are.
I don't think that that Blade game is gonna do them really well.
I think it's gonna be a much smaller game. I think it's gonna be a much smaller game than people think it is.
Yeah, it might be.
I don't see it
Which
being
is
something
weird
like
because
Spider-Man
Microsoft has all those funds. I mean, they can give them no, because I think it's gonna still have that that art style that they usually go with. It'll probably be in first person, I would assume.
That would be the worst thing they could do, make that game in first person.
They should have made Blade a hack and slash game.
Definitely.
Yeah, they
definitely.
should have.
Like a character,
like
a character action game, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
and plus, if you're playing as Blade, why would you not want to see complete animations of him, his martial arts skills, of him killing enemies or whatnot? You would want to. I would imagine you would want to see all of that instead of just how first person games are with that stuff.
Yeah, he'd be swishing and swashing and shit. I mean, he might do a thing like Mirror's Edge, where they'll have a little cutscene play of a takedown or something.
Yeah, but that's not the same as seeing the whole character pull off some crazy shit.
No, I know. I'm just saying that might be what they end up going with. If it's gonna be full on first person and rarely will it ever be third person.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in that game. It does suck about Tingle Gameworks because from what I heard that they wanted to do a Hi-Fi Rush 2, that they were working on ideas for it. And they were gonna make Ooh. They were gonna make a.
Damn, that echo is crazy.
I'm echoing somewhere.
That echo's whooping that ass.
Let me try again. I still got echo.
I mean, I can hear it. Can you guys hear it?
I hear it. What about now?
Now it's fine.
Okay, it's gone. All right, it's gone. All right, anyway.
What the hell?
And apparently Tango Gameworks was gonna work on a JRPG.
Okay.
And then work on a Evil Within 3. But I think Microsoft didn't want to give them additional funds for whatever those 3 games they wanted to work on. For whatever reason. Because, Hi-Fi Rush won awards and was openly praised by Phil Spencer. I don't know if Evil Within 1 or 2 got anything as far as awards or whatever praise from Microsoft. Obviously, after they were acquired. I doubt what's that shit called? Ghostwire Tokyo got much praise. So I don't know. It's just weird because you see other studios within Microsoft, like the Coalition with Gears of War, 343 with Halo. I mean, that's a complete shit show in itself.
It definitely is.
You know, the Perfect Dark remake is, I don't know. I heard development for it is not going very well, and that shit was announced years ago, and we see nothing of it. The
Yeah.
Fable reboot, we know that's fucking dead on arrival. I mean, what else? They canceled Phantom Dust years ago. They canceled Scalebound.
Yeah, I think ironically, I think those games would have saved Xbox, but
yeah, I
now
think
they're
so.
just
Yeah.
putting out. Now
They're
they're just
putting out
putting
the
out
same
shit. Yeah, now they're just putting out shit they're gonna lead to their downfall. Like that new Fable game, fucking redfall didn't do well. All types of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
It just blows me how they cancel Scalebound and Phantom Dust.
Me off.
But my question is why acquire
redfall
all those studios just to cancel these games?
So they could get to it before Sony or Nintendo do.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's like the mentality of playing not to lose, but playing not to lose instead of trying to win.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but again, they're doing what they're known for doing, and that's closing down studios.
Yeah.
They purchase these studios, do nothing with them, and then they close them down. And here it's even worse because you're giving praise to Tango and saying, Japanese market and how you want to reach that market. You think Tango could be that, and then you just close them down
shit on them.
for no real no real good reason. I mean, I can understand Arcane Austin because of Redfall, but at the same time, that was more news already came out that they wanted to cancel it anyway. Didn't even want to make the game.
Yeah.
And Microsoft said, no, we're going to keep doing it. That's the fault of Microsoft, not any of these studios.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what the fuck Microsoft is doing.
It's bad leadership.
Microsoft
it is, yeah. They got to get rid of Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond. And also Matt Booty.
Matt Booty.
Matt stink ass Booty, yeah.
No, they're trying to get they're clearly trying to function off ideology. They don't care about profit anymore. Ironically, so I don't know if it was Grums, I don't know if it was Edemia, and I don't know who said it. Somebody said basically they're doing the same thing. Oh no, Grums said it. Grums is the one that said they're doing the same thing they did in Hollywood in gaming. Which is what we're seeing. You got Microsoft is the Disney of this shit right now. Sony is the Warner Brothers of this shit right now. Ironically, you have a lot of games on their bro. Sony just burns money. Sony just keeps burning money for no fucking reason. Like, why do you hate money so much? Like Disney, we know why they hate money. You're trying to put up an ideology. We get you. We understand. But Warner Brothers, bro, and you were right, bro. You're right. It's $43 million as of 2 years ago, but I'm pretty sure it's higher than $43 billion in the whole. Because I swear it was 70 billion. I heard it. I swore it was 70 billion before they got bought out because they haven't made profit as a company, and I don't know how long, bro. Warner Brothers as a company has not been profitable.
They're gonna give out. They're gonna round out numbers to sound better. That's usually like the MO anyway.
Bro, they're so far down. But the point is this: they're so far broken. How do you guys constantly break? How you keep losing money without making $1 back? You don't make. They haven't. That's why they got bought out by Discovery in the first place. You're already in the hole, and that's why David Zaslav keeps killing. Bro, he's the one that wants live service Warner Brothers games, which is why. And I didn't know this at the time when I bought the game. I have a 15-year-old game I'm playing that's still live service to this day.
I'm sorry, but that's just ridiculous.
I'm playing Shadow. I don't know if you guys know what Shadow.
Shadow Mordor.
Oh, Shadow
Mordor.
The sequel. The Shadow.
Yeah. I beat that game.
I love that game.
I got the true ending too.
Wait, how many?
I said I got the true ending in that game.
Oh, okay.
Did you? I mean, yeah, bro. You finished the game. I'm assuming.
No, I still been. I've been lacking on the. I'm in the shadow part of it where he turns into the wraith. Like he turns to a full fledged. I'm in that
The
chunk
game
of
looks
it.
like a
But
slog, to be honest.
yeah, once it gets past the storyline, yeah, it becomes
It's grindy.
You farming a lot because you gotta. Yeah. But anyways, the point is
It is
the
fun
game's still
though. It
live
is fun
service.
though.
Oh yeah, of course. But the problem is the game is live service still.
Talk
Yeah.
about farm games.
But no, it's a live
Facts.
service game still. And guess what?
Facts.
It's like, why? I'm like, this game is 15 years old. Why? But that's a Warner Brothers game. What I didn't realize it was that's the same company that made the engine for Batman.
Yeah, for Arkham Knight.
Arkham series. Yeah.
It's the same engine.
No, the whole
It's
series.
like,
No, the whole series. It's the same engine though, because the fighting
It's the same
format, the fighting format, and all the characters are basically the same.
Well, it's Arkham with swords, bro. That's how.
Exactly.
That's what I always say.
That's exactly what I feel like. Anyways, the point is this, bro.
But the first game is better. I feel like Shadow of Mordor is better because it's less grindy and has less RPG shit in it. So for me, like
flat out story,
yeah. So for me, between the two games, I prefer Shadow of Mordor. But Shadow of War isn't that bad. What really got me about that game was the grindiness toward the end. If you want like the real ending, which I kind of like.
That's
pissed me
where
off.
I'm stuck. That's where I'm at right now. I'm like, bro, this is dragging. But no, the point I'm going with is the point I'm trying to say is this: you got these companies trying to eat each other up because the DEI. First off, and now I'm gonna roll into Jay's point where the DEI is so infested to the company that.
Real quick, Spirit Paradox said goodnight, guys, in the private.
All right,
chat.
man. I'll catch you later, bro.
All right, man. Peace, bro.
Thanks for joining, Spirit.
So what you're running into is you're running into companies eating each other because the DEI is killing the.
Okay.
Budget,
Also, Master Gaming had to go too. Say goodnight, guys. So. Thanks for joining Master Gaming. It was good having you on for a little bit.
After Rick Jones makes this point, we could probably wrap things up because we've been going for like 5 hours or something like that.
My bad, bro.
No, you're good.
I dragged out your usual.
No problem. No problem, dog.
Yeah. Bro, we be going long whether you're here or not, man. Sometimes, so. So you're good, bro.
All day, all night, my nigga. You know what I mean?
But no, the sum of my point real fast though. These companies are basically eating each other. And with the DEI input, people think the woke shit is fading, and it's not. It looks like it is, but it's not. They're not as stupid as we. They're stupid, but they're also conniving snakes in the grass. So what they're doing is instead of just implementing it on the surface of the gaming company, oh no, your whole corporation has to be DEI infested. You have to hire people that aren't qualified of many colors and many facets. To be trash. And here's the problem. So what you're running into is to have DEI, either you have to close down studios or you have to have a bigger budget. Well, guess what? They're not making no money. So guess what? If we gotta have DEI means some of y'all gotta go. Now the problem is I don't think they're firing the DEI workers. I think they're firing the other workers that actually want to do the work.
People with merit.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is happening. I said it earlier.
It's just for a credit score. Show you how diverse your employees are, the better you'll be. In their eyes.
Yeah, of course. What I'm saying is this: they're funneling it down to smaller amounts. So guess what? The less people that push back, it's easier to push the message.
Yeah, they want us to shut up and consume product. That's what they want.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, you're right. But I'm talking about from their side, from the corporate side of it. They're funneling these companies down smaller and smaller. Remember, it used to be a lot of small companies that would pump up the big companies and they would get their praise. But guess what? Now they're closing all the smaller companies just so they can be under one umbrella, under one roof, so that whoever's fighting back gets fired. Oh, you don't want DEI, then you gotta go. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
Create DEI or else.
Exactly. Because, bro, you gotta think. Why would you literally put a mandate in that says you cannot make these characters physically? Why in the hell would you do that? That's the most restrictive thing I've ever heard in creativity.
And I would argue that's a little sexist as well. It's all about all this shit.
I can't get into that with you because, bro,
you want to keep all the men out.
Dog, the trans movement alone is an oxymoron.
Yeah, it is.
It's an oxymoron. It's literally grown men taking up women's spaces, bro. It doesn't make sense. That's literally their entire movement. Their entire
Insanity.
movement is to push women out. I don't understand it.
Yeah,
It
and
breaks,
a lot
it
of women
breaks
don't
my
even
heart.
realize it because they still like
Most
defend them and try
that's
to
because women
champion
are the
for that.
biggest supporters of it. It's the
Yep.
bro.
That's how it got to where it is now.
Wait,
Because a bunch of men weren't pulling for it.
Drew Barrymore is the most ironic. Drew Barrymore is the epitome of what it looks like. She literally got on her knees on live television. That I need that. I'm gonna get that picture. I'm gonna post this. Modern entertainment in a nutshell. That's all it is. It's a woman on her knees in front of a man. It's the most ironic. I'm like, how do y'all not see this? Like, okay. It's just like I said, deny. When you live in denial of how humans work, this is what we get. But that's what they want. They want people so stupid they deny basic things.
And in the context with gaming, remember that that it doesn't even make sense, because if you have all this like trans pronoun shit in games, it's like if you're a man who sees himself as a woman, why wouldn't you just pick a female character? Or if you're vice versa, right?
Wait, everybody says that.
And it's true. And it's true. That's the
basic.
Yeah, but I think it's just more like an attention. I think it's more like an attention thing, you know.
Of course, bro. That's why. Here's the thing about it. It wasn't a culture war 10 years ago. It wasn't. It was.
Yeah.
Well, we want this one thing. We want to be married. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead. Now we want your kids to watch gay men in drag with their dicks out. What the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
That wasn't a joke. That's a real thing, bro.
I know.
Pride parade.
I know about it.
Drag queen story time. It's a real thing.
We've discussed it before.
No, it's worse than that. They're literally out in public.
Yeah.
Children.
Yeah, the parents take them there and
will literally put the
crazy.
Like, what the?
Yeah, they come into the schools to reach the children and all that.
We've discussed it before, bro.
And
it's true.
And the worst thing about it is, just like every other facet. Now, I gotta go too. We all been doing this too long. We starting to bleed into a side argument I don't want to bleed into. But here's the funniest part: there are literally people that live these lives in actuality that do not like this shit. There are drag queens that said, "Why are you in front of children?" There are gays against groomers.
Oh yeah,
pages on Twitter. You have
I follow that account. They expose all of them.
You have several accounts that address the shit. Like, bro, you have there's a lady that follows me. She's like, the TNQ plus can go. We are the originators of this. You can take that weirdo shit away. You're ruining what we spent decades working to build.
Well, they piggybacked on it, you know. That's what it was.
But that's what they always, bro. That's don't hate me when I say this. That's what happened to Black Lives Matter.
Yeah,
everybody piggyback because the Black Lives Matter movement wasn't supposed to be what it turned into. It was supposed to be awareness of you can't kill a suspect. That's what it's supposed to be. That simple. No, you can't kill suspects. You can't kill a suspect. That's not how that's not police procedure.
I think some people who were originally there that weren't there anymore said that it basically morphed into something that attention originally wasn't going to be.
And the reason why that happened is because people saw an opportunity to profit off of it. And
the first thing, so what happened was the same thing happened in every group. When I don't know about y'all. When they said love is love, I said this is gonna go south. Because that's the most open-ended shit I've ever heard in my life. I said that's what a pedophile can say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's a slippery slope, bro. And again, like they hijacked a lot of these movements that had like noble intentions, and they make them to something like far removed from what they're supposed to be. And again, also you have extremists too, because
they get involved and they basically become the figureheads of these movements.
Yeah, because they're organized though. That's why they walk. So most movements don't have a plan.
No, it's an idea.
Most of them don't start with a plan. It's just it's a reaction a lot. It's not even an idea. It's a reaction. Something happens. Hey, cuz we gotta do something about this. That's what's happening now. But that's why I tell people I don't do pendulum swings. Stop swinging it so hard. We keep trying to swing it back. No, make that motherfucker not swing. We need this. It should always be a discernment and discourse and discussion on what should be allowed and what shouldn't. It should never be, well, we putting the pride flag on the White House. What are you doing?
Yeah. Man. You're not wrong. Yeah. You're not wrong.
Because, bro, mind you, here's the thing about it, and the worst thing about it is I'm the guy that I didn't have a problem with none of that shit. But I also wasn't oblivious. I wasn't oblivious of what I'm like. No, I can 8% of the time see human people. Yet again, the reason I don't like these movements, they deny the human experience. As a human being, if you follow patterns long enough, you can see where shit's gonna go.
Yeah, pattern recognition. And
It's
honestly,
like
it's looking kind of crazy now too. If you know history and you see how things are now,
Yeah,
it's
real
looking kind
bad.
of crazy.
Clown world.
Bro, we wait. People. 5 movies I love to quote. One of the top 3 movies that we got right now that we're living in now. The documentary at this point. Idiocracy, Demolition Man.
Demolition
and,
Man.
What's the other one I love to mention? Our Robot is up there too, but Eagle Eye is the one we lived through. We lived through Eagle Eye, by the way. If you don't know what that is, look it up. It's a
and also a little Metal Gear Solid 2 if you want to throw that in there, even though it's not a movie.
No, I believe it. Oh, bro, it's the funny enough, it's why the Mission Impossible movie failed. You're not telling a new story. We already told that story about AI taking over. That's Our Robot. That's Eagle Eye. Oh, Minority Report is the other one. We're about to
The Matrix.
Yeah, or South Park.
We've been in the Matrix for decades. That's why people call it the Matrix now. Huh?
Yeah. Or South Park because
Dark City actually came out before the Matrix.
Oh, Dark City, yeah. That was
Dark
the original
City.
Matrix. Yeah, I remember that movie.
That's the one where that guy had the laser wire, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It wasn't like an alien spaceship or something.
I haven't seen that in years. So.
I don't remember. I think the guy. I remember the dude had like some laser wire. I might be thinking of a different movie. It's like a Japanese
Johnny Mnemonic came before Dark City, but I mean.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm thinking of. Johnny Mnemonic. That's what I'm thinking.
Johnny Mnemonic came before the Matrix, which is why people always make the comparison of.
Dark City was the one with the demons, right?
No, I think Dark City.
That's
was
Wicked City.
AI program on an alien ship, bro. I think it was like a weird ass.
Okay.
Yeah. Wicked City is the one with the demons.
Yeah.
So
I gotta watch it again because I know I've seen it. I know I've seen it before. I gotta watch it again. But yeah, man. Like, and again, it's just like, every group might have like a good. There might be like good ideas and good shit put out there, but there's always gonna be people that are like extremists within any group. They warp it into something different, and it ends up fucking things for everyone. Like the whole gay thing you mentioned before. It's like, gay people just wanted to get married and shit. Now it was a slippery slope. People were saying that back then, and people were calling them crazy. And now look at it; it was a slippery slope. Now they're trying to do drag shows for kids and shit, like you said. So
bro,
it's wild.
And
it's
It's
wild.
like, oh, well, you guys are conspiracy theorists. It's like, what do you mean? I can literally tell
that
you.
means you said something they don't like.
This shit.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Wait, and
that's usually what it amounts to.
Bro,
you said something I don't like, so you're a conspiracy theorist.
Exactly. Wait, one of the things
turns out we
might be able to tell y'all is my old name on my Facebook said Big Istaphobe.
I remember that because you had that on X.
Literally said that. It literally said Big Istaphobe because I was like, why? Because you already gonna call me that, and somebody called me a racist. I'm like, nigga, I'm black. What are we doing here? Wait, and I'm talking about black people. You can't be racist against black people for being dumb niggas. You dumb niggas. Like, that's what y'all being. I'm not being racist. That's what y'all be, bro. Let me get out of here because I do gotta go.
Bro,
I
it's crazy.
get tired of looking at black politicians, black company heads. They're embarrassing.
Eric Adams is a fucking idiot, bro.
Oh my God!
Wait,
not
no.
him.
What do you mean? He fled the country. What are you talking about? He's a smart man.
Nah, that milk dud ass nigga.
For real.
Wait, no. You got Eric Adams, the ex-mayor of Chicago, the one that looked like bro.
Oh, Lori Lightfoot. Damn, Beetlejuice.
Because I've never seen Chicago in person in 5 years.
Yo, she looked like a villain. She looked like a Dark Souls boss, bro. That was crazy.
Yeah. She looked like two Beetlejuices.
First though, bro. She did not look like that at first.
She got that woke virus. That's why she looked like that.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
But she looked like two Beetlejuices. That one from Howard Stern show and that Jews Jack Nicholson.
I think you're talking about you mean not Jack Nicholson. You're talking about
Michael Keaton.
Michael Keaton from
Michael Keaton. Yeah, that one. My fault.
Bro,
but all right, so
crazy.
let's wrap things up.
Let's do some outros, right?
We'll give our outros. Ricky, just stay to do your outro, and then you can bounce after that.
Yeah.
That way, if you want to. So yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, y'all, it was great talking to y'all. Y'all great conversationists. I like talking to people that don't y'all see both sides. Y'all understand why we're here. Y'all don't just conflate it like, oh, we gas. Like, no, we know how we got here. We followed the rabbit hole. And I like talking to people that think, man. Getting tired of people, don't get twisted. Being on social media, we have people just like you said, you slamming people. Don't slam people.
Yeah.
At best, tell them show them how to fix where they went wrong in the conversation. Yeah. I'm a man. I'm a man like this. If you don't preach to me, teach me, bro.
Exactly.
But if you damn, let me not be a loudmouth. Let me keep this simple. Never close your brain to information, but never take in all information. Discernment. Let me fix it. I'll leave the gym. Always be discerning. Take the good, leave the bad, and move on with your day. And I'll leave y'all with that.
Yep. Well said.
Yeah, world.
Appreciate you coming on, Rick.
Sure.
Because
appreciate
thanks for coming on, and you're always welcome back, bro.
Yeah, man. You a cool ass dude, bro.
Definitely.
I do my best to be. Man.
We all do, man. You know about that.
All right, so Y2 is up. You're up next. Give your outro and we'll do
all right. So all right. My name is Y2 Viral. I stream on weekends. Right now, I'm about to stream Elden Ring. The original Saints Row, not that reboot garbage, and
thank God.
Red Dead Online and much more. Yeah, the true Saints Row though. And also upload on weekdays as well. So hopefully I'll see y'all then. All right, that's my outro.
All right, and I guess I'll go next, and then we'll close things out. So I'm Jinpachi. You can follow me on YouTube. I do a lot of gaming content. I'm an animator. I do a lot of animations. I have an original series called Augur. You could check out episode 1. I stream games sometimes. I talk about political stuff, usually on this channel, but very rarely on my channel I'll do it as well. Check it out. And again, there's a lot of Arkham content on there. A lot of like gameplay. I stream like I stream all kinds of games. So yep. If I appreciate it if you check it out, and if not, that's fine too. And yeah, thanks for having me. And as always, I always enjoy this podcast.
Pretty bomb ass animation.
Oh, thank you. Oh, one last
no
thing.
problem.
Check I recently made a Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League animation. It's around like 700K views now. So give it a watch. Maybe you like it and whatever. So
yeah.
Nice. Well, I appreciate you all for coming on. Even people who were on before, Spirit of Paradox, Reborn, Christian Frades, Rolls Royce, Master Gaming, Apollo Patriot. I think that's everyone, right?
Yeah. Seems about right.
Yeah. So if I missed anyone, you know who you are, but appreciate everyone who came on the panel to talk about, what we were discussing today. I know we went on for a while.
I was having mad fun here, bro.
Yeah.
It's always a good time.
That usually happens. We're vibing on here. Chemistry is pretty good, so it happens. So hopefully people like the down to earth discussions and enjoy it because it's pretty fun.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me make one more shout out. All right, I want to shout out to my two brothers that was also watching the live stream as well. My homie Poly Vibes and another Game Nerd 5. So yeah, that's about it. But I want to thank Revenant and Japachi for inviting me onto the show. Hopefully, I can see y'all next weekend. It's happening a blast, bro.
All right, man. So we appreciate
Thanks everyone for watching and everyone
Yep.
who's checking out the replay when it's uploaded and all that. So appreciate it. Thanks for spending some time on your weekend to hear us out. And have a good weekend. And I should have the new video that I've been fucking delaying like an idiot. I should have that up early this week, so I'm gonna try to get that out.
Yep, and
So-
you know, always use critical thought, and
Yeah.
you know, and nuance is key. All right, so
Be rational.
yeah.
All right.
All right, guys. Catch y'all later.
All right. Peace.
Peace out, everyone.